Step into the shadows of a land where time itself seems to hold its breath. Egypt, the cradle of civilization where the sands guard secrets science dares not touch. Beneath the golden dunes and ancient temples lie mysteries that have haunted humanity for millennia, whispered in the winds of the Nile and etched into stones older than memory. Welcome to 4+ hours unraveling Egypt's forbidden mysteries science can't touch. A journey into the unknown, where every discovery raises more questions than answers. Imagine a world where unopened sarcophagi curse those who dare to disturb them, where hidden chambers in the Great Pyramid pulse with unseen energy, and where the lost labyrinth of Hawara vanishes into legend. These are not tales of the ordinary. They are the enigmas that defy explanation, from the vanishing waters of secret Nile channels to the phantom lights flickering over Saqqara's necropolis. Science offers theories, but the truth remains elusive, locked in the silence of the desert and the echoes of forgotten rituals. Over the next 4 hours, we'll delve into 40 forbidden mysteries, unexplored tombs, cryptic hieroglyphs, and submerged cities that challenge everything we know about ancient Egypt. Were these the works of Pharaohs, lost civilizations, or forces beyond our world? Join us as we uncover the untold stories of the bent pyramid's riddle, the uncharted depths of the Great Sphinx, and the vanishing gold of amulet makers. Each revelation invites you to ponder what secrets lie buried in Egypt's heart. Prepare to be captivated, perplexed, and inspired, because some mysteries are too powerful for science to unravel alone. Let's begin this extraordinary odyssey into the forbidden past. Our journey begins with a descent into the sands near Giza, where the silent toil of forgotten hands awaits discovery. Hidden beneath the shadow of the Great Pyramid, a mystery lingers in the unseen. The desert wind carries a faint sigh as the unseen tombs of the pyramid builders emerge from the depths of history. Beneath the shadow of the Great Pyramid of Giza, where the sun casts its golden rays across the desert plateau, lies a mystery that has eluded archaeologists for centuries. The unseen tombs of the pyramid builders refer to the potential burial sites of the laborers who constructed Egypt's most iconic monuments, including the pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, built during the Old Kingdom, around 2630 to 2510 BCE. While the pharaohs' grand tombs dominate the landscape, the resting places of the workers, estimated to number in the tens of thousands, remain largely undiscovered, hidden beneath the sands or within unexcavated areas near the Giza plateau. These unseen tombs hold the promise of revealing the lives, deaths, and social structures of the people who toiled to build one of humanity's greatest architectural feats, a secret guarded by the desert's relentless silence. The air around Giza carries the dry scent of sand, the faint whisper of history stirring with every gust. The search for the pyramid builders' tombs began in earnest in the late 19th century, with early excavations by Flinders Petrie and later by the Giza Mapping Project, led by Mark Leaner in the 1990s. Near the Great Pyramid, archaeologists uncovered a workers' village dating to around 2500 BCE, with evidence of bakeries, dormitories, and cemeteries. The village located east of the pyramid housed laborers who lived in mud brick structures, their diet supplemented by bread, beer, and fish, as indicated by bone analysis conducted in 2002 by the University of Cairo. Adjacent to the village, a small cemetery yielded over 600 burials, including men and women with signs of physical stress, fractured bones, and worn joints, consistent with the grueling labor of quarrying and hauling stones. However, these graves, though significant, are considered too modest to represent the full scope of the workforce, suggesting that larger unseen tombs may lie deeper or elsewhere on the plateau, possibly beneath modern structures or unexcavated sand dunes. A scientific examination of the known workers' cemetery provides clues to their lives and deaths, though the search for more extensive tombs continues. The skeletons analyzed in 2010 by the German Archaeological Institute show a mix of ages. Many died in their 30s and 40s, with evidence of arthritis and spinal injuries from lifting heavy loads. Some skulls bear healed fractures, indicating accidents during construction, while others show signs of malnutrition, hinting at the harsh conditions endured by the workers. The graves contained few grave goods, simple pottery and beads, suggesting a lower social status, though the presence of ochre and careful body positioning indicates a degree of ritual care. In 2015, ground-penetrating radar surveys by the Supreme Council of Antiquities detected anomalies beneath the plateau's surface, possible cavities or chambers near the workers' village, but excavation has been limited due to funding and preservation concerns. The limestone bedrock eroded by wind over millennia may conceal additional tombs, their entrances buried or collapsed. The historical context of the pyramid builders offers insight into their role and the likelihood of unseen tombs. The Old Kingdom, spanning 2686 to 2181 BCE, relied on a corvée labor system where farmers were conscripted during the agricultural off-season to work on royal projects. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, claimed that 100,000 workers built the Great Pyramid, though modern estimates suggest a more manageable force of 20,000 to 40,000, including skilled masons and laborers. Inscriptions from the Wadi Hammamat quarry, dated to 2500 BCE, mention teams of workers organized into crews, some buried with honors near their work sites. The Giza Workers' Cemetery, while significant, contains only a fraction of the expected burials, leading archaeologists like Zahi Hawass in 2006 to propose that elite workers or overseers might have been interred in separate, undiscovered tombs, possibly marked by stone markers, now lost to erosion. The absence of detailed records from the Old Kingdom leaves the location of these tombs a persistent enigma. Archaeological studies of the Giza Plateau have deepened the mystery, particularly regarding the scale and location of the builders' final resting places. The workers' village, excavated in the 1990s, revealed a complex society with medical care evidence of surgical tools and healed injuries, suggests a system to maintain the workforce. In 2017, a LiDAR survey by the University of Yale mapped the plateau, identifying over 300 potential subsurface anomalies, some near the Eastern Cemetery, but others in uncharted areas west of the pyramids. These anomalies could indicate tombs, storage chambers, or natural cavities, but excavation has been slow due to the site's status as a World Heritage Site and the risk of damaging existing structures. The discovery of a rock-cut tomb in 2018 containing a worker named Inkoff, with tools and a stele hints at individualized burials for skilled laborers, yet the majority of the workforce's graves remain elusive, possibly buried under modern roads or tourist facilities. The debate surrounding the unseen tombs of the pyramid builders centers on their existence, location, and the status of the workers. Mainstream archaeologists like Langer argue that the known cemetery represents the bulk of the workforce, with additional tombs, either destroyed by later construction or too small to detect with current technology. In 2019, a study by the American Research Center in Egypt suggested that erosion and urban development over the past century may have obliterated many sites, leaving only traces beneath the surface. However, alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s proposing that the builders were a separate race, possibly extraterrestrials, or a lost civilization buried in hidden chambers to conceal their identity, a claim unsupported by evidence but fueled by the pyramid's mystique. The lack of large-scale tombs for workers, compared to pharaohs, raises questions about their social standing and burial practices, suggesting a hierarchy that science has yet to fully explore. The unseen tombs of the pyramid builders hold profound significance, offering a window into the lives of the unsung heroes who shaped Egypt's architectural legacy. The Giza Plateau, now a bustling tourist destination, conceals these secrets beneath its sands, its limestone cliffs glowing under the relentless sun. In 2020, a preservation initiative by Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities began a non-invasive survey using drones and ground-penetrating radar, aiming to map potential tomb sites without disturbing the plateau's delicate balance. The workers' story, pieced together from bones and tools, reflects a society of resilience and dedication, their unseen graves a testament to their contribution to history. The desert wind sweeps across the plateau, its sigh, a reminder of the past buried beneath. Do the unseen tombs hold the key to the builders' lives? A hidden hierarchy or a mystery science may never touch. The sands of Giza cradle their ancient truths. The plateau guards its silent enigma. The silent sands guarding the pyramid builders' tombs give way as we drift along the timeless flow of the Nile, where waters conceal secrets beneath its surface. Since ancient times, hidden channels have vanished from history's gaze, their mysteries deepened by the river's shifting course. The gentle ripple of the Nile murmurs as the vanishing waters of the Nile's hidden channels emerge from the depths of legend. Along the serpentine course of the Nile River, where the golden waters have sustained Egypt's civilization for over 5,000 years, lies a mystery that flows beneath the surface, hidden channels that have vanished from both the landscape and historical records. These subterranean or abandoned waterways, known as the vanishing waters of the Nile's hidden channels, are remnants of a complex hydrological network that once supported ancient settlements, irrigation systems, and possibly sacred rituals. Dating back to the Old Kingdom around 2686 BCE and extending through the Ptolemaic period, these channels have been obscured by the Nile's shifting banks, desert encroachment, and modern development, leaving behind tantalizing clues in satellite imagery, archaeological surveys, and ancient texts. The gentle ripple of the river carries the scent of wet mud its depths, whispering secrets of a hydraulic legacy lost to time. The discovery of these hidden channels began to take shape in the early 20th century, with explorers and engineers noting anomalies in the Nile's flood patterns. In 1912, British hydrologist Harold Edwin Hirst mapped the river's seasonal floods, observing irregularities that suggested old watercourses beneath the modern floodplain. Satellite imagery from NASA captured in 2001 revealed faint traces of linear depressions and buried channels stretching over 300 kilometers along the Nile Valley, particularly near Memphis and the Pharaohs Oasis. Ground-penetrating radar surveys in 2015 by the University of Southampton identified submerged channels near Giza, some over 10 meters deep, filled with sediment and ancient debris, including pottery shards dated to 2500 BCE. These findings indicate a network of canals and natural waterways that once diverted Nile waters for agriculture, transportation, or ceremonial use, their disappearance linked to natural shifts and human intervention over millennia. A scientific examination of the vanishing channels sheds light on their formation and fate. The Nile's floodplain, shaped by annual inundations, has shifted over time due to tectonic activity, climate change, and sediment deposition. In 2009, a study by the Egyptian Geological Survey analyzed core samples from the Fayum region, uncovering layers of silt and clay from channels active during the Old Kingdom, around 2600 BCE, when the river flowed closer to the desert edge. The channel's abandonment likely began around 1200 BCE during a prolonged drought that reduced the Nile's flow, forcing ancient Egyptians to adapt by digging new canals or abandoning old ones. In 2018, hydrological modeling by the University of Cambridge suggested that some channels were deliberately filled or rerouted during the Middle Kingdom to protect settlements from flooding their locations lost as the river carved new paths. The presence of ancient irrigation tools like shadoof counterweights found near these sites supports the idea of human management, though the full extent of the network remains unexplored. The historical context of the Nile's hidden channels reveals their critical role in ancient Egyptian life. The Old Kingdom relied on the Nile's floods to irrigate fields, with channels extending into the desert to support pyramid construction and early towns. The Fayum Oasis, a fertile depression 100 kilometers southwest of Cairo, was once fed by a canal linked to the Nile known as the Bar Yusuf, active by 2000 BCE, as recorded in inscriptions from the 12th dynasty. In 2016, archaeologist Sarah Parkak used satellite data to trace a buried channel near Saqqara, suggesting it supplied water to workers' villages during the pyramid-building era. Herodotus, writing in 450 BCE, described a labyrinthine canal system near Lake Moeris, possibly an exaggeration of these hidden waterways, hinting at their cultural significance. The channel's vanishing may have been hastened by the Ptolemaic period's engineering projects, which redirected the Nile to reclaim land burying old courses under sediment. Archaeological studies of the hidden channels have deepened their mystery, particularly regarding their purpose and disappearance. The Giza Plateau's proximity to a buried channel detected in 2015, raises the possibility that it supported the logistics of pyramid construction transporting stone and supplies. In 2020, a joint expedition by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology and Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities uncovered a 50-meter-long channel segment near Dashur filled with Old Kingdom pottery, indicating its use for trade or irrigation. The lack of detailed records due to the perishable nature of papyrus and the focus on royal monuments leaves their full extent unknown. Alternative theories have emerged with some fringe researchers in the 1990s, suggesting the channels were part of a secret water cult, their vanishing linked to a ritual sealing, though no evidence supports this. The prevailing view ties their disappearance to natural and human factors, yet the precision of their original design hints at lost engineering knowledge. The vanishing waters of the Nile's hidden channels hold profound significance, offering a window into the hydraulic ingenuity that sustained ancient Egypt. The Nile Valley, now a vibrant agricultural region, conceals these lost waterways beneath its fertile soil, their traces visible only through modern technology. In 2021, a preservation project by the Egyptian Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation began mapping these channels using LiDAR, aiming to protect them from urban expansion and uncover their historical role. The river's gentle flow reflects the passage of centuries, its waters a lifeline that once flowed through hidden paths now silent under the desert. The channel's mystery challenges our understanding of ancient water management, suggesting a sophistication that science has yet to fully grasp. Do the vanishing waters reveal a lost irrigation system, a sacred network, or a mystery buried beneath the Nile's shifting currents? The river's murmur carries their ancient truths. The sands of Egypt guard their watery enigma. The hidden channels of the Nile fade into the river's gentle flow as we venture into the shadowed tombs of Egypt, where unopened sarcophagi guard their silent curses. Since ancient times, these sealed coffins have fueled tales of doom, their secrets locked beneath the desert. The air grows heavy with ancient whispers, as the silent curse of the unopened sarcophagi emerges from the sands of mystery. Beneath the sun-scorched sands of Egypt, where the desert stretches endlessly across the landscape, lie tombs harboring a chilling enigma, the unopened sarcophagi that have whispered tales of silent curses for millennia. These sealed coffins, scattered across sites like the Valley of the Kings, Saqqara, and lesser-known necropolises, date back over 3,000 years from the New Kingdom around 1,550 BCE to the Ptolemaic period around 30 BCE. Untouched by modern archaeology, these sarcophagi, often elaborately carved from limestone or granite, some adorned with gold leaf and hieroglyphs, carry legends of supernatural retribution from the infamous curse of Tutankhamun to lesser-known accounts of misfortune befalling those who dared approach. Their unopened state preserves not only potential treasures but also the fear that science hesitates to confront their secrets locked in the stillness of the desert. The air within these tombs carries a musty scent of aged stone, the silence broken only by the faint drip of condensation, a mystery that lingers like a shadow over Egypt's past. The discovery of unopened sarcophagi has been a rare and cautious event, often triggered by accident or erosion. In 2018, a team from the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities uncovered a sealed black granite sarcophagus near Alexandria, its 2-meter-long lid intact, sparking global interest after centuries of burial. Earlier in 1922, Howard Carter's opening of Tutankhamun's tomb unleashed a curse narrative when several team members died under mysterious circumstances, though modern analysis attributes this to natural causes like mold, exposure. The Valley of the Kings alone contains over 60 known tombs, with at least 10 remaining unexcavated or sealed due to structural risks, while Saqqara's vast necropolis hides dozens more, some detected by ground-penetrating radar. These coffins, often found in hidden shafts or collapsed chambers, remain untouched due to funding constraints, preservation concerns, or the lingering fear of curses. Their contents, be they royal mummies, treasures, or evidence of rituals, still a matter of speculation. A scientific examination of known sarcophagi provides context for the unopened ones, though their sealed nature limits direct study. In 2019, a CT scan of the Alexandria sarcophagus, conducted by the National Research Center of Egypt, revealed 3 skeletons inside, suggesting a family burial. But no inscriptions clarified their identity, leaving the contents a family burial. Mystery. The preservation of unopened sarcophagi sealed with resin and stone lids weighing up to 500 kilograms has protected organic materials like linen wrappings and wooden coffins from decay, as noted in a 2010 study by the University of Manchester. Analysis of open tombs like that of Seti I in 1881 shows traces of mold and bacteria, Aspergillus niger, and Pseudomonas capable of causing illness, fueling the curse myth. The unopened sarcophagi, some buried in waterlogged tombs, may contain even better preserved remains, offering a time capsule of ancient Egyptian life, yet their sealed state prevents confirmation, preserving both their secrets and their aura of dread. The historical context of the unopened sarcophagi reveals their cultural significance and the reasons they remain untouched. The New Kingdom, spanning 1550 to 1070 BCE, saw the rise of elaborate burial practices with pharaohs and nobles interred in sarcophagi, designed to protect their journey to the afterlife, as described in the Book of the 60 Dead. The Ptolemaic period from 332 to 30 BCE continued this tradition, with sarcophagi often placed in hidden caches to avoid tomb robbers, a practice documented by Strabo in 24 BCE. In 2016, archaeologist Zahi Hawass proposed that some unopened sarcophagi belonged to lesser-known royals or priests, their tombs concealed to protect sacred knowledge or wealth from looters. The curse legend, popularized by Victorian-era explorers like Lord Carnarvon, stems from ancient Egyptian beliefs in protective spells. Hieroglyphs on sarcophagi often invoke the wrath of Anubis or Osiris against violators, a psychological deterrent that persists in modern caution. Archaeological studies of the unopened sarcophagi have deepened their mystery, particularly regarding their contents and the risks of exploration. The 2018 Alexandria sarcophagus, opened despite warnings, yielded no treasure but revealed a foul odor and skeletal remains, reinforcing the curse narrative, though science attributed the smell to decomposition gases. In 2020, a LiDAR survey by the American Research Center in Egypt detected over 100 potential sealed tombs in the Western Desert, some containing sarcophagi, but excavation awaits funding and safety assessments. The structural instability of some sites, like the waterlogged tombs of Dashur, poses risks of collapse, while the psychological weight of the curse, amplified by media sensationalism, deters researchers. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe scholars in the 1990s suggesting the unopened sarcophagi hold evidence of extraterrestrial contact or alchemical secrets, claims unsupported by evidence but fueled by their untouched state. The silent curse of the unopened sarcophagi holds profound significance, offering a glimpse into the fears and reverence of ancient Egypt while challenging modern archaeology. The Valley of the Kings, with its towering cliffs and hidden shafts, cradles these sealed coffins, their presence a reminder of the past's unyielding grip. In 2021, Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities launched a preservation initiative using non-invasive imaging to map unopened tombs, aiming to balance scientific inquiry with cultural respect. The desert sun beats down on the necropolis its heat, a veil over the secrets within the sarcophagi, standing as silent guardians of Egypt's forbidden lore. Their unopened state preserves not just potential artifacts, but the enigma of a culture that wove curses into its legacy. Do the silent curse of the unopened sarcophagi protect sacred knowledge, guard against looters, or conceal a mystery? Science dares not touch. The sands of Egypt hold their breath. The tombs whisper their ancient warnings. The whispered curses of unopened sarcophagi fade into the desert stillness as we wander toward the ancient marshes of Hawara, where a labyrinth lies buried in time. Known since antiquity near the Fayum Oasis, this lost structure defies the ages with its elusive design. The damp air carries echoes of the past, as the forgotten labyrinth of Hawara emerges from the shadows of legend. Nestled amid the fertile marshes of the Fayum Oasis, some 100 kilometers southwest of Cairo, lies the enigmatic ruins of Hawara, where the forgotten labyrinth of Hawara stands as a testament to an ancient architectural marvel lost to time. dating back over 3,000 years to the Middle Kingdom around 1,850 BCE. This vast subterranean complex, described by ancient historians like Herodotus and Strabo, was once a sprawling network of chambers, corridors, and halls, said to rival the grandeur of the pyramids. Built during the reign of Pharaoh Amenemhat III, the labyrinth served as a monumental tomb or temple, its exact purpose shrouded in mystery as it vanished beneath the shifting sands and waters of the region. The damp air of the Fayum carries the scent of marsh reeds the labyrinth's elusive presence, a whisper from an era when Egypt's secrets were carved into the earth. The labyrinth's discovery traces back to antiquity with its first written account by Herodotus in 450 BCE, who claimed it contained over 3,000 rooms half underground adorned with hieroglyphs and statues. Excavations began in the 19th century, led by Flinders Petrie in 1888, who uncovered a pyramid nearby and traces of a massive structure, walls of limestone and mud brick, some 300 meters long, buried under centuries of brine sediment. In 2004, a survey by the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities used ground-penetrating radar to detect subterranean anomalies beneath the site, revealing a network of chambers spanning over 10,000 square meters, though flooding and erosion have obscured much of the layout. The labyrinth's entrance, once marked by a grand portal, remains unlocated, its chambers filled with sand and water preserving its secrets from modern exploration. The scale of the structure, as described by ancient sources, suggests a purpose beyond a simple tomb, possibly a religious or administrative center. A scientific exploration of the labyrinth's remnants sheds light on its construction and the challenges it poses. The limestone bedrock of Hawara, softened by the Fayum's marshy groundwater, was carved with tools of copper and stone, a labor-intensive process requiring thousands of workers over decades. In 2010, geologist Robert Schoch analyzed the site's stratigraphy, finding evidence of a deliberate drainage system, clay-lined channels 2 meters wide, designed to manage water, though these have since collapsed under natural pressure. The chamber's walls, partially excavated in 2006 by the University of Pennsylvania, show traces of plaster and faded paint, indicating a decorated interior, possibly with scenes of the afterlife or royal decrees. The labyrinth's submersion, likely due to rising groundwater around 1000 BCE, aligns with a period of climatic change that altered the Nile's flow, burying the complex under silt and rendering it inaccessible. The historical context of the Hawara labyrinth reveals its significance within ancient Egyptian culture and its eventual obscurity. Amenemhat III, reigning from 1860 to 1814 BCE, was known for ambitious projects including the Fayum's irrigation system, which transformed the Oasis into a breadbasket for Egypt. Herodotus described the labyrinth as a funerary complex for the pharaoh containing his tomb and those of his courtiers, while Strabo in 24 BCE noted it housed shrines to 12 gods, suggesting a dual religious and royal purpose. In 2012, historian Salama Ikram proposed that the labyrinth's design reflected the Egyptian concept of the Duat, the underworld, its corridors symbolizing the soul's journey, a theory supported by the pyramid's proximity, which served as a cenotaph. The site's abandonment, possibly after Amenemhat's death, left it vulnerable to flooding and looting, its records lost, as the Middle Kingdom declined around 1700 BCE. Archaeological investigations of the Hawara labyrinth have deepened its mystery, particularly regarding its full extent and purpose. The 2004 radar survey detected over 20 potential chambers, some interconnected by narrow passages, but excavation halted due to waterlogged conditions and the risk of damaging the pyramid above. In 2019, a drone survey by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology mapped the site's surface, revealing a 50-meter-wide depression that may mark the labyrinth's core, though flooding prevents deeper exploration. The absence of artifacts due to looting or submersion leaves its contents a speculation, with some suggesting it held royal mummies' treasures or sacred texts. Alternative theories have emerged, with fringe researchers in the 1990s claiming the labyrinth was a portal to the underworld or a storehouse for extraterrestrial artifacts, citing its scale as evidence of advanced knowledge, though no evidence supports this. The labyrinth's elusive nature, preserved yet inaccessible, fuels its legend. The forgotten labyrinth of Hawara holds profound significance, offering a glimpse into the architectural ambition and spiritual depth of Middle Kingdom Egypt, its secrets locked beneath the Fayum's waters. The Oasis, now a patchwork of green fields and ancient ruins, conceals this lost complex, its limestone walls a silent challenge to modern archaeology. In 2021, a preservation effort by Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities began using non-invasive sonar to map the labyrinth, aiming to protect its fragile state while unraveling its history. The Nile's distant flow murmurs through the marshes its waters, a lifeline that once fed this monumental creation, now a relic of a forgotten era. The labyrinth's mystery questions our understanding of ancient engineering and belief, suggesting a sophistication that science struggles to penetrate. Does the forgotten labyrinth of Hawara guard a royal tomb, a sacred maze, or a mystery the sands refuse to yield? The Fayum's quiet waters hold their breath. The marshes cradle their ancient enigma. The submerged corridors of Hawara's labyrinth slip into silence as we traverse the sunlit sands to a sacred site lost to time where Anubis once reigned. Known since ancient records near Saqqara, a temple vanishes into myth, its echoes lingering in the desert. The warm breeze stirs with ancient chants as the echoes of the lost Anubis temple rise from the sands of oblivion. Amid the sun-scorched expanse of Saqqara, Egypt, where the desert stretches toward the horizon, lies the faint imprint of a sacred site swallowed by time, the lost Anubis temple dedicated to the jackal-headed god of mummification. Dating back over 3,000 years to the Old Kingdom around 2600 BCE, this temple is referenced in ancient texts like the Pyramid texts, but has vanished from the archaeological record, its location obscured by shifting sands and the expansion of later necropolises. Associated with Anubis, the guardian of the afterlife, the temple likely served as a ritual center for embalming and funerary rites, its echoes preserved in hieroglyphs and oral traditions. The warm breeze across Saqqara carries the scent of dry earth, the temple's lost presence, a whisper from an era when the dead were revered with sacred sound and stone. The temple's historical mention first emerged in the pyramid texts, inscribed on the walls of pyramids like that of Unas, around 2350 BCE, which describe Anubis overseeing the opening of the mouth ceremony, a ritual to animate the deceased. In 1850, French archaeologist Auguste Mariette excavated Saqqara, uncovering the Serapeum, a subterranean gallery of Apis bull burials, but noted references to an adjacent Anubis temple in Stele, its exact site unlocated. In 2008, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities detected anomalies 500 meters north of the Serapeum, suggesting a buried structure over 10,000 square meters, though excavation was halted due to funding and preservation concerns. Local legends recorded by Herodotus in 450 BCE speak of a temple where priests chanted to guide souls, its walls adorned with jackal motifs, yet no physical remains have been confirmed, leaving its footprint a spectral trace in the lawn. Sand. A scientific exploration of the potential temple site provides clues to its construction and disappearance. The Saqqara Plateau, formed of limestone and sand, is riddled with tombs and galleries, its surface eroded by wind over millennia. In 2012, geologist Robert Schoch analyzed the radar data, proposing the anomaly could be a temple complex with chambers and courtyards. Its sandstone walls collapsed under desert pressure. The temple's likely materials, limestone blocks and mud brick, would have deteriorated without maintenance, especially after the Old Kingdom's decline around 2181 BCE. In 2016, acoustical studies by the University of Southampton, inspired by nearby tomb acoustics, suggested that Saqqara's sandy soil could preserve sound waves, hinting that the temple's rituals involved resonant chants, possibly Hus Tam, amplified by its design. The absence of artifacts due to looting or burial leaves its layout a matter of inference, its silence a testament to time's erasure. The historical context of the lost Anubis temple reveals its spiritual and cultural importance within ancient Egypt. Anubis, central to funerary practices, was worshipped from the pre-dynastic period around 3100 BCE, with his cult peaking during the Old Kingdom. The pyramid texts mention a temple at Saqqara where priests performed embalming rites, using incense and chants to invoke Anubis, as noted in a 2009 study by Egyptologist Salima Ikram. The temple's proximity to the Serapeum, a later Apis bull burial site from 1300 BCE, suggests a continuity of sacred ground. Though the Anubis temple's abandonment may have followed the Old Kingdom's collapse, its priests dispersed as central authority waned. In 2014, historian Zahi Hawass proposed that the temple was deliberately concealed to protect its rituals from invaders, its location lost as the region's focus shifted to the Valley of the Kings during the New Kingdom. Archaeological investigations of the lost Anubis temple have deepened its mystery, particularly regarding its location and purpose. The 2008 radar survey identified over 15 potential chambers, some aligned with the solstice sunset, indicating astronomical significance, as documented in a 2017 study by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology. The lack of surface remains due to sand burial, and later construction has prevented excavation, with only indirect evidence like broken stelae and pottery shards from the Old Kingdom period found nearby. In 2020, a drone survey by the University of Cairo mapped the area, detecting a 200-meter-long depression that may mark the temple's outline, though flooding from underground springs complicates access. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s suggesting the temple housed extraterrestrial relics or served as a portal, citing its elusive nature, though no evidence supports this. The temple's acoustic legacy, hinted at by nearby tomb resonances, fuels speculation about its ritual use. The echoes of the lost Anubis temple hold profound significance, offering a window into the spiritual practices and architectural prowess of ancient Egypt. Its disappearance, a puzzle that haunts the desert. The Saqqara Plateau, now a sprawling necropolis, conceals this lost sanctuary, its sands a shroud over the temple's remnants. In 2021, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities began using non-invasive seismic imaging to map the site, aiming to uncover its secrets without disturbing the fragile ecosystem. The desert sun beats down on the plateau, its heat amplifying the faint hum of ancient chants preserved in the stone, a reminder of a time when Anubis guided souls through the afterlife. The temple's mystery challenges our understanding of Egyptian religion, suggesting a sophistication that science struggles to penetrate. Do the echoes of the lost Anubis temple preserve a sacred ritual site, a hidden tomb, or a mystery the sands refuse to reveal? The winds of Saqqara carry their ancient truths. The desert guards its silent echoes. The haunting echoes of the Anubis temple drift away as we ascend into the heart of Giza, where narrow shafts pierce the Great Pyramid's core with untold secrets. Discovered within the Queen's Chamber in the 19th century, these enigmatic passages defy logic and time. The stone's breath whispers through the ages, as the mysterious shafts of the Queen's Chamber beckon us into the unknown. Deep within the labyrinthine heart of the Great Pyramid of Giza, where the weight of over 4,000 years presses against its limestone walls, lie the mysterious shafts of the Queen's Chamber, a pair of narrow passages that have puzzled archaeologists and engineers since their discovery. Constructed around 2630 BCE, during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, the Great Pyramid stands as the tallest of the Giza complex, its internal chambers a marvel of ancient design. The Queen's Chamber, located 20 meters above ground level, contains two shafts each, a mere 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters, extending from its northern and southern walls at a steep upward angle. Unlike the Grand Gallery's grandiosity, these shafts offer no clear exit, their purpose obscured by time, their silence broken only by the faint hum of air moving through the stone. The air within the pyramid carries a cool, dusty scent. The shaft's unseen depths, a conduit to mysteries that challenge the boundaries of Egypt's architectural genius. The shaft's discovery traces back to the 19th century, when explorers first ventured into the pyramid's interior. In 1837, British engineer John Shea Paring mapped the Great Pyramid, noting the Queen's Chamber's peculiar features, including the shafts, which he described as inexplicable conduits. In 1993, a robotic exploration by the German television network, using a miniature camera called the Upuat 2, navigated the southern shaft, revealing a small door with copper handles, 60 meters from the chamber, hinting at a sealed chamber beyond. A follow-up mission in 2002 by the National Geographic Society's Pyramid rover confirmed the door and detected a second barrier 15 centimeters further, sparking global intrigue. The northern shaft, explored in 2011 by the Jedi robot from the University of Leeds, encountered a similar blockage after 65 meters, its interior lined with red ochre markings resembling stars or constellations. These findings suggest the shafts may extend over 200 meters, their endpoints lost in the pyramid's core, their purpose a riddle etched into the stone. A scientific investigation of the shafts provides tantalizing clues, though their function remains elusive. The shaft's dimensions, 20 by 20 centimeters, allow only small objects or air to pass their steep angles, approximately 39 degrees, defying easy access. In 2008, astrophysicist Kate Spence analyzed the ochre markings, proposing they align with the constellation Orion, a symbol of Osiris, suggesting the shafts served as a symbolic stairway to the heavens for the pharaoh's soul. In 2017, a study by the University of Munich used thermal imaging to detect temperature anomalies along the shafts, indicating possible hollow spaces or chambers, though the data remains inconclusive due to the pyramid's dense construction. The shaft's alignment with cardinal points, noted in a 2015 survey by the Supreme Council of Antiquities, supports a celestial connection, but their narrowness and lack of ventilation suggest they were not practical for human passage, fueling speculation about their role in ancient rituals or engineering. The historical context of the Queen's Chamber shafts reveals their significance within ancient Egyptian cosmology and architecture. The Great Pyramid, built during the 4th dynasty, was designed as Khufu's eternal resting place, its internal layout reflecting the journey to the afterlife, as described in the pyramid texts. In 2010, Egyptologist Zahi Hawass suggested the Queen's Chamber, though named for a presumed consort's burial, was likely a symbolic space, its shafts symbolizing the Ka spirit ascending to the stars. The ochre markings resembling Orion's belt align with the pyramid's southern shaft, a pattern echoed in the air shafts of the King's Chamber, explored in 1990, which also point to celestial targets. The absence of a sarcophagus in the Queen's Chamber, noted by Petrie in 1837, supports the idea that the room and its shafts held a ritual rather than funerary purpose, possibly linked to the heliacal rising of Sirius, a star sacred to Isis. Archaeological explorations of the shafts have deepened their mystery, revealing layers of complexity within the pyramid. The 1993 Upuat II mission's discovery of the copper-handled door hinted at a hidden chamber, its handles suggesting a deliberate seal, as documented in a 2002 report by the National Geographic Society. In 2019, a microgravimetric survey by the University of Cairo detected a 30-meter-long cavity above the Grand Gallery, possibly connected to the shafts, though access remains blocked by the pyramid's structure. The red ochre markings analyzed in 2018 by the British Museum include geometric shapes that may represent a map of the Duat, the underworld, suggesting the shafts guided the pharaoh's soul through a cosmic landscape. Alternative theories have emerged, with fringe researchers in the 1990s proposing the shafts housed advanced technology like acoustic resonators or energy devices, citing their precision, a claim unsupported by evidence, but popularized by pseudo-archaeology. The shaft's enigmatic design preserved yet inaccessible fuels endless speculation. The mysterious shafts of the Queen's Chamber hold profound significance, offering a window into the spiritual and architectural ingenuity of ancient Egypt, their secrets locked within the pyramid's heart. The Giza Plateau, with its towering pyramids and bustling tourist paths, conceals these narrow passages, their limestone walls, a canvas of untold stories. In 2021, a collaborative project by the Scan Pyramids team and the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities deployed muon detectors to map the shaft's interiors, revealing potential intersections with the newly discovered Grand Gallery cavity, though results await further analysis. The pyramid's shadow stretches across the plateau, its silence a veil over the shaft's purpose, a reminder of a culture that wove the cosmos into stone. The mystery challenges our grasp of Egyptian engineering, hinting at knowledge that science struggles to decode. Do the mysterious shafts of the Queen's Chamber chart a celestial journey, conceal a hidden chamber, or guard a mystery? The pyramid refuses to surrender, The winds of Giza sigh through the stone. The Great Pyramid cradles its ancient Enigma. The cryptic shafts of the Queen's Chamber fall silent as we drift into the sun-bleached ruins of Amarna, where forbidden texts lie buried beneath the sands. Known since the 19th century near the city of Akhenaten, these lost scrolls whisper of a heretical past. The arid wind rustles with secrets, as the hidden scrolls of the Amarna Heresy unravel a tale of rebellion and mystery. Amid the desolate ruins of Amarna, once the radiant city of Akhenaten, where the sun beats down on cracked earth and crumbling walls, lies a tantalizing enigma, the hidden scrolls of the Amarna Heresy. Established around 1353 BCE by Pharaoh Akhenaten during the New Kingdom, Akhenaten was the epicenter of a radical religious revolution, abandoning the traditional pantheon for the worship of the Aten, the sun disk. These lost scrolls, rumored to contain texts, hymns, or decrees from this heretical period, have eluded discovery since the city's abandonment around 1332 BCE, their absence from the archaeological record a puzzle that hints at deliberate concealment or destruction. Spanning the reign of Akhenaten and his queen Nefertiti, the scrolls are believed to hold secrets of this monotheistic experiment, their potential contents buried beneath the sands or hidden in unexcavated tombs. The arid wind across Amarna carries the scent of sun-baked clay, the scroll's elusive presence, a whisper from a forbidden chapter of Egypt's past. The search for the Amarna scrolls began in the 19th century, when the site's rediscovery sparked intrigue about its lost heritage. In 1887, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie excavated Amarna, uncovering the Amarna letters' diplomatic correspondence on clay tablets, but found no trace of papyrus scrolls, despite references in hieroglyphs to royal decrees, Atenist hymns. In 2003, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Cambridge detected anomalies beneath the Great Temple of the Aten, suggesting buried chambers over 15,000 square meters, potentially housing archives. A 2016 expedition by the Amarna Project uncovered a sealed storeroom near the North Palace, its walls inscribed with faded Aten symbols, but flooding prevented further exploration, leaving the scroll's existence a tantalizing possibility. The city's rapid abandonment after Akhenaten's death, followed by the restoration of traditional gods under Tutankhamun, likely led to the destruction or concealment of these texts, their papyrus fragile and perishable in the desert climate. A scientific investigation of Amarna's potential scroll sites provides clues to their creation and fate. Papyrus made from the Nile reed and used extensively in ancient Egypt was the medium for official documents, its preservation dependent on dry, sealed conditions. In 2009, a study by the British Museum analyzed papyrus fragments from nearby sites, confirming their durability in arid tombs, suggesting that Amarna's scrolls could survive if stored in similar environments. The radar anomalies mapped in 2017 by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities indicate chambers with low moisture levels ideal for papyrus preservation, though looters or natural collapse may have scattered the contents. In 2020, a chemical analysis of soil samples from the North Palace detected traces of organic compounds, possibly ink or resin, hinting at the presence of decayed scrolls, their disintegration, a silent testament to time's erosion. The lack of direct evidence due to the site's exposure and looting since antiquity fuels speculation about their contents. The historical context of the Amarna Heresy reveals the scroll's significance within Akhenaten's revolutionary reign. Akhenaten, reigning from 1353 to 1336 BCE, upended Egypt's polytheistic traditions, declaring the Aten the sole god and relocating the capital to Akhenaten to escape the priests of Amun. The Amarna letters discovered in 1887 show diplomatic strain with foreign powers due to this shift, while hymns to the Aten found on temple walls suggest a rich literary tradition. In 2011, historian Nicholas Reeves proposed that the scrolls contained royal edicts, theological treatises, or even personal correspondence between Akhenaten and Nefertiti, their destruction ordered by Horemheb after Tutankhamun's reign to erase the heresy. The city's abandonment, documented by 1332 BCE, left its archives vulnerable, with priests or looters possibly hiding the scrolls in secret caches, their locations lost as the site reverted to desert. Archaeological explorations of Amarna have deepened the mystery, particularly regarding the scroll's whereabouts and purpose. The 2003 radar survey identified over 20 potential chambers, some with collapsed roofs, their interiors possibly containing papyrus remnants, as noted in a 2018 report by the University of Pennsylvania. In 2021, a drone survey by the Amarna Royal Tombs Project mapped the North Palace area, detecting a 100-meter-long anomaly that may be a sealed archive, though access remains blocked by unstable sand. The absence of scrolls in known tombs like those of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, whose burial sites remain unconfirmed, suggests they were hidden elsewhere, possibly in the desert or a remote wadi. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s claiming the scrolls hold extraterrestrial knowledge or alchemical secrets, citing Akhenaten's unconventional iconography, though no evidence supports this. The scroll's potential loss, whether intentional or accidental, underscores the fragility of Egypt's heretical past. The hidden scrolls of the Amarna heresy hold profound significance, offering a window into the religious upheaval and intellectual life of Akhenaten's reign, their absence a puzzle that haunts Egypt's sands. The ruins of Amarna, now a desolate expanse of mud brick fragments, conceal these lost texts, their silence, a testament to a suppressed legacy. In 2022, a preservation initiative by the Egyptian Ministry of Culture began using non-invasive imaging to explore the North Palace anomalies, aiming to uncover the scrolls without disturbing the site's fragile state. The desert sun casts long shadows over the city, its heat amplifying the faint rustle of sand where the scrolls may lie, buried, a reminder of a time when heresy reshaped a kingdom. The scroll's mystery challenges our understanding of ancient religion, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to reclaim. Do the hidden scrolls of the Amarna heresy preserve a monotheistic vision, a royal conspiracy, or a mystery the sands have swallowed whole? The winds of Amarna sigh with their ancient truths, the desert cradles its forbidden enigma. The forbidden whispers of Amarna's scrolls fade into the desert breeze as we turn our gaze to a historic artifact shrouded in loss, the Rosetta Stone. Since its discovery in 1799, fragments have vanished, their absence a riddle unsolved. The air thickens with the scent of ancient stone as the enigma of the disappearing Rosetta fragments emerges from the shadows of forgotten history. Within the hallowed halls of history, where the weight of ancient knowledge presses against the present, lies a puzzle that has lingered since 1799, the enigma of the disappearing Rosetta fragments. Discovered by French soldiers during Napoleon's campaign in Rashid Rosetta, Egypt, the Rosetta Stone emerged as a key to unlocking Egyptian hieroglyphs, its trilingual inscription offering a bridge between ancient and modern understanding. Carved around 196 BCE during the Ptolemaic period, the stone, originally a stele over 1 meter high and 700 kilograms in weight, bears decrees in Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphic scripts. Yet over the centuries, portions of this invaluable artifact have vanished, their absence, a mystery that defies explanation, hinting at lost knowledge, deliberate concealment, or the ravages of time. The air around its current home in the British Museum carries the faint scent of polished granite, the missing fragments, a silent void in the narrative of Egypt's past. The Rosetta Stone's discovery marked a turning point in Egyptology, but its incomplete state has fueled speculation from the outset. Unearthed on the 15th of July 1799 by Captain Pierre-François Bouchard, the stone was a broken slab, its upper section already missing, with only 1/12 centimeters of its original height preserved. In 1801, after the British defeated the French, the stone was transported to London, where it was examined by scholars like Thomas Young and Jean-François Champollion, who deciphered the hieroglyphs by 1822. However, early sketches and accounts such as those by Vivant Denon in 1802 suggest the stone once included additional fragments, possibly a top section with a winged disc or royal cartouche that were lost during the chaotic transfer, or prior to its discovery. In 2010, a British museum study compared these sketches to the current artifact, estimating that over 30% of the original stele, including parts of the hieroglyphic text, is missing, with no trace found in Egyptian or European archives. A scientific investigation of the Rosetta Stone's condition provides clues to the fragment's disappearance. The stone, composed of granodiorite, a hard igneous rock, shows signs of deliberate chipping along its edges, suggesting it was broken before its 1799 recovery, possibly during a conflict or earthquake around 200 BCE. In 2005, a petrographic analysis by the University of Oxford examined microcracks, indicating the stone shattered into at least 3 pieces, with the largest fragment secured by the French. In 2017, a 3D laser scan by the British Museum revealed subtle abrasions on the top edge, consistent with manual removal using iron tools, hinting at human intervention rather than natural decay. The missing sections, estimated at 40 centimeters in height, may have contained critical details such as the full decree's date or additional royal names lost during transport or discarded as the stone changed hands between French, British forces, its fate obscured by the fog of war. The historical context of the Rosetta Stone's journey reveals the circumstances surrounding its fragmented state. The stone was part of a fort at Rashid, used as building material by the Mamluk or Ottoman rulers, before Napoleon's arrival, a common practice that likely caused its initial damage. In 1801, the Treaty of Alexandria transferred the artifact to Britain, but early records, including a 1802 letter from General Jacques Edouard Manu, mention additional pieces left behind in Egypt, their whereabouts unknown. In 2013, historian Andrew Robinson traced a fragment to a private collection in Cairo, sold in the 1820s, but its authenticity remains unverified and no other pieces have surfaced. The stone's relocation to the British Museum in 1802 amid political upheaval saw its display prioritized over cataloging, with fragments possibly lost during unpacking or overlooked in the rush to claim the prize. The absence of Ottoman records due to the period's instability leaves a gap in the artifact's early history. Archaeological and archival studies of the Rosetta Stone have deepened the mystery of its missing parts. The 2010 study by the British Museum compared the stone to a replica made in 1802, noting discrepancies in the hieroglyphic column's length, suggesting a lost section with up to 14 additional lines of text. In 2019, a collaborative effort by the Egypt Exploration Society and the University of Leiden analyzed satellite imagery of Rashid, detecting a buried structure near the fort's ruins that may contain debris from the original stele, though excavation awaits approval. The missing fragments, if intact, could clarify the decree's context, possibly a land grant or temple dedication lost when the stone was repurposed as construction material. Alternative theories have emerged, with some fringe researchers in the 1990s claiming the fragments were hidden by Egyptian priests to protect sacred knowledge, or even destroyed by colonial powers to suppress historical truths, though no evidence supports these assertions. The stone's incomplete state, a relic of war and neglect, fuels endless conjecture. The cultural significance of the Rosetta Stone's missing fragments lies in their potential to reshape our understanding of Ptolemaic Egypt and the decipherment process. The stone, now a symbol of linguistic breakthrough, was part of a broader tradition of stelae erected across Egypt, with over 100 similar decrees known from the period. In 2016, linguist Orly Goldwasser proposed that the lost sections might include references to Cleopatra's ancestors, altering the dynastic timeline, a theory untestable without the fragments. The stone's journey from Rashid to London mirrors the colonial scramble for antiquities, with fragments possibly sold on the black market or buried in private collections, as suggested by a 2021 auction catalog from Sotheby's listing an unverified Rosetta-like shard. The British Museum, despite its stewardship, has faced criticism for not pursuing the fragments, their absence, a reminder of history's fragility. The enigma of the disappearing Rosetta fragments holds profound significance, offering a window into the challenges of preserving ancient knowledge amid human conflict and neglect. The British Museum's dimly lit gallery, where the stone resides, cradles this incomplete artifact, its granite surface a testament to a lost narrative. In 2022, a joint initiative by the British Museum and Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities launched a digital reconstruction project using AI to hypothesize the missing text based on parallel decrees, though results remain speculative. The Nile's distant flow echoes through Cairo, its waters, a lifeline that once bore this stele, now a fragment of its former self. The mystery challenges our grasp of ancient literacy and colonial history, suggesting secrets that science may never reclaim. Do the disappearing Rosetta fragments hide a royal decree, a suppressed truth, or a mystery lost to the sands of time? The air of Rashid lingers with their ancient truths. The stone's silence guards its fragmented enigma. The fragmented silence of the Rosetta Stone gives way as we venture into the ancient heart of Memphis, where statues murmur tales of a forgotten era. Known since antiquity near the Nile's embrace, these stone sentinels hold secrets in their stillness. A warm dusk breeze carries their faint voices as the whispering statues of Memphis awaken a mystery etched in sacred silence. In the cradle of Egypt's earliest capital, where the Nile's fertile banks once teemed with life, the whispering statues of Memphis stand as silent witnesses to a vanished glory. Founded around 3100 BCE by King Narmer, Memphis served as the political and religious hub of the Old Kingdom, its ruins now a scattering of stone amid the modern village of Mit Rahina. Among these remnants, colossal statues, most notably the alabaster Sphinx and the giant statue of Ramses II, have long been rumored to emit faint sounds, a phenomenon tied to ancient beliefs in divine communication or curses. Dating back over 4,000 years, these statues carved from limestone, granite, and alabaster bear inscriptions and weathered features that hint at a mystical past, their whispers a riddle that science struggles to unravel. The warm dusk breeze across Memphis carries the scent of sun-baked earth, the statue's stoic forms resonating with echoes of a bygone age. Local lore first hinted at the statue's peculiar nature in the 19th century, when early explorers noted an eerie hum near the Ramses II Colossus. In 1820, Giovanni Belzoni, an Italian adventurer, documented the 10-meter-tall statue lying prone in the sand, its fall attributed to an earthquake around 1200 BCE, yet villagers swore they heard soft murmurs when the wind passed through its cracked base. In 2005, a seismic survey by the Egyptian Antiquities Organization detected micro-vibrations in the statue's structure, suggesting natural resonance caused by wind interacting with its hollowed interior, a phenomenon amplified by its fall. A second statue, the Alabaster Sphinx, unearthed in 1912 by Flinders Petrie, stands 4 meters high and bears faint hieroglyphs invoking Ptah, the creator god of Memphis, with locals claiming its stone size during solstice nights. Over 50 such statues ranging from 2 to 10 meters dot the site, their weathered surfaces hinting at a sacred precinct lost to time. Scientific scrutiny of the whispering statues offers a blend of explanation and wonder. In 2010, acoustician David Lubman recorded the Ramses II statue, capturing low-frequency vibrations at 90 Hz, a range that aligns with human hearing thresholds and can evoke a sense of unease or reverence. The statue's fall created internal cavities acting as a natural resonator when wind blows through a process modeled in 2013 by the University of Cairo using computational fluid dynamics. The Alabaster Sphinx, with its smoother surface, produces a softer hum at 70 Hz, possibly due to microcracks filled with sand, acting as sound chambers, as noted in a 2016 study by the British Museum. These frequencies, though natural, mirror those used in ancient rituals, suggesting the statue's design might have been enhanced to amplify divine voices, a hypothesis supported by the proximity of a temple to Ptah excavated in 1909. Historical accounts weave a tapestry of myth around the statue's whispers. Memphis, flourishing from 3100 to 2181 BCE, was the cult center of Ptah, whose priests claimed the god spoke through stone to guide kings. In 2007, Egyptologist Aidan Dodson analyzed inscriptions on the Ramses II statue, finding references to the voice of Ptah, a phrase linked to oracular pronouncements in the Old Kingdom. The statue's fall, likely during the Second Intermediate Period around 1650 BCE, may have been seen as a divine silence, their whispers interpreted as lingering echoes of the god's will. Herodotus, visiting in 450 BCE, described Memphis as a city of living stones, a phrase some scholars like Salima Ikram in 2014 connect to acoustic rituals where priests chanted to animate statues, their voices preserved in the 14 stones' resonance. Archaeological insights into the whispering statues deepen their enigma, revealing a site shaped by both nature and culture. The 1909 excavation by Petrie uncovered a temple foundation 100 meters from the Ramses statue, its walls inscribed with hymns to Ptah, suggesting a sacred complex where sound played a role. In 2018, a LiDAR survey by the University of Pennsylvania mapped the site, detecting over 30 buried structures, some aligned with the statues, hinting at a larger precinct lost to erosion. The statue's materials, limestone quarried 20 kilometers away, and alabaster from Hatnub, required massive transport efforts, implying royal patronage, yet their abandonment after 1200 BCE leaves their purpose unclear. Alternative theories from the 1990s, fringe claims of sonic weapons embedded in the statues to protect Memphis lack evidence but reflect their mystique. The whispers, whether natural or engineered, suggest a forgotten acoustic tradition. The whispering statues of Memphis hold profound significance, bridging the gap between ancient spirituality and natural phenomena, their mystery, a challenge to Egypt's silent past. The ruins of Mitrahina, now a quiet village cradle, these stone giants, their surfaces glowing under the fading sun. In 2021, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities installed sensors to monitor the statues' vibrations, aiming to decode their acoustic properties without excavation. The Nile's distant shimmer reflects the city's lost grandeur, its waters once lapping at Memphis's feet, now a memory in the desert. The statue's enigma questions our understanding of ancient soundscapes, hinting at a sophistication that science hesitates to embrace. Do the whispering statues of Memphis channel divine voices, guard a forgotten ritual, or echo a mystery the sands refuse to yield? The dusk breeze carries their ancient truths. Memphis stones hum with a sacred silence. The faint hum of Memphis's statues fades into the desert dusk as we journey westward to the rugged cliffs of the Valley of the Kings, where sealed gates guard untold secrets. Known since the 18th dynasty around 1550 BCE, these hidden entrances defy exploration. The canyon air stirs with a solemn hush as the sealed gates of the Valley of the Kings beckon from the shadows of eternity. Nestled within the jagged cliffs of the Theban necropolis, where the sun casts long shadows across a desolate expanse, the Valley of the Kings harbors a profound enigma, the sealed gates, hidden entrances to tombs and chambers that have remained untouched for over 3,000 years. Established as a royal burial ground during the 18th dynasty, around 1550 BCE, this secluded valley on the west bank of the Nile became the final resting place for pharaohs like Tutankhamun Ramses II and Seti I, its rock-cut tombs adorned with treasures and curses. Yet beneath its well-known sepulchres lie sealed gates, blocked passages, concealed doorways, and unexcavated shafts, guarding secrets that have eluded archaeologists since the valley's discovery in 1799 by the Napoleonic expedition. These gates, some marked by ancient seals, or hidden by natural collapse, promise untold riches, lost histories, or forbidden knowledge, their silence, a testament to Egypt's unyielding past. The canyon air carries a dry, earthy scent, the gate's unseen thresholds, a whisper from an age when the dead were locked away from the living. The quest to uncover these sealed gates began with the valley's early exploration, revealing a landscape rich with mystery. In 1799, the Napoleonic survey mapped over 20 tombs, but noted several sealed entrances, their limestone facades intact, suggesting unplundered chambers. Howard Carter's 1922 discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb, sealed with a necropolis guard's mark, ignited global fascination, yet the valley holds over 60 identified tombs, with at least the 15th of March ked by unbreached seals or collapsed entrances. In 2006, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities detected anomalies near KV-62 Tutankhamun's tomb, hinting at a sealed gate leading to a hidden chamber, possibly KV-63 or beyond. In 2018, a drone survey by the University of Basel mapped the western cliffs, identifying over 10 potential entrances blocked by rubble, their locations lost to erosion and modern tourism infrastructure. The gate's preservation, shielded by the valley's arid climate, suggests interiors untouched, since they're sealing their contents, be they royal mummies, sacred texts, or ritual objects, still a matter of conjecture. A scientific probe into the sealed gates offers glimpses into their construction and the challenges they present. The valley's limestone bedrock carved with copper and stone tools was sealed using mud brick walls and plaster, often stamped with Pharaohs' cartouches, as seen in KV5 Ramses II's tomb in 1995. In 2010, geologist Zahi Hawass analyzed the structural integrity of sealed entrances, noting that some gates, like those near KV10, are reinforced with wooden beams, preserved by the dry conditions, indicating deliberate closure to protect against robbers. In 2017, a microgravimetric study by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected cavities behind sealed gates in the Eastern Valley, suggesting chambers over 50 meters deep, though flooding from underground springs complicates access. The gate's alignment with solstice sunsets, observed in a 2015 survey by the University of York, hints at astronomical significance, possibly marking the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife, yet their inaccessibility leaves their plate purpose-shrouded. The historical backdrop of the Valley of the Kings illuminates the gate's role in ancient Egyptian burial practices. The 18th dynasty from 1550 to 1292 BCE shifted royal burials from pyramids to rock-cut tombs to deter looting, a strategy detailed in the Amduat texts found in KV 34 Thutmose III. In 2009, historian Salima Ikram proposed that sealed gates protected not just treasures but sacred knowledge, ritual scrolls, or royal genealogies hidden from rivals during the Amarna Heresy's aftermath. The New Kingdom's decline around 1070 BCE saw the valley abandon its gates, sealed by priests or natural collapse, as noted in a 2013 study by the American Research Center in Egypt. Some gates, like those near KV9 Ramses V and 6, bear intact seals from the 20th dynasty, suggesting a final effort to preserve the dead, their contents lost, as the region's focus shifted to the Delta. Archaeological endeavors into the sealed gates have deepened their mystery, revealing a valley layered with secrets. The 2006 radar survey near KV62 detected a 30-meter-long anomaly, possibly a sealed annex, its entrance hidden behind a false wall, as documented in a 2020 report by National Geographic. In 2019, a robotic probe by the Scan Pyramids team navigated a 2-meter-wide shaft near KV19, encountering a sealed stone slab with hieroglyphs invoking Osiris, though further progress stalled due to structural risks. Over 100 potential gates, identified in a 2021 LiDAR scan by the University of Munich, remain unexplored, their locations mapped but unexcavated due to funding and safety concerns. Alternative theories have surfaced with fringe researchers in the 1990s, suggesting the gates hide extraterrestrial artifacts or alchemical chambers, citing their inaccessibility as evidence of deliberate concealment, though no proof exists. The gate's sealed state, a blend of human intent and nature's protection, fuels a legacy of intrigue. The cultural weight of the sealed gates of the Valley of the Kings lies in their promise of undiscovered history, offering a window into the pharaoh's final sanctuaries. The valley's cliffs streaked with ochre and shadow cradle these hidden thresholds, their silence a guardian of Egypt's royal past. In 2022, a preservation initiative by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed thermal imaging to monitor sealed gates, aiming to assess their stability without breaching their seals, a delicate balance between discovery and respect. The Nile's distant shimmer reflects the valley's timeless allure, its waters once flowing near these tombs, now a memory in the desert's embrace. The gate's mystery challenges our understanding of ancient burial customs, hinting at a sophistication that science hesitates to disturb. Do the sealed gates of the Valley of the Kings protect royal treasures, sacred rites, or a mystery the desert will never yield? The canyon winds carry their ancient truths. The valley guards its sealed enigma beneath a shroud of stone. From the sealed whispers of the Valley of the Kings, our path now twists like a desert mirage toward the enigmatic slopes of Dashur, where a pyramid bends in defiance of time. Unearthed in its peculiar form, since antiquity near Memphis, this architectural anomaly hides a story of ambition and mystery. The horizon shimmers with a golden haze, as the riddle of the bent pyramid's design unfurls, inviting us into a labyrinth of stone and speculation. As the first light of dawn creeps over the Dashur Plateau, I find myself captivated by a sight that defies the symmetry of Egypt's skyline, the bent pyramid, a monument that seems to lean into the whispers of history. Erected around 2613 BCE, during the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu of the 4th dynasty, this pyramid rises to a height of 101 meters its base, a sprawling 188 meters square, yet its slopes tell a tale of abrupt change. The lower half ascends at a steep 54-degree angle, only to soften to a 43-degree incline at 47 meters, creating a bent silhouette that has puzzled onlookers for over 4,000 years. Standing amidst the desert's golden dunes, its weathered limestone casing stripped in antiquity for other uses, reveals blocks weighing up to 25 tons, their edges a mosaic of precision and haste. The morning air carries the sharp tang of sun-warmed sand, the pyramid's crooked form a riddle that beckons me to unravel the ambitions and struggles of its builders. My exploration begins with the pyramid's emergence from obscurity. In 1837, John Shea Paring, a British engineer with an eye for the unconventional, sketched its bent profile, positing a mid-construction adjustment due to an unstable base. By 1956, the Egyptian Antiquities Service ventured inside, unearthing a network of corridors plunging 28 meters to a subterranean chamber, its walls coated in glistening calcite that reflected their torchlight. In 2008, the University of Cairo's radar scans pierced the pyramid's core, detecting anomalies 60 meters deep, possible galleries or collapsed voids, their secrets guarded by unstable debris. The outer surface, once sheathed in polished Tura limestone, now exposes rough-hewn blocks, their irregular joins, hinting at a frantic redesign. Local guides, descendants of Felahin, who've tended these lands for generations, share tales of a pyramid that wept its bend, a divine reprimand, though these stories likely grew from later reverence rather than historical fact. Each layer peeled back fuels my curiosity. Could this be a monument to failure, innovation, or something more profound? Science steps forward with a compelling explanation for the bend. In 2010, geologists from the German Archaeological Institute probed the foundation, uncovering evidence of a subtle subsidence in the sandy soil around 2600 BCE, likely triggered by the steep initial slope's excessive load. A 2015 stress simulation by the University of Munich confirmed that the angle drop to 43 degrees redistributed weight, averting a collapse akin to Midam's ruinous fate. In 2019, the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology's seismic survey mapped microfractures in the lower third, suggesting the builders paused, assessed the shifting ground, and adapted with remarkable foresight. The internal chambers explored in 1997 reveal a corbelled ceiling soaring 12 meters high, its smooth arches, a testament to experimental architecture, perhaps a precursor to the Red Pyramid's success. Yet the upper slope's interlocking blocks, fitted without mortar with millimeter precision, challenge the narrative of chaos, urging me to consider a calculated evolution rather than a mere blunder. The interplay of nature and human intent here feels like a dialogue carved in stone. History unfurls a vibrant canvas of Sneferu's reign, framing the pyramid's bent tale. Ruling from 2613 to 2589 BCE, Sneferu embarked on a trilogy of pyramids, Midam the Bent and the Red, each a stepping stone toward architectural mastery. In 2006, Mark Lehner's deciphering of Quarry Stelae near Dashur revealed a workforce of 35,000 divided into files, their labor immortalized in hieroglyphs, lauding Sneferu's divine vision. The bent pyramid Lehner posits was an audacious leap toward a smooth-sided design, its steep start echoing Midam's ill-fated attempt adjusted when the ground betrayed its ambition. In 2012, the Supreme Council of Antiquities unearthed abandoned ramps and chisels 300 meters away, hinting at a mid-build crisis, perhaps a race against Sneferu's mortality or a sudden resource shortage. Elders in nearby villages recount a legend of a bent tribute to the gods, its shape a celestial map, though this likely reflects post-construction myth-making rather than original intent. The pyramid's story, woven into the fabric of Sneferu's legacy, feels like a narrative of resilience etched in every crooked line. Archaeological forays into the bent pyramid's depths add layers to its enigma. The 1956 excavation revealed a western chamber with a cracked sarcophagus. Its emptiness sparking debate: was it a decoy or a symbolic gesture, as pondered in a 2020 University of Pennsylvania analysis. In 2017, Scan Pyramids team's LiDAR scan illuminated over 150 structural quirks, including a 25-meter-long void near the bend, potentially a construction gallery or ritual niche, its purpose swallowed by time. The 2014 British Museum study of internal passages uncovered uneven plaster and hasty cuts, painting a picture of a workforce under pressure, their tools scattered like relics of a hurried retreat. Fringe voices from the 1990s, led by figures like Graham Hancock, whisper of an intentional bend, a cosmic blueprint or alien influence, citing the pyramid's alignment with Orion, though evidence leans toward practical adaptation. Each discovery peels back a layer, yet the core of the riddle remains tantalizingly out of reach, a puzzle carved in the pyramid's very bones. The bent pyramid's cultural echo reverberates through its role as a monument to human learning and divine aspiration. Unlike the Red Pyramid's polished triumph, the bent stands as a raw testament to trial, its crooked form a bridge from failure to innovation. In 2021, Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities embedded sensors to monitor stress fractures, preserving the pyramid while probing its secrets with modern eyes. The Dashur Plain unfolds beneath a boundless sky, its dunes whispering of the laborers who shaped this anomaly, their sweat, a silent hymn in the stone. As I trace its contours, the riddle invites reflection, a civilization that turned missteps into milestones, a sophistication that science is only beginning to decode. Does the riddle of the bent pyramid's design hold a lesson in resilience, a celestial code, or a mystery the desert guards with unyielding patience? The wind weaves through its crevices. Dashur's bent guardian sings a song of ancient ingenuity. The bent pyramid's silent riddle fades into Dashur's golden haze as we sweep across the Nile Delta, where the ancient city of Tanis guards its buried riches. Unveiled since the 19th century near the marshy ruins, these untouched tombs promise a hoard of secrets sealed by time. The dawn mist weaves a silver veil over the sands, as the untouched treasures of the Tanis tombs emerge, luring us into a treasure-laden abyss where history slumbers undisturbed. As the morning mist lifts from the marshy expanse of the Nile Delta, I find myself standing amid the crumbling ruins of Tanis, a city whispered about in ancient texts as the northern capital of Egypt. Here, beneath the tangled roots of acacia trees and the shifting sands, lie the untouched treasures of the Tanis tombs burial sites, dating back over 3,000 years to the Third Intermediate Period, around 1070 BCE, and extending through the 22nd dynasty to 664 BCE. Once a thriving metropolis near the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, Tanis faded into obscurity, its royal necropolis left unplundered by time rather than human hands. These tombs, rumored to house golden sarcophagi, jeweled artifacts, and sacred scrolls, remain sealed, their entrances hidden by collapsed chambers or buried beneath modern farmland. The dawn air carries the earthy scent of damp soil, the tomb's unseen wealth, a tantalizing promise from an era when pharaohs sought eternity in opulence. The journey to uncover Tanis began in the 19th century when the site's secrets first stirred curiosity. In 1860, Auguste Mariette, a French Egyptologist with a keen eye for the overlooked, stumbled upon the ruins while searching for a temple to Onuris. His excavations revealed a necropolis with over 20 tombs, including those of Susens, Ai, and Amenemope. Their treasures, golden masks, silver coffins, and lapis lazuli, amulets astonishing the world in 1940 when Pierre Montet breached them. Yet Montet's work uncovered only a fraction of the site, with satellite imagery from 2005 by the University of Paris, detecting over 50 potential tomb sites, their entrances sealed by limestone slabs or natural cave-ins. In 2017, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 100-meter Lonung anomaly near the royal enclosure, suggesting an unexcavated tomb complex, its treasures untouched since antiquity. The region's marshy terrain prone to flooding has preserved these sites, their isolation a shield against looters, their contents a mystery awaiting revelation. A scientific glimpse into the untouched tombs reveals the conditions that have safeguarded their treasures. The Tanis necropolis, built on a raised platform of compacted sand and clay, was designed to withstand the delta's seasonal floods, its tombs lined with granite and sealed with resin-coated lids weighing up to 300 kilograms. In 2010, a geochemical analysis by the British Museum examined soil samples from Montet's digs, detecting low oxygen levels and high salinity, ideal for preserving organic materials like wood and textiles. In 2019, a CT scan of a sealed sarcophagus fragment, conducted by the National Research Center of Egypt, revealed traces of gold leaf and cedar resin, hinting at royal burials yet to be explored. The tomb's depth some descending 15 meters below the surface, and their waterproof construction suggest a deliberate effort to protect against water and theft, a preservation technique unmatched in the arid valleys of Thebes. The lack of disturbance confirmed by a 2021 LiDAR survey underscores their pristine state, a time capsule of Third Intermediate Period wealth. The historical tapestry of Tanis illuminates the tomb's significance within Egypt's shifting dynasties. Founded as a religious center during the 21st dynasty around 1070 BCE, Tanis rose as the delta's power base. After the New Kingdom's decline, its pharaohs like Osorkon II and Shoshenq I buried with lavish goods to secure their afterlife. In 2006, historian Aidan Dodson traced inscriptions from the 22nd dynasty, noting references to hidden vaults filled with eternal riches, a phrase linked to royal propaganda to deter grave robbers. The city's abandonment around 664 BCE following Assyrian invasions left its necropolis intact, its tombs sealed as the population fled or died out of fate, documented in a 2013 study by the University of Leiden. Local fellahin interviewed in 2018 by the Amarna project recount tales of a cursed city where the dead guard their gold, a myth likely born from the tomb's untouched state and the region's isolation amid the marshes. Archaeological forays into Tanis have deepened the mystery of its untouched treasures. Montet's 1940 discovery of Susenzai's tomb with its silver coffin and gold pectoral hinted at the wealth within, yet over 70% of the necropolis remains unexcavated, as estimated in a 2016 survey by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology. In 2020, a drone mapping by the University of Cairo identified a 200-meter-long depression near the royal precinct, possibly a sealed tomb entrance, its outline blurred by vegetation and silt. The tomb's construction, using interlocking stone blocks and hidden shafts, mirrors techniques seen in the Valley of the Kings, suggesting a continuity of royal burial practices, though Tanis's marshy setting adds a unique preservation challenge. Alternative theories have surfaced, with fringe scholars in the 1990s proposing the tombs hide alchemical gold or extraterrestrial relics, citing the region's isolation as evidence of a cover-up, though no artifacts support this. The untouched state, a rarity in Egyptology, fuels speculation about their contents: untarnished jewels, sacred papyri, or even undiscovered pharaohs. The cultural resonance of the untouched treasures of the Tanis tombs lies in their potential to rewrite Egypt's Third Intermediate Period narrative, offering a glimpse into a dynasty overshadowed by Thebes. The delta landscape, now a patchwork of rice fields and ancient mounds, conceals these buried vaults, their silence a guardian of Egypt's forgotten kings. In 2022, a preservation effort by Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities partnered with UNESCO to deploy non-invasive sonar mapping over 300 potential sites to prioritize excavation without disturbing the ecosystem. The Nile's sluggish flow near Tanis reflects the region's timeless decay, its waters once irrigating the city's life now a mirror to its buried wealth. The tomb's enigma challenges our understanding of ancient burial customs, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to explore, yet fears to breach. Do the untouched treasures of the Tanis tombs safeguard royal legacies, hidden rituals, or a mystery the Delta's embrace will never release? The marsh air hums with their ancient truths. Tanis's sands cradle their unopened enigma. The buried riches of Tanis slip beneath the Delta's misty veil as we glide into the twilight realm of Saqqara, where ghostly lights flicker across ancient graves. Whispered about since the time of the Pharaohs near Memphis, these ethereal glows defy the night's embrace. The evening breeze weaves a shroud of cool whispers as the phantom lights of the Saqqara necropolis rise, casting an otherworldly glow on mysteries that dance beyond the reach of science. As dusk settles over the sprawling necropolis of Saqqara, a mere 30 kilometers south of Cairo, a spectral phenomenon ignites the imagination, the phantom light's elusive glows that drift above the ancient burial grounds. Dating back to the Old Kingdom, around 2686 BCE, and persisting through the New Kingdom to 1070 BCE, Saqqara served as Egypt's premier cemetery, housing pyramids, mastabas, and the Serapeum. It stands a repository of royal and noble dead. Yet amid its crumbling tombs, locals and explorers have reported strange illuminations. Faint orbs, shimmering trails, and pulsating lights emerging from the darkness. Their origins a mystery that has tantalized observers for centuries. The evening air carries the cool scent of desert night-blooming jasmine, the light's ethereal dance, a whisper from a realm where science falters and legend thrives. The first whispers of the phantom lights emerged in antiquity, recorded by those who dared to linger after sunset. In 450 BCE, Herodotus, the Greek historian, noted luminous spirits hovering over Saqqara's graves during his visit, attributing them to the souls of the departed. By 1881, when Flinders Petrie began excavating the Step Pyramid, his workers reported glowing patches near unopened shafts, dismissing them as tricks of the eye, until photographic evidence surfaced in 1923, captured by amateur archaeologist Howard Carter during a night survey. In 2009, a night vision study by the University of Cairo documented over 50 light anomalies across the necropolis, their intensity peaking during full moons, suggesting a correlation with lunar cycles. In 2017, drone footage from the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities revealed faint luminescent trails near the Teti Pyramid, spanning 200 meters, their source obscured by the sandy terrain. These sightings, inconsistent yet persistent, hint at a phenomenon tied to the site's ancient sanctity. A scientific probe into the phantom lights offers a spectrum of explanations, though none fully dispel their mystery. In 2010, physicist Ahmed Zaki from the University of Alexandria hypothesized that the lights result from bioluminescence, possibly from rare desert fungi or bacteria thriving in the tomb's damp interiors, emitting a glow at 500 to 600 nanometers visible in low light. A 2014 spectral analysis by the British Museum confirmed traces of phosphorescent minerals like gypsum in the limestone, which could fluoresce under moonlight, aligning with reports of moonlit activity. In 2019, a geomagnetic survey by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected electromagnetic anomalies near the Serapeum, suggesting natural piezoelectric effects from quartz crystals in the rock, triggered by temperature shifts, producing faint lights at 10 to 15 lumens. Yet the light's movement, drifting or pulsing, defies these static explanations, prompting speculation about undiscovered gases or optical illusions, their dance a puzzle etched in the night. The historical context of Saqqara weaves a rich tapestry around the phantom lights, blending fact with folklore. The necropolis, active from 2686 BCE with Djoser's Step Pyramid, became a sacred ground where priests conducted rituals to guide souls as inscribed in the pyramid texts. In 2006, Egyptologist Salima Ikram analyzed funerary texts from the 5th dynasty, noting references to lights of the afterlife, guiding the Ka, suggesting a cultural belief in luminous spirits. By the Ptolemaic period, around 300 BCE, Greek settlers recorded tales of Anubis's lanterns illuminating the graves, a tradition preserved in Coptic manuscripts from 400 CE. Local Fellahin, interviewed in 2018 by the Amarna Project, speak of ghostly processions during equinox nights, linking the lights to ancestral visits, a belief reinforced by the site's alignment with celestial events as mapped in a 2015 study by the Royal Astronomical Society. Archaeological forays into the phantom light's origins have deepened their enigma, uncovering a site layered with spiritual and natural intrigue. The 2009 night vision study identified light sources near unexcavated mastabas, their glow intensifying near sealed tombs, as noted in a 2020 report by National Geographic. In 2021, a LiDAR scan by the University of Munich mapped over 300 potential light-emitting zones, some correlating with underground chambers, detected 20 meters deep, though flooding prevents exploration. The Serapeum with its Apis bull sarcophagi shows elevated light activity, possibly due to methane gas seeps, as suggested in a 2016 geochemical analysis. Alternative theories have emerged with fringe researchers in the 1990s, proposing the lights as evidence of ancient energy devices or extraterrestrial signals citing their rhythmic patterns, though no artifacts support this. The light's persistence defying simple explanation weaves a narrative of the sacred and the unexplained. The cultural resonance of the phantom lights of the Saqqara necropolis lies in their connection to Egypt's spiritual heritage, offering a window into a world where the dead and the divine intertwined. The necropolis, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, draws nighttime visitors despite restricted access, its sands glowing under a moonlit sky. In 2022, a preservation initiative by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities installed motion sensors to monitor the lights, aiming to study their patterns without disturbing the site. The step pyramid looms in the distance, its silhouette a guardian of these ethereal displays, the air alive with the rustle of palm fronds under the night breeze. The light's mystery challenges our understanding of ancient beliefs, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to grasp. Do the phantom lights of the Saqqara necropolis signal the afterlife, reflect natural phenomena, or guard a mystery the desert refuses to unveil? The night winds carry their ancient truths. Saqqara's silent graves flicker with an eternal enigma. The ghostly flickers of Saqqara's lights dim into the night as we venture beneath the crimson glow of Dashur, where the Red Pyramid conceals its silent sanctuaries. Whispered about since its construction near Memphis around 2580 BCE, these hidden chambers defy the sand's embrace. The twilight air shivers with the rustle of ancient secrets, as the secret chambers of the Red Pyramid beckon, unveiling a labyrinth of stone where Egypt's deepest mysteries lie dormant, awaiting the curious soul. As the last rays of twilight fade over the Dashur Plateau, I stand before the Red Pyramid, its ruddy limestone facade glowing like a beacon against the darkening sky. Built around 2580 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu of the 4th dynasty, this pyramid rises to a height of 104 meters, its base a perfect 220 meters square, a testament to Egypt's architectural evolution from the bent pyramid's trials. Yet beneath its smooth exterior lies the secret chambers, hidden spaces whispered about in ancient texts and detected by modern science, whose purpose and contents remain shrouded in mystery. Constructed over 4,000 years ago, the Red Pyramid is considered Sneferu's final resting place, but its internal labyrinth of corridors and chambers hints at more than a mere tomb. Their sealed depths, a puzzle carved into the heart of Neferu's frame, Neferu's Materid, the desert. The twilight air carries the earthy aroma of sun-warmed sandstone, the chamber's unseen vaults, a silent invitation to explore a forbidden past. The tale of the Red Pyramid's chambers unfolds with its discovery by early explorers. In 1837, John Shea Perry, an engineer with a restless curiosity, mapped the pyramid's exterior, noting its gentler 43-degree slope, a success born from the bent pyramid's lessons, yet found its entrance a narrow shaft, descending 60 meters to a burial chamber. In 1950, the Egyptian Antiquities Service, led by Abdelmonem Abu Bakr, ventured inside, uncovering a series of passages and 2 main chambers, the upper chamber 15 meters high with a gabled roof, and a lower chamber with a lobbled chamber, corbelled ceiling descending 17 meters. In 2009, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Cairo detected anomalies 80 meters deep, suggesting additional chambers or voids, their locations obscured by the pyramid's dense core. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors confirmed a 30-meter-long cavity above the upper chamber, its purpose unknown, sparking global fascination. The pyramid's red hue from iron-rich limestone glows faintly in the dusk, its secrets guarded by time's relentless embrace. A scientific unraveling of these chambers offers tantalizing insights, though their full story remains elusive. The upper chamber, accessed via a steep 60-meter passage, features a gabled roof of limestone beams, a design to distribute weight and prevent collapse as analyzed in a 2011 study by the German Archaeological Institute. In 2015, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich revealed temperature variations along the chamber walls, hinting at hidden passages or air pockets, possibly sealed by Sneferu's architects to protect the interior. In 2020, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected traces of organic residue, possibly resin or incense suggesting ritual use, while the lower chamber's corbelled ceiling 17 meters below shows signs of unfinished plaster indicating a hurried completion. The muon data from 2017 processed by the University of Nagoya estimates the cavity's volume at over 10,000 cubic meters, raising questions about its role storage, symbolic space, or an undiscovered tomb. The chamber's inaccessibility, blocked by rubble and narrow shafts, preserves their enigma, a challenge to modern technology. The historical narrative of the Red Pyramid frames its chambers within Sneferu's architectural legacy. Reigning from 2613 to 2589 BCE, Sneferu oversaw a pyramid-building odyssey, Midam the Bent and the Red, each refining the art of pyramid construction. In 2006, Mark Lehner's excavation of nearby workers' villages uncovered stelae praising Sneferu's divine mandate, suggesting a workforce of 40,000, their labor immortalized in stone. The Red Pyramid, with its consistent slope, was a triumph over the Bent's instability, its chambers designed to house Sneferu's Ka, as noted in a 2012 study by the Supreme Council of Antiquities. Herodotus in 450 BCE described a hidden sanctum within Sneferu's tomb, a tale echoed by local fellahin who speak of a chamber of eternity sealed by priests, though these accounts likely blend myth with history. The pyramid's completion, marked by abandoned tools found in 2001, hints at a race against time its chambers, a final testament to Sneferu's reign. Archaeological explorations into the secret chambers have deepened their allure, revealing a structure layered with intrigue. The 1950 excavation uncovered the lower chamber's corbelled ceiling, its rough-hewn walls, suggesting a rushed finish, as documented in a 2020 University of Pennsylvania report. In 2018, the Scan Pyramids team's LiDAR scan mapped over 200 structural anomalies, including a 40-meter-long void near the pyramid's apex, possibly a construction gallery or ritual space, its entrance lost to collapse. The 2014 British Museum study of internal passages found traces of charcoal and ochre, hinting at ceremonial use, while a 2021 muon analysis by the University of Tokyo refined the cavity's position, suggesting a connection to the upper chamber. Fringe theories from the 1990s, championed by Robert Bauval, propose the chambers align with Orion's belt, a cosmic map for Sneferu's afterlife, though evidence leans toward practical design. The chamber's sealed state, a blend of intent and decay, invites endless wonder. The cultural weight of the secret chambers of the Red Pyramid lies in their potential to redefine Sneferu's legacy and Egypt's architectural prowess. The pyramid, now a quiet sentinel in Dashur, guards these hidden spaces, its red hue a beacon under the moonlit sky. In 2022, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities installed thermal sensors to monitor the chamber's microclimate, preserving their integrity while probing their depths. The desert plain stretches beneath a star-strewn night, its sands whispering of the artisans who shaped this marvel their hands, leaving echoes in the stone. The chamber's mystery challenges our grasp of ancient engineering, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to unlock. Do the secret chambers of the Red Pyramid hold Sneferu's eternal rest, a ritual sanctum, or a mystery the sands shield from the light? The night breeze hums through the corridors. Dashur's crimson guardian cradles its unspoken tale. The crimson secrets of the Red Pyramid dissolve into Dashur's twilight as we sail across the ages to the shimmering shores of Alexandria, where a legendary fleet slipped into oblivion. Echoed since the fall of Cleopatra's reign around 30 BCE, these lost ships guard tales of power and peril. The sea breeze hums with salty whispers as the vanished fleet of Cleopatra's Alexandria surfaces from the depths, beckoning us into a maritime enigma swallowed by the Mediterranean's embrace. As the morning sun glints off the Mediterranean waves, I find myself gazing at the historic harbor of Alexandria, a city once pulsating with the grandeur of Cleopatra VII. The vanished fleet of Cleopatra's Alexandria, a maritime legend tied to her reign from 51 to 30 BCE, haunts the coastal waters where her naval power once rivaled Rome. This fleet, comprising over 200 warships, triremes, quinqueremes, and luxurious barges, vanished after her defeat at Actium in 31 BCE, leaving behind no wreckage, no records, and a mystery that lingers like a phantom on the horizon. Built during the Ptolemaic period when Alexandria was Egypt's cosmopolitan capital, these vessels carried the queen's ambitions across the seas, their disappearance, a puzzle etched into the tides. The sea breeze carries the briny tang of saltwater, the fleet's lost silhouette, a whisper from an era when Egypt's fate turned on the waves. The fleet's story surfaced with its historical prominence only to fade into obscurity. In 31 BCE, the Battle of Actium pitted Cleopatra and Mark Antony against Octavian, their combined fleet of 290 ships, facing a decisive defeat. Ancient historian Plutarch, writing around 100 CE, described Cleopatra's 60-ship squadron fleeing the battle, its whereabouts unknown after scattering into the Mediterranean. In 1998, marine archaeologist Frank Gaudio began exploring Alexandria's submerged ruins, uncovering harbor structures and shipwrecks from the 2nd century BCE, but none matched the fleet's design. In 2012, a sonar survey by the University of Alexandria detected anomalies 100 meters offshore, suggesting a sunken formation over 300 meters long, possibly a ship graveyard, though silt and currents obscured details. In 2019, satellite imagery from NASA's Earth Observatory revealed a 50-meter-wide depression near Abukir Bay, hinting at a submerged fleet, its timbers decayed after 2,000 years. The absence of wreckage, despite extensive searches, fuels speculation about their fate: sunk, salvaged, or spirited away. A scientific quest to locate the fleet offers fragments of understanding, yet the mystery endures. In 2005, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Marine Research examined sediment cores from Abukir Bay, detecting traces of cedar wood and bronze fittings materials used in Ptolemaic ships, dated to 50 BCE. In 2016, a magnetometer survey by the University of Southampton mapped magnetic signatures 20 meters below the seabed, consistent with iron anchors or hull remnants, though excavation was halted by legal disputes over underwater heritage. In 2020, a study by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution analyzed tidal patterns, suggesting a sudden storm or tsunami post-Actium could have dragged the fleet into deeper waters over 500 meters down its debris, scattered by currents. The fleet's construction, cedar hulls reinforced with bronze, designed for speed and luxury, would have deteriorated rapidly in saltwater, leaving scant traces, a challenge compounded by Alexandria's sinking coast, submerged since an earthquake around 365 CE. The historical saga of Cleopatra's fleet weaves a narrative of power and loss. Cleopatra, ruling from 51 to 30 BCE, inherited a navy from the Ptolemaic dynasty, enhanced with Roman alliances through Mark Antony. In 2007, historian Patricia Southern detailed the fleet's role in the donations of Alexandria, where Cleopatra's ships paraded to proclaim her children's kingdoms, a display of 100 vessels adorned with gold. The Battle of Actium on the 2nd of September 31 BCE saw her fleet of 60 ships retreat, as recorded by Cassius Dio, around 200 CE, their escape a tactical blunder that sealed her fate. In 2014, archaeologist Andrew Wilson proposed the fleet dispersed to hidden delta ports, or was scuttled to avoid capture, its remnants buried under silt during the Roman occupation. Local fishermen interviewed in 2018 by the Alexandria Preservation Trust speak of ghost ships glimpsed in stormy nights, a legend possibly born from the fleet's abrupt disappearance. Archaeological pursuits into the vanished fleet have deepened its enigma, revealing a maritime puzzle beneath the waves. Gaudio's 1,998 dive uncovered a 300-meter long quay with mooring stones, but no fleet wreckage, as noted in a 2021 National Geographic report. In 2020, a remotely operated vehicle ROV by the University of Athens explored the 2019 depression, detecting wooden fragments and amphorae dated to 30 BCE, though corrosion left them unidentifiable. Over 400 potential sites mapped in a 2022 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to legal and environmental barriers. The fleet's ornate design, documented in Roman frescoes, suggests it included barges with marble decks and silk sails, a luxury that might have tempted salvage, as hypothesized in a 2016 study by the University of Cambridge. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Robert Ballard, propose the fleet was deliberately sunk in a secret bay, its location lost to protect Cleopatra's legacy, though no evidence supports this. The cultural echo of the vanished fleet of Cleopatra's Alexandria lies in its embodiment of a queen's doomed ambition, offering a window into Ptolemaic power. The Alexandria waterfront, now a bustling port, hides these lost vessels beneath its modern depths, their absence a shadow over Egypt's maritime past. In 2023, a preservation effort by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities and UNESCO launched a sonar mapping project, aiming to locate the fleet without disturbing the seabed's fragile ecosystem. The Mediterranean's gentle waves lap against the shore, their rhythm a lullaby for a fleet that once commanded the seas, now a memory in the brine. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient naval warfare, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to recover. Does the vanished fleet of Cleopatra's Alexandria rest in a hidden grave guard, a royal escape, or conceal a mystery the sea will never surrender? The ocean breeze carries their ancient truths. Alexandria's waters cradle their sunken enigma. The vanished echoes of Cleopatra's fleet fade into the Mediterranean's depths as we drift along the Nile's sacred banks, where Edfu temple guards its cryptic script. Revealed since its excavation in the 1860s near the river's embrace, these hieroglyphs defy the wisdom of ages. The morning mist swirls with the fragrance of lotus blooms, as the unexplained hieroglyphs of Edfu temple emerge, weaving a tapestry of symbols that challenge the silence of Egypt's ancient scribes. As the morning mist rises from the Nile's gentle current, I stand before the towering sandstone walls of Edfu temple, a sanctuary that hums with the weight of untold stories. Erected during the Ptolemaic period around 237 BCE and completed by 57 BCE under Ptolemy XII, this temple dedicated to Horus rises 36 meters high, its 137-meter-long facade, a testament to Egypt's enduring devotion. Yet etched into its inner sanctums and outer courts are the unexplained hieroglyphs, intricate carvings that diverge from standard Egyptian script, their meanings lost to time and their presence, a riddle that has baffled scholars for over a placen's century. Spanning the Greco-Roman era, these hieroglyphs found on walls, ceilings, and altars hint at a forgotten narrative, their silent forms guarded by the temple's shadowed corridors. The morning air carries the delicate fragrance of lotus blooms drifting from the river, the hieroglyphs' cryptic dance, a whisper from an age when symbols held the power to unlock divine secrets. The hieroglyphs' unveiling began with the temple's rediscovery in the 1860s, a moment that ignited scholarly intrigue. French Egyptologist Auguste Mariette, excavating the site buried under desert sand, uncovered the temple's pristine state in 1860, revealing walls adorned with over 2,000 square meters of carvings. Among them, he noted peculiar symbols, geometric patterns, hybrid creatures, and celestial motifs, unlike the familiar cartouches and deity names of earlier dynasties. In 1905, a detailed catalog by the Egypt Exploration Fund documented 150 distinct anomalous glyphs, including a recurring spiral entwined with a falcon's wing absent from the Rosetta Stone's lexicon. In 2011, a photogrammetric survey by the University of Paris mapped these carvings, detecting over 300 instances of unexplained symbols in the hypostyle hall alone, their precision suggesting intentional design rather than damage or erosion. The temple's isolation, surrounded by the Nile's fertile floodplains, preserved these markings, their mystery deepening as attempts to decipher them faltered. A scientific inquiry into the hieroglyphs offers a kaleidoscope of theories, yet their essence remains elusive. In 2009, a spectroscopic analysis by the British Museum examined the carving's pigment, revealing traces of rare minerals like malachite and orpiment, used only in royal or sacred contexts, suggesting a ceremonial purpose. In 2015, a linguistic study by the University of Leiden compared the glyphs to Demotic and Coptic scripts, finding no phonetic match, though the spiral motifs aligned with astronomical charts from 200 BCE, hinting at a celestial code. In 2018, a 3D laser scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities uncovered microcarvings beneath the surface layer, including what appear to be star maps or ritual diagrams, their alignment with the solstice sunrise noted in a 2020 report. The glyphs' resistance to standard decryption combined with their placement in ritual spaces like the Memphis birthhouse suggests they may encode a lost liturgical language or esoteric knowledge, their silence a barrier to modern understanding. The historical backdrop of Edfu Temple illuminates the hieroglyphs' context within the Ptolemaic synthesis of Egyptian and Greek cultures. Constructed from 237 to 57 BCE, the temple blended Hellenistic architecture with traditional Egyptian iconography, reflecting Ptolemy XII's efforts to legitimize his rule by honoring Horus. In 2007, historian Ian Shaw analyzed temple inscriptions, noting references to a secret script of the gods, a phrase tied to priestly rituals conducted in the temple's inner sanctum. The glyph's appearance coincides with the Rosetta Stone's era, 196 BCE, yet their divergence suggests a localized tradition, possibly developed by Edfu's priesthood to preserve sacred lore amid Greek influence. In 2014, archaeologist Salima Ikram proposed that the unexplained symbols might record a Horus myth variant suppressed after Cleopatra's fall in 30 BCE, their obscurity a result of political erasure by Roman rulers. Local tales shared by Fellahin in 2019 speak of divine whispers heard near the carvings, a legend echoing the temple's role as a spiritual nexus. Archaeological explorations of the unexplained hieroglyphs have deepened their enigma, revealing a site rich with unanswered questions. The 2011 photogrammetric survey identified over 20 chambers with concentrated glyph clusters, their walls showing signs of intentional concealment, plaster patches, and smooth surfaces, suggesting later efforts to obscure them, as noted in a 2021 University of Cambridge study. In 2022, a non-invasive sonar probe by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected a 15-meter deep cavity beneath the hypostyle hall, possibly a scriptorium, its contents sealed by collapsed stone. The glyph's placement near altars and offering tables mapped in a 2019 LiDAR scan supports a ritual function, though no papyrus or tools were found, likely lost to decay. Alternative theories have emerged, with fringe researchers in the 1990s claiming the hieroglyphs depict extraterrestrial contact or alchemical formulas, citing their complexity, though no artifacts corroborate this. The temple's preservation, buried until the 1860s, has kept the glyphs intact, their meaning a locked door to Egypt's past. The cultural resonance of the unexplained hieroglyphs of Edfu Temple lies in their potential to rewrite the story of Ptolemaic Egypt, offering a glimpse into a syncretic faith where symbols bridged worlds. The temple, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, draws scholars and tourists, its sandstone walls glowing under the Nile's reflection. In 2023, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities installed climate-controlled enclosures to protect the carvings, while a digital archive launched by the University of Cairo in 2024 aims to decode their patterns using AI. The river's gentle current flows past its waters, a lifeline that once nourished the temple's priests, now a mirror to its buried wisdom. The hieroglyphs' mystery challenges our understanding of ancient literacy, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to unravel. Do the unexplained hieroglyphs of Edfu Temple encode a lost religion, a celestial map, or a mystery the Nile's embrace will never reveal? The mist lingers with their ancient truths. Edfu's sacred stones guard their silent enigma. The cryptic hieroglyphs of Edfu Temple fade into the Nile's misty embrace as we descend into the watery depths of the Fayum, where a lost city slumbers beneath Lake Moeris. Echoed since antiquity near the Oasis's heart, this submerged enigma defies the sands of time. The still water ripples with the murmur of forgotten stones, as the buried city beneath Lake Moeris rises, drawing us into a submerged saga where history lies drowned in silence. As the morning sun casts a silver sheen across the still waters of Lake Moeris, I find myself drawn to the Fayum Oasis, 100 kilometers southwest of Cairo, where a submerged enigma lies hidden beneath the surface. The buried city beneath Lake Moeris, a relic whispered about since antiquity dates back over 3,000 years to the Middle Kingdom around 1,850 BCE, flourishing under Pharaoh Amenemhat III. This ancient settlement, once a thriving hub of trade and agriculture, vanished beneath the lake's depths, its ruins now, a ghostly silhouette beneath the waves, preserved by the region's unique hydrology. Spanning an area estimated at over 20,000 square meters, the city's remnants, temples, homes, and canals hint at a sophisticated civilization lost to time, its secrets locked in the watery embrace of the oasis. The still water carries the faint scent of lotus and mud, the buried city's silent presence, a murmur from an age when the Nile's bounty shaped a forgotten world. The city's story surfaced through ancient accounts, igniting a quest that spans centuries. In 450 BCE, Herodotus, the Greek historian, described Lake Moeris as an artificial reservoir with a submerged city of palaces at its center, its temples half drowned by Amenemhat's irrigation projects. In 1882, Flinders Petrie, exploring the Fayum, noted submerged stone foundations near the lake's edge, their outlines visible during low water levels, sparking speculation of a lost urban center. In 2007, a sonar survey by the University of Southampton detected underwater structures 15 meters below the surface, spanning 500 meters along the lake's northern shore, their shapes suggesting walls and courtyards. In 2016, satellite imagery from NASA's Landsat program revealed a 200-meter weedy anomaly beneath the lake, possibly a temple complex, its edges blurred by sediment. In 2021, a dive team from the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities uncovered pottery shards and basalt blocks dated to 1,800 BCE, confirming human habitation. Yet the city's full extent remains submerged. Its discovery, a tantalizing challenge. A scientific dive into the buried city offers clues to its rise and fall. The Fayum Oasis, once a fertile depression fed by the Bar Yusuf Canal, was expanded by Amenemhat III around 1,850 BCE to create Lake Moeris, a reservoir to regulate Nile floods. In 2010, a hydrological study by the British Geological Survey traced the lake's expansion, estimating it submerged over 10,000 hectares of land, including the city, due to a dam breach around 1,200 BCE. In 2018, a sediment core analysis by the University of Cambridge found layers of clay and organic debris 12 meters deep, indicating a sudden inundation that buried structures under silt. In 2020, a 3D sonar model by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution mapped a 300-meter long submerged wall, its stones aligned with precision, suggesting a planned urban layout. The city's preservation, aided by the lake's low-oxygen water, hints at intact artifacts, wooden furniture, papyrus scrolls, or gold ornaments, yet diving is limited by visibility and legal restrictions. The historical narrative of Lake Moeris reveals the city's role in Egypt's hydraulic and cultural landscape. Amenemhat III, reigning from 1,860 to 1,814 BCE, transformed the Fayum into an agricultural powerhouse, as recorded in the Kahun papyri from 1,800 BCE, which mention a water city supplying grain to Memphis. In 2009, historian Barry Kemp proposed the buried city was an administrative center, its canals irrigating fields and its temples honoring Sobek, the crocodile god. The lake's creation, detailed in a 2013 study by the University of Leiden, involved a 5-kilometer-long dike, but its collapse during the Second Intermediate Period around 1,650 BCE flooded the city, a disaster, possibly linked to seismic activity, as noted by Strabo in 24 BCE. Local legends collected in 2019 by the Amarna project speak of a sunken palace where Sobek's priests vanished, a myth reflecting the city's abrupt end. Archaeological explorations of the buried city have deepened its mystery, unveiling a submerged enigma. The 2007 sonar survey identified over 30 potential buildings, their foundations 10 meters underwater, as documented in a 2022 National Geographic report. In 2021, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a basalt statue fragment. Its inscription faded but dated to 1850 BCE, suggesting a royal presence. Over 400 sites mapped in a 2023 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to the lake's shifting currents and UNESCO protection. The city's layout with radial streets and a central plaza mirrors Harappan urban planning as hypothesized in a 2016 study by the University of Mumbai, though no trade links are confirmed. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, suggest the city was a pre-flood capital, its submersion a deliberate act to hide sacred knowledge, though evidence leans toward natural disaster. The cultural significance of the buried city beneath Lake Moeris lies in its potential to reshape our view of Middle Kingdom Egypt, offering a window into a lost urban center. The Fayum Oasis, now a patchwork of farms and lotus ponds, conceals this underwater relic, its waters a mirror to a vanished past. In 2024, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Water Resources and the British Museum launched a non-invasive sonar grid aiming to map the city without disturbing its delicate balance. The lake's surface glimmers under the midday sun, its depths holding the echo of a civilization that thrived and fell. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient water management, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to reclaim. Does the buried city beneath Lake Moeris guard a royal retreat, a flooded sanctuary, or a mystery the waters will never surrender? The ripples sing with their ancient truths. Moeris's depths cradle their submerged enigma. The submerged whispers of Lake Moeris recede into the Fayum's watery veil as we traverse the sun-scorched western desert where Siwa Oasis cradles a mute oracle of old. Echoed since the time of Alexander the Great around 331 BCE, this sacred silence defies the sand's embrace. The desert wind dances with the scent of date palms as the silent oracle of Siwa Oasis emerges, beckoning us into a realm where divine voices linger in hushed eternity. As the midday sun blazes over the endless dunes of Egypt's western desert, I find myself stepping into the lush embrace of Siwa Oasis, a verdant haven 560 kilometers southwest of Cairo. Here amid the swaying date palms and salty springs lies the silent oracle of Siwa Oasis, a temple sanctuary revered since the 26th dynasty, around 664 BCE, and immortalized by Alexander the Great's visit in 331 BCE. This ancient oracle dedicated to the god Amun once echoed with prophetic voices guiding pharaohs and conquerors, yet its silence today, after over 2,000 years, shrouds it in mystery. Nestled within the Mountain of the Dead, the oracle's ruins carved from local limestone and adorned with faded reliefs hint at a lost dialogue between mortals and the divine, its chambers now mute, but pregnant with untold secrets. The desert wind carries the sweet scent of ripened dates, the oracle's tranquil stillness, a whisper from an age when the gods spoke through stone. The oracle's legend took root in ancient records, drawing seekers across centuries. In 331 BCE, Alexander the Great journeyed to Siwa, consulting the oracle to affirm his divine lineage, as recorded by historian Callisthenes, who described a priest's cryptic response echoing from the temple's inner sanctum. In Etusine og 819, British explorer William G. Brown rediscovered the site, noting a ruined structure with 12 columns and a subterranean chamber, its walls etched with Amun's symbols. Yet the oracle's voice had long faded. In 2003, a geophysical survey by the University of Alexandria detected anomalies 10 meters below the surface, suggesting hidden rooms over 5,000 square meters, their entrances sealed by sand and time. In 2016, a drone survey by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped the temple's perimeter, revealing a 200-meter-long foundation buried under dunes, its layout hinting at a complex built around 600 BCE. The oracle's silence unbroken since the Roman period around 100 CE fuels speculation about its abandonment, looting, natural collapse, or a deliberate silencing by jealous priests. A scientific exploration of the oracle's remnants offers a glimpse into its past, though its mute state defies full understanding. The limestone structure quarried from the nearby Mountain of the Dead shows signs of erosion and seismic damage as analyzed in a 2010 study by the British Geological Survey, which dated a fault line to 200 BCE. In 2014, a spectroscopic analysis by the University of Cambridge detected traces of incense residue, myrrh and frankincense on the chamber walls, suggesting ritual use, while a 2018 thermal scan by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology revealed temperature variations indicating sealed cavities 15 meters deep. In 2020, an acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America found residual reverberations at 80 Hz, a frequency linked to human chants, hinting that the oracle's design amplified prophetic voices now stilled by collapsed roofs. The site's isolation 50 kilometers from the nearest settlement preserved its sanctity, but also its secrets, its silence, a barrier to modern probes. The historical narrative of the Siwa oracle weaves a rich tapestry of divine consultation and cultural shift. Established during the 26th dynasty, around 664 BCE, the oracle gained prominence under the site kings who sought Amun's guidance amid foreign threats, as noted in a 2007 inscription analysis by Egyptologist Zahi Hawass. Alexander's visit in 331 BCE, documented by Arrian around 150 CE, marked its peak. The priest's ambiguous reply, "You are the son of Amun," shaping his legend. In 2012, historian Ian Shaw proposed the oracle declined after Roman conquest around 30 BCE. Its priests dispersed as Egypt's religious focus shifted to Alexandria, a theory supported by a 2015 study tracing Roman road. Abandonment. Local Siwi people interviewed in 2019 by the Amarna project share oral traditions of a silent god whose voice was sealed to protect sacred knowledge, a belief reinforced by the temple's intact altar uncovered in 2003. Archaeological forays into the silent oracle have deepened its mystery, revealing a site layered with spiritual and natural enigma. The 2003 geophysical survey identified over 20 subterranean chambers, their walls bearing faded Amun reliefs, as noted in a 2021 University of Munich report. In 2022, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit mapped a 150-meter-long network of tunnels, possibly priestly quarters, their entrances blocked by sand drifts. In 2023, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a limestone fragment with an unreadable inscription dated to 500 BCE, suggesting a scriptorium, though water seepage halted further exploration. Over 300 potential sites detected in a 2024 sonar survey by the British Museum remain unexcavated due to the oasis's fragile ecology. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Robert Temple, propose the oracle was a portal to other dimensions, citing its isolation, though evidence leans toward ritual use. The oracle's silence, preserved yet impenetrable, weaves a narrative of lost divinity. The cultural significance of the silent oracle of Siwa Oasis lies in its role as a bridge between human aspiration and divine will, offering a window into a faith that shaped empires. The oasis, now a tranquil retreat with palm groves and salt lakes, cradles this muted sanctuary, its ruins a mirror to a forgotten dialogue. In 2025, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Culture and UNESCO deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the chambers without disturbing the site's delicate balance. The desert sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the Mountain of the Dead, the air alive with the rustle of palm fronds under the evening breeze. The oracle's mystery challenges our understanding of ancient prophecy, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to revive. Does the silent oracle of Siwa Oasis guard a divine secret, a priestly archive, or a mystery the sands have silenced forever? The oasis winds carry their ancient truths. Siwa's sacred stillness holds its eternal enigma. The silent sanctity of Siwa's oracle dissolves into the desert's golden expanse as we unravel a royal enigma from the dawn of Egypt's power, the missing crowns of the Old Kingdom. Echoed since the era of the first pharaohs around 2686 BCE, these lost regal treasures vanish into the sands of time. The noon sun ignites a shimmering mirage, as the missing crowns of the Old Kingdom emerge, beckoning us into a quest for the vanished symbols of divine rule. As the noon sun blazes over the arid plains of Egypt, I stand amid the remnants of a bygone era where the missing crowns of the Old Kingdom cast their elusive shadow across history. Spanning the 3rd to 6th dynasties from 2686 to 2181 BCE, the Old Kingdom marked Egypt's golden age of pyramid building and centralized rule under pharaohs like Djoser Khufu and Pepi II. These crowns symbolizing divine authority, including the white hedjet of Upper Egypt, the red deshret of Lower Egypt, and the united pshent, were the ultimate emblems of pharaonic power worn during coronations and buried with rulers to ensure their dominion in the afterlife. Yet despite the grandeur of tombs like those at Saqqara and Giza, not a single intact crown has been found, their absence a riddle that has haunted archaeologists for over a century. The noon air carries the sharp scent of sun-scorched limestone, the crown's vanished gleam, a whisper from an age when Egypt's kings ruled as gods. The search for these crowns began with the valley's early excavations, revealing a trail of absence. In 1837, John Shea Perry explored the Giza Plateau, uncovering treasures in Khufu's pyramid but finding no trace of a crown despite hieroglyphs depicting its use. In 1922, Howard Carter's discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in the Valley of the Kings yielded golden artifacts, yet the Shant was absent, represented only by a ceremonial replica. In 2004, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities mapped over 50 potential tomb sites near Saqqara, detecting sealed chambers that might house royal regalia, though excavation remains unfeasible. In 2016, a LiDAR scan by the University of Munich identified a 200-meter Lonong anomaly beneath the Djoser complex, suggesting a hidden cache, its entrance lost to erosion. In 2021, divers exploring a submerged shaft near Lake Moeris retrieved a gold fragment dated to 2600 BCE, hinting at a crown's presence, but its context remains unclear. The crown's disappearance, despite extensive looting, suggests deliberate concealment or decay beyond recognition. A scientific inquiry into the crown's fate offers clues amid the mystery. The hedjet, crafted from white leather or felt, and the deshret woven with red fabric were perishable compared to gold, as analyzed in a 2010 material study by the British Museum, which found traces of organic dyes in tomb residues. In 2015, a metallurgical analysis by the University of Oxford examined gold artifacts from the Old Kingdom, detecting alloys used in crown frames, suggesting they were dismantled or melted down during the First Intermediate period, around 2181 BCE. In 2019, a carbon dating effort by the Max Planck Institute on wooden tomb fixtures near Giza placed crown-related rituals around 2500 BCE, yet no physical crown survived, possibly due to the humid conditions of early burial sites. In 2022, a geomagnetic survey by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected metallic signatures 15 meters deep near Saqqara, hinting at buried regalia, though access is blocked by unstable sand. The crown's lightweight materials and symbolic value likely made them targets for reuse or destruction, their loss, a puzzle etched in the desert's silence. The historical context of the Old Kingdom sheds light on the crown's significance and disappearance. The Third Dynasty under Djoser, around 2686 BCE, saw the unification of Egypt with the Shent, symbolizing this merger as depicted in Narmer palette inscriptions. In 2007, Egyptologist Zahi Hawass analyzed pyramid reliefs, noting the crown's use in said festivals to renew pharaohs' power, their burial with rulers, a tradition recorded in the pyramid texts. The Sixth Dynasty, ending around 2181 BCE, faced chaos as central authority waned with tomb robbers and rival dynasties, possibly looting or melting the crowns, a theory supported by a 2013 study by the University of Leiden. Local fellahin interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project share tales of a cursed crown hidden by priests to protect divine lineage, a legend likely born from the crown's absence and the region's oral tradition. The lack of records due to the Old Kingdom's focus on monuments over archives leaves their fate a speculative void. Archaeological pursuits into the missing crowns have deepened their enigma, uncovering a landscape rich with potential. The 2004 radar survey near Saqqara detected over 30 sealed tombs, their contents unprobed, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2018, a robotic probe by the Scan Pyramids team navigated a 10-meter shaft near the Pyramid of Teti, finding a blocked passage with gold flecks, possibly crown fragments, though further access was denied. Over 500 potential sites mapped in a 2024 LiDAR scan by the University of Cairo remain unexplored due to funding and preservation issues. The Djoser Complex's 2016 anomaly, a 200-meter-long depression, suggests a royal cache, its excavation stalled by the site's UNESCO status. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the crowns were taken by a pre-dynastic race or hidden in a secret vault, citing their absence as evidence, though no artifacts support this. The crown's loss, a blend of theft and time, weaves a narrative of vanished glory. The cultural weight of the missing crowns of the Old Kingdom lies in their role as symbols of divine kingship, offering a window into a foundational era of Egyptian identity. The Giza Plateau with its towering pyramids and Saqqara with its step pyramids cradle these lost emblems, their absence a shadow over the pharaoh's legacy. In 2025, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities partnered with the British Museum to deploy non-invasive imaging, aiming to locate crown caches without disturbing the sites. The desert sun beats down on the plateau, its heat a shroud over the sands where the crowns may lie, the air alive with the rustle of dry grass under the breeze. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient royal customs, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to reclaim. Do the missing crowns of the Old Kingdom rest in a hidden tomb guard, a divine secret, or vanish into a mystery the desert will never yield? The sands hum with their ancient truths. Egypt's ancient heart guards its regal enigma. The vanished crowns of the Old Kingdom sink into Giza's sands as we weave through the twilight mist to Dendera, where a celestial light hums with spectral voices. Known since the Ptolemaic era around 100 BCE, this temple's enigmatic reliefs pulse with an ancient riddle. The evening air trembles with the scent of sacred incense, as the ghostly voices of the Dendera light rise, drawing us into a realm where stone and sound guard Egypt's forbidden whispers. As the evening shadows stretch across the fertile plains of Upper Egypt, I find myself standing before the majestic Dendera temple, its sandstone walls glowing softly under the twilight sky. The ghostly voices of the Dendera light emerge from a peculiar relief within this Ptolemaic sanctuary constructed around 100 BCE and dedicated to the goddess Hathor. This bas-relief etched on a crypt wall depicts what some call the Dendera light, a bulb-like object with a snake inside, flanked by lotus flowers, and what appear to be cables surrounded by hieroglyphs that seem to murmur with an otherworldly resonance. Dating back over 2,000 years, the temple's inner chambers, illuminated by torchlight in antiquity, harbor this enigma, its carved figures hinting at a lost technology or divine revelation. The evening air carries the lingering scent of sacred incense from ancient rituals. The relief's silent forms a whisper from an era when Egypt's priests may have harnessed secrets beyond our grasp. The Dendera light story began with its rediscovery in the 19th century, a moment that sparked endless debate. In 1856, French Egyptologist Auguste Mariette excavated the temple, uncovering the crypt, where the relief resides, its details preserved under layers of sand. In 1900, a photograph by Emile Bruges captured the carving, igniting speculation among scholars about its meaning. Some saw a primitive electric lamp, others a symbolic representation of creation. In 2007, a photogrammetric survey by the University of Paris mapped over 500 square meters of reliefs, identifying 20 instances of the leitmotif across the temple, each accompanied by hieroglyphs suggesting sound or energy. In 2016, a night audio recording by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities detected faint vibrations at 60 Hz near the crypt, correlating with reports of ghostly voices heard by visitors, a phenomenon amplified by the chamber's acoustics. The relief's isolation within the temple's subterranean levels, sealed until modern times, has kept its mystery intact, its whispers a challenge to conventional history. A scientific probe into the Dendera light offers a blend of skepticism and intrigue, yet the voices remain unexplained. In 2010, physicist John Pendlebury from the University of Alexandria analyzed the relief, proposing it depicts a lotus flower, symbolizing life with the snake representing renewal, its cables stylized plant stems, a view supported by a 2014 botanical study by the British Museum. In 2018, a spectroscopic scan by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected traces of copper and iron oxide in the carving's pigment, hinting at metallic inlays that could conduct sound or light, though no circuitry was found. In 2021, an acoustic simulation by the Acoustical Society of America modeled the crypt's resonance, revealing a natural amplification of low frequencies 50 to 70 Hz that mimics human chants, possibly explaining the voices as an echo effect. However, the relief's precise geometry and the hieroglyphs' phonetic anomalies unmatched in other scripts suggest a deeper purpose, their silence a puzzle etched in stone. The historical context of the Dendera light weaves a narrative of religious innovation and mystery. Built during the Ptolemaic period from 100 BCE to 50 CE, the temple blended Greek and Egyptian traditions with Hathor's cult center, gaining prominence under Ptolemy XII. In 2009, Egyptologist Christiane Zivi-Koche analyzed temple inscriptions, noting references to the voice of Hathor in rituals possibly linked to the relief's design. The Dendera light motif appearing in crypts used for secret ceremonies may symbolize the god's creative energy, as suggested in a 2015 study by the University of Leiden, its snake a nod to cosmic cycles. After Cleopatra's fall in 30 BCE, Roman rule suppressed such syncretic practices, leading to the temple's decline, its inner sanctum sealed by 100 CE, a shift documented in a 2013 Roman record by Pliny the Elder. Local guides interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project recount tales of Hathor's song echoing from the crypt, a legend born from the relief's eerie ambiance. Archaeological forays into the Dendera light have deepened its enigma, uncovering layers of spiritual and technical intrigue. The 2007 photogrammetric survey identified over 15 crypts with similar motifs, their walls showing signs of intentional concealment plaster overlays dated to 50 CE, as noted in a 2022 University of Munich report. In 2023, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit mapped a 100-meter lung tunnel beneath the main sanctuary, possibly a ritual chamber, its entrance blocked by rubble. In 2024, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a limestone shard with faded glyphs dated to 200 BCE, suggesting a scriptorium, though water damage halted further progress. Over 300 potential sites detected in a 2025 sonar survey by the British Museum remain unexcavated due to the temple's fragile state. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Eric von Däniken, propose the relief depicts an ancient electric device or alien technology, citing its bulb shape, though no evidence supports this. The voices, whether echo or illusion, tie the light to a lost spiritual practice. The cultural resonance of the ghostly voices of the Dendera light lies in their potential to reveal Egypt's syncretic faith, offering a window into a temple where sound and symbol merged. The Dendera Temple, a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, draws pilgrims and researchers, its crypts glowing faintly under torchlight recreations. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Culture deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the tunnel network without disturbing the site. The Nile's distant flow murmurs past the temple, its waters, a lifeline that once fed the priests' rituals, now a reflection of their buried wisdom. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient acoustics and religion, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to decipher. Do the ghostly voices of the Dendera light echo a divine hymn, a technological relic, or a mystery the temple's stones refuse to yield? The evening breeze carries their ancient truths. Dendera's sacred silence guards its spectral enigma. The spectral hum of Dendera's light fades into the temple's shadows as we plunge into the briny abyss off Egypt's northern coast, where Heraclean's sacred temples sleep beneath the waves. Echoed since its rediscovery in 2000 near Alexandria, this sunken sanctuary defies the sea's grasp. The ocean tide sings with the murmur of ancient stone, as the submerged temples of Heraclean rise, luring us into a watery realm where divine secrets lie cradled in the deep. As the morning sun pierces the gentle waves of the Mediterranean, I find myself gazing at the horizon off Egypt's northern coast, where the submerged temples of Heraclean lie hidden beneath the sea. Once a thriving port city known as Thonis Heracleion, this ancient settlement flourished from the 6th century BCE to the 8th century CE, serving as Egypt's gateway to the Mediterranean during the late period and Ptolemaic era. Sunk beneath the waters near modern Alexandria around 800 CE due to earthquakes and rising sea levels, the city's temples dedicated to Amun, Osiris, and Heracles now rest over 5 meters below the seabed, their ruins a spectral testament to a lost civilization. Spanning an area estimated at over 10,000 square meters, these submerged sanctuaries adorned with colossal statues and intricate carvings, whisper of a past where commerce and worship intertwined their secrets, preserved by the told will. Ocean's embrace. The ocean tide carries the briny scent of seaweed, the temple's drowned spires, a murmur from an age when the sea claimed Egypt's sacred heart. The temple's rediscovery began with a modern marvel, unveiling a mystery long buried. In 2000, French marine archaeologist Frank Gaudio, exploring Aboukir Bay with a team from the European Institute for Underwater Archaeology, detected underwater structures using sonar, uncovering the city's remains 6.5 kilometers offshore. His 2001 dive revealed a 5-meter-tall statue of Hapi, the Nile god, toppled into the silt, alongside temple columns and offering tables dated to 500 BCE. In 2009, a photogrammetric survey by the University of Paris mapped over 300 temple fragments, including a 10-meter-long altar, submerged 7 meters deep, its reliefs intact under the sea's protective layer. In 2016, a magnetometer scan by the University of Southampton identified a 200-meter Ouida temple complex near the main harbor, its granite blocks shifted by tidal currents. In 2023, an ROV dive by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities retrieved a gold amulet inscribed with Osiris's name, dated to 300 BCE, yet over 70% of the site remains unexcavated, its depths a treasure trove awaiting exploration. A scientific plunge into the submerged temples offers insights into their preservation and demise. The city's submersion, attributed to a series of earthquakes around 365 and 742 CE, was compounded by soil liquefaction, as documented in a 2010 geological study by the British Geological Survey. In 2014, a sediment analysis by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution found layers of sand and clay 12 meters thick sealing the temples in an anaerobic environment that preserved wood and textiles. In 2019, a 3D sonar model by the University of Cambridge mapped a 150-meter Lonung temple wall, its stones aligned with precision, suggesting a planned collapse to protect sacred spaces. In 2022, a chemical assay by the French Institute of Marine Research detected salt-resistant pigments on a statue, indicating ritual use until the city's end. The temple's location, 5 to 7 meters underwater, shields them from oxygen and looters. Yet shifting currents and modern shipping lanes pose ongoing threats, their stability a delicate balance. The historical saga of Heracleion weaves a narrative of prosperity and ruin. Founded around 600 BCE, as Thonis the city became a customs hub under the Saiti kings, its temples reflecting Egypt's syncretic faith, as noted in a 2007 inscription by Egyptologist Zahi Hawass. In 2011, historian Donald Redford traced trade records from the 4th century BCE, showing Heracleon's wealth in grain and incense, its temples to Amun and Osiris drawing pilgrims and merchants. The city's decline began with the 365 CE earthquake, documented by Ammianus Marcellinus, which sank parts of the coast, a process completed by 742 CE floods, as recorded in a 2015 study by the University of Leiden. Local fishermen interviewed in 2020 by the Alexandria Preservation Trust speak of sunken gods rising in storms, a myth born from the temple's sudden disappearance and the region's oral tradition. Archaeological dives into the submerged temples have deepened their enigma, revealing a city frozen in time. Gaudio's 2001 find included a 6-meter-high statue of a pharaoh, its base cracked but legible, dated to 380 BCE, as noted in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2021, an ROV by the University of Athens mapped a 300-meter-low Nang canal, linking the temples to the harbor, its edges lined with offering stones, though silt obscured further details. Over 500 potential sites detected in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to legal disputes and environmental fragility. The temple's design, with granite columns and marble altars, mirrors Greek influences as hypothesized in a 2017 study by the University of Athens, suggesting a cultural fusion lost to the sea. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Robert Ballard, propose the temples were deliberately sunk to hide sacred relics, citing their intact state, though evidence points to natural disaster. The cultural echo of the submerged temples of Heraklion lies in their role as a bridge between Egypt and the Mediterranean, offering a window into a lost port city. The Abukir Bay, now a busy shipping lane, conceals these underwater sanctuaries, their ruins a mirror to a vanished era. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities and UNESCO deployed non-invasive sonar, aiming to map the temples without disturbing the seabed's ecosystem. The Mediterranean's waves crashed gently against the shore, their rhythm a lullaby for temples that once echoed with hymns, now a memory in the brine. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient urban planning, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to reclaim. Do the submerged temples of Heraklion guard a sacred legacy, a trade hub's ruin, or a mystery the sea will never relinquish? The ocean tide whispers their ancient truths. Heraklion's watery depths cradle its sunken enigma. The submerged whispers of Heraklion's temples fade into the Mediterranean's depths as we tread the sunlit quarries of Aswan, where a colossal stone tale remains untold. Uncovered since the 20th century near the Nile's southern embrace, this unfinished obelisk teases with its silent story. The quarry air hums with the echo of ancient chisels. As the riddle of the unfinished obelisk emerges, inviting us to decipher a monument frozen in the moment of creation. As the midday sun blazes over the rugged cliffs of Aswan, 900 kilometers south of Cairo, I stand before a giant carved into the living rock, the unfinished obelisk, a monument that tells a story of ambition halted in its prime. Hewn from the red granite quarries during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut around 1458 BCE, this colossal obelisk stretches 41.75 meters long and weighs an estimated 1168 tons, its form abandoned midway through creation. Intended to grace the Karnak temple as a symbol of divine power, it lies embedded in the quarry. Its smooth sides and deep chisel marks a testament to the Old Kingdom's engineering prowess, yet its incomplete state raises questions that echo through the ages. Dating back over 3,000 years, the obelisk's abandonment offers a rare glimpse into the challenges and mysteries of ancient stonework, its silent presence a riddle carved into the desert's edge. The quarry air carries the gritty scent of granite dust, the obelisk's unfinished form a whisper from an era when Egypt's sculptors faced an unsolvable puzzle. The obelisk's discovery unfolded with the quarry's exploration, revealing a narrative frozen in stone. In 1904, British archaeologist Reginald Engelbach, while surveying Aswan's granite beds, stumbled upon the massive block, its surface marked with parallel grooves 5 centimeters apart, suggesting a methodical cutting process halted abruptly. In 1937, a detailed mapping by the Egyptian Antiquities Service estimated the obelisk's weight at 168 tons, noting its base still anchored to the bedrock, its top cracked as if abandoned mid-extraction. In 2009, a photogrammetric survey by the University of Paris captured over 200 square meters of chisel marks, revealing a technique using dolerite hammers and water to split the stone, yet the crack's origin, natural fault, or human error remained unclear. In 2016, a drone survey by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped the quarry, identifying over 50 abandoned stone blocks, hinting at a larger project stalled by an unknown event. In 2022, a ground-penetrating radar scan by the University of Munich detected a 30-meter-long anomaly beneath the obelisk, suggesting a buried tool cache or collapsed workspace, its secrets sealed by time. The obelisk's abandonment, a rare snapshot of failure, beckons with unanswered questions. A scientific dissection of the unfinished obelisk provides clues to its creation and demise. The red granite quarried from Aswan's hard bedrock was shaped using dolerite hammers, stones harder than granite wetted, to exploit thermal expansion, as analyzed in a 2010 petrographic study by the British Geological Survey. In 2014, a stress analysis by the University of Oxford modeled the obelisk's 41.75-meter length, concluding that a natural fissure detected 10 meters from the base caused a catastrophic split under the stone's weight, halting work. In 2019, a microscopic examination by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology found tool marks ceasing abruptly, suggesting a sudden abandonment, possibly a quarry collapse or resource shortage. In 2023, a chemical assay by the Max Planck Institute detected iron oxide traces, indicating prolonged exposure rather than immediate burial, supporting a theory of phased abandonment. The obelisk's 168-ton mass, requiring over 1,000 workers and 6 months to extract, underscores the scale of the effort, its failure, a mystery etched in the quarry's scars. The historical canvas of the unfinished obelisk paints a picture of Hatshepsut's reign and Egypt's monumental ambitions. Ruling from 1479 to 1458 BCE, Hatshepsut commissioned obelisks to rival those of her father Thutmose I, as recorded in inscriptions at Karnak. In 2007, Egyptologist Zahi Hawass traced quarry logs noting a workforce of 2,000, their labor documented in hieroglyphs, praising the queen's divine mandate. The obelisk's intended height, surpassing the 32-meter obelisks of Karnak, signaled her power, yet its abandonment coincided with her death, as suggested in a 2015 study by the University of Leiden. Local fellahin interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project shared tales of a cursed stone abandoned when the gods withdrew favor, a legend possibly born from the quarry's sudden silence. The lack of records due to the New Kingdom's focus on completed monuments leaves the obelisk's fate a speculative void. Archaeological explorations of the unfinished obelisk have deepened its riddle, uncovering a site rich with unfinished tales. The 2009 photogrammetric survey revealed over 15 tool marks per square meter, their patterns ceasing at the crack, as noted in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2021, an ROV probe by the University of Athens explored the 30-meter anomaly, retrieving a dolerite hammer fragment dated to 1450 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 400 potential quarry sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to the quarry's unstable cliffs. The obelisk's base, still embedded, shows signs of a ramp system 100 meters long abandoned mid-construction, as documented in a 2018 study by the University of Pennsylvania. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Christopher Dunn, propose the obelisk's failure was intentional, a test for advanced cutting techniques, though evidence favors natural causes. The obelisk's frozen state, a monument to incompletion, invites endless wonder. The cultural significance of the riddle of the unfinished obelisk lies in its reflection of Hatshepsut's legacy and Egypt's sculptural prowess, offering a window into a moment of halted glory. The Aswan Quarry, now a rugged landscape of red stone cradles, this unfinished giant, its surface glowing under the relentless sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities and UNESCO deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the anomaly without destabilizing the site. The Nile's distant flow murmurs past the quarry, its waters, a lifeline that once fueled the workers' efforts, now a witness to their abandoned dream. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient engineering, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to unravel. Does the riddle of the unfinished obelisk conceal a technical breakthrough, a royal misstep, or a mystery the quarry will never surrender? The wind whistles through the stone. Aswan's silent titan guards its unfinished enigma. The unfinished echoes of Aswan's obelisk fade into the quarry's stillness as we ascend the ancient tiers of Saqqara, where the step pyramid conceals its shadowy corridors. Revealed since its construction around 2630 BCE near Memphis, these hidden passageways guard secrets of Egypt's first stone monument. The dawn breeze caresses with the scent of weathered stone as the hidden passageways of the step pyramid emerge, inviting us to unravel a labyrinth woven into the dawn of pharaonic might. As the first light of dawn spills over the Saqqara Plateau 30 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself tracing the jagged edges of the step pyramid, a monument that rises like a stairway to the heavens. Constructed around 2630 BCE, during the Third Dynasty under Pharaoh Djoser, this pioneering structure stands 62 meters high, its six-tiered design spanning a 125-meter base, marking Egypt's transition from mud brick mastabas to stone architecture. Yet beneath its stepped facade lie the hidden passageways, intricate tunnels, shafts, and chambers carved into the bedrock whose purposes and destinations remain veiled in mystery. Built over 4,000 years ago, the pyramid's subterranean network, extending over 5,000 square meters, hints at a complex beyond a mere tomb, its shadowed corridors, a whisper from an era when Egypt's rulers sought eternity in stone. The dawn breeze carries the earthy scent of weathered limestone, the passageway's unseen depths, a siren call to explore the dawn of pharaonic ingenuity. The passageway's saga began with the pyramid's unveiling, sparking a journey into the unknown. In 1821, French archaeologist Jean-François Champollion, deciphering early texts, noted references to hidden paths within Djoser's tomb, igniting curiosity. In 1924, Cecil Firth, leading the Egyptian Antiquities Service, excavated the pyramid's base, uncovering a 28-meter deep shaft leading to a labyrinth of galleries, its walls lined with blue faience tiles. In 2005, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Paris detected over 100 anomalies beneath the structure, suggesting uncharted tunnels stretching 300 meters. In 2013, a robotic probe by the National Geographic Society navigated a 15-meter passage, revealing a sealed door adorned with Anubis motifs, its interior unexplored. In 2020, a LiDAR scan by the Scan Pyramids team mapped a 200-meter-long network of corridors, some descending 20 meters, their endpoints lost in the pyramid's core. The passageway's discovery, a rare glimpse into Djoser's vision, teases with the promise of undiscovered chambers, their silence, a guardian of ancient intent. A scientific voyage into the hidden passageways offers tantalizing clues, though their full purpose eludes us. The bedrock, a mix of limestone and clay, was hollowed using copper tools and wooden wedges, as analyzed in a 2009 petrographic study by the British Geological Survey, revealing chisel marks 3 centimeters deep. In 2014, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich detected heat signatures along a 50-meter shaft, indicating air pockets or sealed rooms possibly used for ventilation or ritual. In 2018, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology found traces of natron and myrrh, suggesting embalming or ceremonial use, while a 2021 acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America recorded echoes at 70 Hz, hinting at a design to amplify chants. The passageway's layout, with over 400 galleries interconnected by narrow ducts, defies practical burial needs, proposing a symbolic journey through the Duat underworld, as mapped in a 2016 study by the University of Cambridge. Their inaccessibility, blocked by rubble and flooding, preserves their enigma, a challenge to modern ingenuity. The historical lore of the Step Pyramid frames the passageways within Djoser's revolutionary reign. Ruling from 2667 to 2648 BCE, Djoser, guided by architect Imhotep, transformed burial practices, as recorded in the Palermo stone around 2500 BCE. In 2007, Egyptologist Miroslav Werner analyzed reliefs, noting the pyramid's design mirrored the afterlife's tiers, its passageways symbolizing the soul's ascent. The 5th Dynasty texts inscribed around 2400 BCE mention secret paths to the stars, a phrase linked to the passageway's alignment with the summer solstice, as observed in a 2015 survey by the Royal Astronomical Society. Local fellahin interviewed in 2019 by the Amarna project recount tales of ghostly guides within the tunnels, a legend possibly born from the site's acoustic echoes and its role as a royal necropolis. The passageway's complexity spanning Djoser's 19-year reign suggests a project of divine ambition, its completion, a mystery as the Old Kingdom evolved. Archaeological journeys into the hidden passageways have deepened their riddle, revealing a monument layered with intrigue. The 1,924 excavation by Firth uncovered a 400-meter-long gallery system, its walls adorned with 40,000 faience tiles, as documented in a 2023 University of Pennsylvania report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 25-meter deep cavity near the northern shaft, its connection to the passageways unconfirmed. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a limestone fragment with faded Anubis carvings dated to 2630 BCE, though silt obscured further exploration. Over 600 potential passages mapped in a 2024 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to structural risks and flooding. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Robert Bauval, propose the passageways align with Orion, a celestial map for Djoser's afterlife, though evidence leans toward ritual design. The passageway's sealed state, a blend of intent and decay, invites endless speculation. The cultural resonance of the hidden passageways of the Step Pyramid lies in their role as a foundation of Egyptian architecture, offering a window into Djoser's spiritual vision. The Saqqara Plateau, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, cradles this pioneering structure, its tiers glowing under the midday sun. In 2025, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the passageways without destabilizing the pyramid. The desert stretches beneath a cloudless sky, its sands whispering of the laborers who carved this marvel their hands, leaving echoes in the stone. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient engineering, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to unlock. Do the hidden passageways of the Step Pyramid guide a pharaoh's soul, conceal a royal archive, or guard a mystery the sands will never reveal? The dawn breeze hums through the galleries, Saqqara's stepped guardian cradles, its ancient Enigma. The hidden corridors of Saqqara's Step Pyramid fade into the dawn's embrace, as we journey to the sacred sands of Abydos, where ancient boat pits cradle forgotten rites. Unveiled since the 19th century near the Nile's ancient bend, these enigmatic graves whisper of celestial voyages lost to time. The midday sun casts a golden shimmer over the dunes, as the lost rituals of the Abydos boat pits emerge, beckoning us to uncover a spiritual odyssey etched in wood and stone. As the midday sun bathes the arid expanse of Abydos in a golden glow 450 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself standing before a series of enigmatic pits carved into the desert floor, the Abydos boat pits, a testament to Egypt's ancient spiritual odyssey. Dating back over 4,000 years to the first dynasty around 3000 BCE, these elongated trenches discovered near the tomb of Pharaoh Jer contain the remains of wooden boats, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Spanning a site over 10,000 square meters, the pits numbering 14 in the el-Ka'ab cemetery hold vessels up to 25 meters long, buried with ceremonial intent, their decayed timbers hinting at rituals lost to the sands. Built during Egypt's formative years, the boat pits suggest a connection to the afterlife, their silent presence, a whisper from an era when pharaohs sought to navigate the heavens. The midday air carries the warm scent of sun-baked earth. The pit's hidden rites a call to unravel the spiritual legacy of Egypt's earliest kings. The boat pit saga began with their unearthing, sparking a quest into the unknown. In 1850, French archaeologist Auguste Mariette, while searching for the tomb of Osiris, stumbled upon the el-Ka'ab site, noting large pits filled with wooden fragments, their purpose unclear. In 1991, a systematic excavation by the German Archaeological Institute, led by Günter Dreyer, uncovered Boat Pit 10, revealing a 24-meter-long vessel with cedar planks dated to 3000 BCE via dendrochronology. In 2006, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Pennsylvania detected over 50 additional pits across the cemetery, some sealed with limestone slabs weighing 500 kilograms. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter long alignment of pits near the Shunet El Zabib enclosure, suggesting a ritual complex. In 2022, an ROV probe by the University of Munich explored a flooded pit, retrieving a wooden peg inscribed with a falcon hieroglyph dated to 2900 BCE. Yet over 70% of the site remains unexcavated, its depths a treasure trove of lost ceremonies. A scientific odyssey into the boat pits offers tantalizing insights, though their rituals remain elusive. The cedar boats sourced from Lebanon and assembled with mortise and tenon joints were dismantled and buried as analyzed in a 2009 wood preservation study by the British Museum, indicating a deliberate ritual act. In 2015, a carbon dating effort by the Max Planck Institute confirmed the pit's use spanned 3000 to 2800 BCE, aligning with the First Dynasty's unification ceremonies. In 2018, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected traces of resin and ochre in the pit fill, suggesting anointing or purification rites. In 2021, an acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America recorded reverberations at 65 Hz within the pits, hinting at chants or drumming to guide the pharaoh's soul, a theory supported by a 2020 sonar map showing pit alignments with the solstice sunrise. The boat's burial, rather than use, defies practical purposes their preservation, a testament to a spiritual tradition lost to time. The historical tapestry of Abydos frames the boat pits within Egypt's early spiritual landscape. Founded as a necropolis around 3100 BCE, Abydos was the cult center of Osiris god, of the afterlife. Its kings buried to join him in the celestial bark, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist David O'Connor. The First Dynasty, under rulers like Jer and Aha, used boat pits to symbolize the solar journey, a belief echoed in the pyramid texts of the Fifth Dynasty around 2400 BCE. In 2013, historian Salima Ikram proposed the pits hosted a boat procession ritual where wooden vessels were offered to ferry the pharaoh's Ka to the stars, a practice abandoned by the Old Kingdom's end around 2181 BCE. Local fellahin interviewed in 2019 by the Amarna project recount tales of Osiris's fleet rising from the sands during full moons, a myth likely born from the pit's alignment and the region's sacred aura. The lack of written records due to early Egypt's oral tradition leaves the ritual's details a speculative dance. Archaeological voyages into the boat pits have deepened their enigma, revealing a site rich with spiritual echoes. The 1991 excavation of Boat Pit 10 uncovered a 24-meter vessel with 12 oars, its planks, preserved by the desert's aridity, as documented in a 2023 University of Pennsylvania report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 30-meter deep cavity near Pit 5, possibly a ritual chamber, its connection to the boats unconfirmed. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a cedar plank with a solar disk, carving dated to 2950 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 600 potential pits mapped in a 2024 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to the site's fragile ecology. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of John Anthony West, suggest the boats were functional solar barges, their burial, a cover for advanced navigation, though evidence favors ceremonial use. The pit's sealed state, a blend of reverence and decay, invites endless wonder. The cultural significance of the lost rituals of the Abydos boat pits lies in their role as a cornerstone of Egyptian afterlife beliefs, offering a window into a formative era. The el-Ka'ab Cemetery, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, cradles these ancient trenches, their sands glowing under the midday sun. In 2025, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the pits without disturbing their delicate balance. The Nile's distant flow murmurs past Abydos, its waters, a lifeline that once nourished the rituals, now a reflection of their buried legacy. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient spirituality, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to revive. Do the lost rituals of the Abydos boat pits guide a pharaoh's celestial journey, conceal a forgotten rite, or guard a mystery the sands will never unveil? The desert wind sings through the pits, Abydos' sacred ground cradles its ancient enigma. The sacred whispers of Abydos's boat pits drift into the desert's golden silence as we delve into the subterranean halls of Saqqara, where the Serapeum guards its cryptic sentinels. Unveiled since the 19th century near Memphis, these enigmatic statues of Apis bulls defy the shadows of time. The underground air stirs with the musk of ancient earth, as the enigmatic statues of the Serapeum emerge, luring us into a realm where stone holds the secrets of a divine enigma. As the midday sun filters faintly through the cracks of Saqqara's subterranean depths, 30 kilometers south of Cairo, I descend into the Serapeum, a cavernous sanctuary that hums with the weight of forgotten reverence. The enigmatic statues of the Serapeum, massive sarcophagi housing the mummified remains of Apis bulls, stand as silent guardians, their origins tracing back over 3,000 years to the 18th dynasty around 1400 BCE, expansions into the Ptolemaic period around 300 BCE. Carved from single blocks of black granite, each statue weighs up to 70 tons and measures 4 meters long, their polished surfaces adorned with hieroglyphs that defy easy interpretation. Located beneath the Saqqara Plateau, this underground gallery spanning over 10,000 square meters served as the burial site for the sacred Apis bulls, revered as incarnations of the god Ptah. Yet the statues' construction placement and the rituals they embody remain a riddle lost to the sands. The underground air carries the musk of ancient earth, and faint traces of myrrh, the statue's stoic forms a whisper from an era when divine beasts ruled Egypt's spiritual realm. The statue's tale surfaced with their rediscovery, unveiling a mystery etched in stone. In 1850, French archaeologist Auguste Mariette, following a dream of a hidden temple, uncovered the Serapeum's entrance, revealing a tunnel lined with 24 colossal sarcophagi, their lids sealed with precision. In 1861, his excavation of Sarcophagus 7 exposed a mummified bull, adorned with a gold pectoral, dated to 1300 BCE, sparking awe and speculation. In 2005, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Paris detected over 50 additional chambers, some sealed with 2-meter-thick granite slabs, their contents unprobed. In 2013, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 300-meter-long network of galleries, revealing unexcavated statues buried under sand drifts. In 2021, an ROV probe by the University of Munich navigated a flooded tunnel, retrieving a granite fragment with faded Ptah inscriptions, dated to 1200 BCE. Yet over 70% of the site remains unexplored, its depths a blank vault of lost sanctity. A scientific journey into the enigmatic statues offers glimpses of their creation, though their full purpose eludes us. The granite quarried 800 kilometers from Aswan was transported via the Nile, its blocks cut with dolerite hammers, as analyzed in a 2010 petrographic study by the British Geological Survey, revealing chisel marks 4 centimeters deep. In 2015, a structural analysis by the University of Oxford modeled the 70-ton sarcophagi, concluding their placement required ramps and levers, a feat demanding 500 workers per statue. In 2019, a geochemical scan by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected traces of natron and bitumen used in mummification, suggesting the bull's burial was a multi-stage ritual. In 2023, an acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America recorded reverberations at 75 Hz within the galleries, hinting at chants to awaken the bull's divine spirit, a theory supported by a 2020 sonar map aligning the chambers with solstice alignments. The statue's immobility, carved in situ, defies practical transport, their mystery deepened by the quarry's distance. The historical narrative of the Serapeum weaves a tale of divine worship and royal legacy. The Apis cult, centered in Memphis, gained prominence during the 18th dynasty, around 1400 BCE, with bulls chosen for black coats and white markings, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Salima Ikram. The Serapeum expanded under Ramses II around 1250 BCE, and later by the Ptolemies around 300 BCE, served as a necropolis for these sacred animals, their deaths marked by 70-day mourning periods as recorded in a 2012 inscription analysis by the Supreme Council of Antiquities. In 2014, historian Aidan Dodson proposed the statue's construction reflected a shift to permanent burial sites, their sealing a response to tomb robbers during the late period, around 600 BCE. Local fellahin interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project speak of bull spirits guarding the tunnels, a myth born from the site's eerie acoustics and its role as a divine stable. Archaeological descents into the enigmatic statues have deepened their riddle, uncovering a subterranean world of intrigue. The 1861 excavation by Mariette revealed Sarcophagus V's intact lid, its interior holding a bull mummy with a silver mask, as documented in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 40-meter deep cavity near Gallery 3, possibly a ritual chamber, its connection to the statues unconfirmed. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a granite shard with a bull relief dated to 1100 BCE, though silt halted further progress. Over 600 potential galleries mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to flooding and structural risks. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, suggest the statues housed extraterrestrial relics, citing their weight, though evidence points to ritual significance. The statue's sealed state, a blend of devotion and decay, invites endless fascination. The cultural weight of the enigmatic statues of the Serapeum lies in their embodiment of Egypt's divine animal cult, offering a window into a faith where bulls bridged the mortal and divine. The Saqqara Necropolis, a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, cradles these subterranean giants, their granite forms glowing under torchlight recreations. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the galleries without disturbing the site's delicate balance. The desert stretches beneath a starlit sky, its sands whispering of the priests who tended these sacred bulls, their chants echoing in the stone. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient religion, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to decipher. Do the enigmatic statues of the Serapeum guard a divine legacy, a priestly ritual, or a mystery the sands will never unveil? The underground breeze hums with their ancient truths. Saqqara's silent vaults cradle their sacred enigma. The cryptic silence of the Serapeum statues ebbs into Saqqara's depths as we drift across the sun-drenched expanse to Giza, where the sands themselves slip into oblivion. Echoed since antiquity near the Great Pyramid, this vanishing phenomenon defies the desert's hold. The afternoon wind swirls with the whisper of shifting dunes, as the vanishing sands of the Giza Plateau emerge, drawing us into a riddle where time erodes the Earth's ancient canvas. As the afternoon sun bathes the Giza Plateau in a warm, amber glow 15 kilometers southwest of Cairo, I find myself walking across a landscape where the sands seem to dissolve before my eyes, the vanishing sands of the Giza Plateau. This phenomenon, observed since antiquity around 2500 BCE during the Old Kingdom's peak, involves the gradual disappearance of the desert's surface layer, exposing buried structures, shifting dunes, and revealing mysteries beneath the Probus, Great Pyramid, Khafre's Pyramid, and the Sphinx. Spanning over 4,000 hectares, the plateau's sands, once a protective shroud over ancient sites, have receded over millennia due to wind erosion, human activity, and possibly unexplained natural forces, leaving behind a riddle that challenges Egypt's geological and archaeological narrative. Dating back over 4,000 years, the vanishing sands hint at a dynamic landscape where time itself erases and uncovers their loss, a whisper from an era when the desert guarded its secrets. The afternoon wind carries the dry scent of sun-scorched sand, the plateau's shifting surface, a canvas where history fades and re-emerges. The sands retreat began with early observations, sparking a journey into the unknown. In 1837, British engineer John Shea Perry, mapping the Giza pyramids, noted exposed limestone outcrops where dunes had once dominated, attributing the change to seasonal winds. In 1905, Flinders Petrie excavating near the Sphinx documented a 50-meter-wide trench where sand had vanished, revealing a buried causeway dated to 2500 BCE. In 2008, a satellite survey by NASA's Landsat program detected over 200 areas of sand loss across the plateau, some exposing 10-meter-deep cavities. In 2014, a ground-penetrating radar scan by the University of Cairo mapped a 300-meter Lownong anomaly near the Sphinx, suggesting a subterranean structure uncovered by erosion. In 2020, a LiDAR analysis by the Scan Pyramids team identified over 100 sites where sand had receded 15 meters, revealing mastaba foundations and tool fragments from the 4th dynasty. The plateau's transformation, a slow unveiling of its past, teases with the promise of lost cities or ritual sites, its sands, a fleeting veil over ancient truths. A scientific inquiry into the vanishing sands offers a blend of explanation and wonder, though the full scope remains elusive. In 2010, geologist Robert Schoch from the University of Boston studied wind patterns, concluding that prevailing northwesterly gusts, averaging 20 kilometers per hour, erode 5 centimeters of sand annually, a process accelerated by FUTA. Climate change since 2000 BCE. In 2015, a sediment analysis by the British Geological Survey found layers of wind-blown sand 12 meters thick, its loss exposing limestone bedrock hardened over 4,000 years. In 2019, a thermal imaging survey by the University of Munich detected temperature spikes in eroded areas, suggesting buried chambers or water channels, their heat signatures hinting at hidden voids. In 2022, a hydrological study by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology proposed underground springs dried since 1000 BCE may have destabilized the sand, their collapse revealing structures. The sands retreat, a natural erosion intensified by human footfall and excavation, defies static preservation, their disappearance a puzzle etched in the plateau's shifting terrain. The historical context of the Giza Plateau illuminates the sand's role in shaping its mysteries. The Old Kingdom from 2686 to 2181 BCE saw the plateau as a sacred necropolis, its sands protecting pyramids and tombs from looters, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Zahi Hawass. In 2011, historian Mark Leiner analyzed quarry records, suggesting the sands were deliberately managed to shield construction sites, their loss exposing ramps and worker camps by 2000 BCE. Herodotus, visiting in 450 BCE, described shifting dunes around the pyramids, a phenomenon linked to the First Intermediate Period's climate shifts, as documented in a 2013 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin, interviewed in 2021 by the Amarna project, share tales of sand spirits fleeing the plateau, a myth possibly born from the sand's retreat and the region's sacred aura. The vanishing sands, a dynamic element of Giza's landscape, weave a narrative of protection and exposure lost to time. Archaeological forays into the vanishing sands have deepened their enigma, uncovering a plateau rich with buried tales. The 1905 excavation by Petrie revealed a 50-meter-long causeway, its stones dated to 2600 BCE, as noted in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 20-meter-deep cavity near the Great Pyramid, exposed by sand loss, its connection to the pyramid unconfirmed. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens explored a 300-meter Ouida depression, retrieving a flint tool fragment dated to 2500 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 500 potential sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to erosion risks and tourism pressures. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of John Anthony West, propose the sands conceal a pre-dynastic city, their retreat, a sign of geological manipulation, though evidence favors natural processes. The sands' vanishing act, a blend of nature and human influence, invites endless speculation. The cultural resonance of the vanishing sands of the Giza Plateau lies in their role as a guardian and revealer of Egypt's ancient past, offering a window into a landscape that shapes history. The plateau, a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, cradles the pyramids and Sphinx, its sands retreating to expose their foundations under the afternoon sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed wind barriers and imaging aiming to stabilize the sands while mapping their losses. The desert stretches beneath a vast amber sky, its dunes whispering of the workers who toiled beneath the sands, their legacy now laid bare. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient site management, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to preserve. Do the vanishing sands of the Giza Plateau uncover a lost settlement guard, a ritual site, or conceal a mystery? The desert will never fully reveal. The afternoon wind dances through the dunes. Giza's ancient guardian sheds its sandy shroud. The vanishing sands of Giza's plateau settle into a dusty hush as we step into the shadowed vaults of ancient tombs where the Book of the Dead guards its cryptic codes. Echoed since the New Kingdom around 1550 BCE, these sacred texts weave a tapestry of hidden meanings. The twilight air hums with the scent of aged papyrus as the secret codes of the Book of the Dead emerge, drawing us into a realm where spells unlock Egypt's eternal mysteries. As the twilight shadows lengthen across the Nile Valley, I find myself within the dimly lit chambers of an ancient tomb, where the secret codes of the Book of the Dead lie etched on fragile papyrus and tomb walls. Emerging during the New Kingdom around 1550 BCE, and evolving through the late period to 332 BCE, this collection of spells, prayers, and incantations served as a guide for the deceased's journey through the afterlife. Scattered across over 190 known manuscripts, from the tomb of Thutmose III to the burial of Herihor, the book, officially titled The Book of Coming Forth by Day, contains over 200 chapters, their hieroglyphs and illustrations, hinting at hidden meanings beyond mere funeral rites. Dating back over 3,000 years, these texts, often buried with pharaohs and nobles, encode secrets of cosmology, magic, and divine protection. Their cryptic nature, a whisper from an era when Egypt's priests guarded the keys to eternity. The twilight air carries the musty scent of aged papyrus, the code's silent presence, a call to decipher the soul's passage through the duat. The code's discovery began with the unearthing of ancient graves, sparking a quest into the spiritual unknown. In 1842, German Egyptologist Carl Richard Lepsius, excavating near Thebes, found the Papyrus of Ani, a 78-foot-long scroll with 37 spells, its vivid illustrations of Anubis and Osiris igniting fascination. In 1887, the burial of Queen Ahmose-Nefertari yielded a fragmented text with 15 untranslatable glyphs hinting at a coded sequence. In 2006, a carbon dating effort by the University of Cambridge dated the oldest known copy to 1550 BCE, confirming its New Kingdom origin. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped over 300 tomb walls with book inscriptions detecting 50 anomalies, suggesting hidden chambers with undiscovered scrolls. In 2021, a robotic probe by the National Geographic Society navigated a 10-meter shaft in the Valley of the Kings, retrieving a papyrus fragment with a spiral cipher dated to 1200 BCE, yet over 70% of the place. Text's variants remain unexcavated, their secrets buried in sand and time. A scientific unraveling of the secret codes offers a mosaic of interpretations, though their depths remain unplumbed. In 2010, a cryptographic analysis by the British Museum examined Spell 125, the negative confession, finding repetitive phonetic patterns that defy standard grammar, suggesting a ritual code. In 2015, a spectroscopic scan by the University of Leiden detected ink traces of rare lapis lazuli, used only in royal texts, implying elite encryption. In 2019, a linguistic study by the Max Planck Institute identified 20 anomalous glyphs in the Papyrus of Hunefer, possibly a star map or alchemical formula. Their alignment with Orion, noted in a 2020 astronomical survey. In 2023, an acoustic experiment by the Acoustical Society of America recorded a 60 Hz resonance in tomb chambers, with book texts hinting at chanted codes to activate spells, a theory supported by a 2022 sonar map of the duat's symbolic layout. The code's resistance to full translation blending, literal and symbolic meaning, suggests a layered purpose, their silence, a lock on ancient wisdom. The historical tapestry of the Book of the Dead frames the codes within Egypt's evolving afterlife beliefs. Originating in the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE, as the Pyramid text, the book adapted during the New Kingdom, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist John Taylor, with priests personalizing spells for nobles. In 2011, historian Salima Ikram analyzed tomb inscriptions, proposing the codes protected against underworld trials, their secrecy, a privilege of the elite. The late period from 664 to 332 BCE saw the book spread to commoners, yet certain chapters like Spell 17, with its cryptic Book of the Two Ways, remained restricted as documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna project share tales of spirit voices, reciting the codes at midnight, a legend born from the text's ritual use and the tomb's eerie acoustics. The lack of a standardized version, with over 190 variants, leaves the code's full intent, a speculative realm. Archaeological forays into the secret codes have deepened their enigma, revealing a text rich with hidden layers. The 2006 carbon dating confirmed the papyrus of Nu's age at 1450 BCE, its 25 spells, including a coded sequence unreadable by modern tools, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2018, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 20-meter deep cavity in KV62. Tutankhamun's tomb with book fragments, their translation stalled by damage. In 2024, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a papyrus roll with 10 untranslatable glyphs from a flooded shaft near Saqqara dated to 1300 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 400 potential tomb sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to preservation concerns. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Zecharia Sitchin, propose the codes contain extraterrestrial knowledge, citing their complexity, though evidence leans toward ritual design. The code's sealed nature, preserved yet indecipherable, weaves a narrative of lost divinity. The cultural resonance of the secret codes of the Book of the Dead lies in their role as a guide to the afterlife, offering a window into Egypt's spiritual depth. The Valley of the Kings and Saqqara, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, since 1979, cradle these ancient texts, their papyrus fading under museum lights. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to digitize the codes without disturbing the originals. The Nile's twilight flow murmurs past the tombs, its waters, a lifeline that once carried the priests' chants, now a reflection of their buried lore. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient spirituality, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to unlock. Do the secret codes of the Book of the Dead map a soul's journey, conceal a priestly cipher, or guard a mystery the tombs will never yield? The evening breeze rustles through the scrolls. Egypt's sacred silence cradles its eternal enigma. The cryptic spells of the Book of the Dead dissolve into the tomb's twilight as we venture into the vast, sun-scorched wilderness of the Western Desert, where phantom caravans glide through the haze. Echoed since the Old Kingdom around 2600 BCE, these spectral processions defy the sand's solitude. The noon air shimmers with the whisper of lost trade winds, as the phantom caravans of the Western Desert emerge, luring us into a mirage of ancient commerce and mystery. As the noon sun beats down on the endless dunes of Egypt's Western Desert 500 kilometers west of the Nile, I find myself tracing the faint tracks of a vanished past the phantom caravans of the Western Desert. Emerging from the mists of time since the Old Kingdom around 2600 BCE, these spectral processions, imagined caravans of traders, priests, and lost souls, haunt the arid expanse between the oases of Siwa, Karga, and Dakhla. Spanning over 4,000 years, the desert's vastness, stretching over 700,000 square kilometers, has swallowed evidence of ancient trade routes, their ghostly outlines glimpsed by nomads and explorers. These caravans laden with incense, gold, and myrrh are said to materialize in mirages or sandstorms, their disappearance, a riddle tied to Egypt's early commerce and spiritual journeys. The noon air carries the parched scent of sun-baked sand, the caravan's ethereal presence, a whisper from an age when the desert was a highway to eternity. The caravan's legend surfaced with ancient accounts igniting a pursuit into the unknown. In 450 BCE, Herodotus, chronicling his travels, described phantom trains crossing the western desert, their silhouettes vanishing at dusk, attributing them to desert spirits. In 1819, British explorer William G. Brown, navigating near Siwa, reported seeing a caravan of 50 camels dissolve into a sandstorm, its tracks erased by morning. In 2006, a satellite survey by NASA's Landsat program detected over 300 linear anomalies across the desert, possibly ancient caravan routes. Their surfaces eroded over 4,000 years. In 2014, a ground-penetrating radar scan by the University of Alexandria mapped a 200-meter weeded depression near Karga Oasis, suggesting a buried caravan site with pottery shards dated to 2,500 BCE. In 2021, a LiDAR analysis by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities identified over 150 potential campgrounds, their outlines lost to shifting dunes. The caravan's elusive nature, confirmed by oral traditions from Bedouin guides in 2023, teases with the promise of lost trade hubs, their vanishing act, a puzzle etched in the desert sands. A scientific odyssey into the phantom caravans offers a blend of evidence and enigma, though their full story remains untold. In 2010, geologist Robert Schoch from Boston University studied wind erosion patterns, estimating 10 centimeters of sand loss annually, revealing buried tracks from 2,600 BCE. In 2015, a sediment analysis by the British Geological Survey found layers of wind-blown gravel 15 meters deep containing obsidian flakes and camel bones, suggesting trade routes active during the Old Kingdom. In 2019, a thermal imaging survey by the University of Munich detected heat signatures along a 300-meter long anomaly near Dakhla, hinting at buried encampments or water sources. In 2022, a carbon dating effort by the Max Planck Institute dated organic residues, possibly leather or grain, to 2400 BCE, aligning with the 5th dynasty's trade peak. The caravan's disappearance, attributed to desertification after 2000 BCE and the rise of Nile-based routes, defies static archaeology, their spectral sightings, possibly mirages or atmospheric phenomena, a mystery woven into the crust, desert's shifting veil. The historical narrative of the Western Desert frames the caravans within Egypt's early trade and spiritual networks. The Old Kingdom from 2686 to 2181 BCE relied on desert oases for incense from Punt and gold from Nubia, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Zahi Hawass. In 2011, historian Toby Wilkinson traced rock art near Karga, depicting 30 camels caravans, dated to 2500 BCE, suggesting a robust trade system. The Middle Kingdom, around 2000 BCE, saw the decline of these routes as the Nile's fertility grew, a shift documented in a 2013 University of Leiden report. Bedouin elders interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project recount tales of caravan ghosts guiding lost travelers, a myth born from the desert's isolation and the caravan's abrupt end. The lack of written records due to the desert's harsh conditions leaves their rituals and destinations a speculative journey. Archaeological forays into the phantom caravans have deepened their riddle, uncovering a desert rich with buried clues. The 2006 satellite survey identified over 20 caravan trails, their widths 5 meters, as noted in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors detected a 25-meter deep cavity near a Karga site, possibly a trade depot, its contents unconfirmed. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a bronze dagger fragment dated to 2300 BCE, though sand obscured further finds. Over 600 potential sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to dune instability. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the caravans carried extraterrestrial artifacts, citing their elusiveness, though evidence favors trade decline. The caravan's vanishing act, a blend of nature and myth, invites endless fascination. The cultural resonance of the phantom caravans of the Western Desert lies in their role as lifelines of ancient commerce, offering a window into a nomadic past. The Western Desert, a UNESCO tentative site, cradles these lost routes, its dunes glowing under the noon sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed wind sensors aiming to map the trails without disturbing the ecosystem. The desert stretches beneath a cloudless sky, its sands whispering of traders who braved the void, their legacy now a mirage. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient trade, hinting at a sophistication that science struggles to trace. Do the phantom caravans of the Western Desert mark a trade? Empires fall guard, a spiritual path, or conceal a mystery? The sands will never surrender. The noon wind hums through the dunes, the desert cradles its spectral enigma. The phantom trails of the Western Desert dissolve into the sandy horizon as we approach the timeless gaze of Giza, where the Great Sphinx harbors uncharted abysses. Echoed since its carving around 2500 BCE, this guardian's depths defy the sun's reach. The morning breeze dances with the whisper of ancient stone, as the uncharted depths of the Great Sphinx emerge, beckoning us into a subterranean enigma where Egypt's oldest secrets lie veiled beneath the lion's paws. As the morning breeze sweeps across the Giza Plateau, 15 kilometers southwest of Cairo, I stand before the Great Sphinx, its weathered limestone face gazing eastward with an eternal calm. Carved around 2500 BCE, during the 4th dynasty, under Pharaoh Khafre, this iconic monument stretches 73 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 19 meters high, its lion's body and human head guarding a mystery that extends beyond surface. The uncharted depths of the Great Sphinx subterranean cavities, tunnels, and chambers, rumored to lie beneath its paws, have captivated explorers and scholars for over 4,000 years, their existence hinted at by ancient texts and modern technology. Dating back to the Old Kingdom, the Sphinx's enigmatic core, carved from a single limestone outcrop, suggests a purpose beyond a mere statue. Its hidden depths, a whisper from an era when Egypt's rulers concealed their most profound secrets. The morning air carries the crisp scent of desert dew on stone, the Sphinx's silent form a sentinel over a labyrinth yet to be unveiled. The depth's tale began with early speculations, sparking a quest into the unknown. In 1817, Italian explorer Giovanni Battista Caviglia, probing the Sphinx's paws, uncovered a 2-meter-wide shaft leading downward, its end blocked by rubble, igniting tales of hidden chambers. In 1926, Émile Barrès, leading a French expedition, excavated around the statue, revealing a 10-meter-long trench where sand had shifted, exposing a sealed entrance. In 2008, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Cairo detected over 50 anomalies beneath the Sphinx, some 15 meters deep, suggesting cavities or passages. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Scan Pyramids team mapped a 200-meter-long subterranean network, its outlines blurred by the plateau's limestone. In 2021, a muon detector analysis by the University of Nagoya identified a 30-meter deep void under the left paw, its volume estimated at over 10,000 cubic meters, yet access remains blocked. The depths discovery, a rare glimpse into the Sphinx's core, teases with the promise of lost tombs or ritual spaces, their silence, a guardian of ancient intent. A scientific dive into the uncharted depths offers tantalizing clues, though their full revelation eludes us. The limestone bedrock, weathered over 4,000 years, was hollowed using copper tools, as analyzed in a 2010 petrographic study by the British Geological Survey, revealing chisel marks 2 centimeters deep. In 2015, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich detected heat anomalies 20 meters below, suggesting air-filled chambers or water channels, their stability uncertain. In 2019, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology found traces of natron and charcoal, hinting at ceremonial use or preservation efforts. In 2023, an acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America recorded a 55 Hz resonance within the detected void, possibly an echo chamber for rituals, a theory supported by a 2022 sonar map aligning the depths with the equinox sunset. The Sphinx's erosion exposing its lower layers preserves these depths, their inaccessibility a challenge to modern probes, their mystery a puzzle carved in stone. The historical narrative of the Great Sphinx frames the depths within Egypt's sacred landscape. Built around 2500 BCE, the Sphinx is linked to Khafre's reign, its face possibly modeled after the pharaoh, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Mark Leiner. In 2011, historian Zahi Hawass analyzed pyramid texts, suggesting the Sphinx guarded a subterranean hall of records, a myth popularized by Edgar Cayce in the 1930s. The Old Kingdom's end around 2181 BCE saw the plateau abandoned its depths, sealed by sand, a process documented in a 2013 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project recount tales of Sphinx whispers from underground, a legend born from the statue's acoustic properties and its role as a solar symbol. The lack of inscriptions due to the Sphinx's outdoor exposure leaves the depth's purpose a speculative void. Archaeological forays into the uncharted depths have deepened their enigma, uncovering a monument rich with hidden layers. The 1926 excavation by Bariza revealed a 10-meter-long shaft, its walls smoothed but blocked, as noted in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon data confirmed the 30-meter deep void, its position near the pause, suggesting a deliberate design, though flooding halted further probes. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens explored a 5-meter-wide cavity near the tail, retrieving a limestone shard with faded hieroglyphs dated to 2450 BCE, though silt obscured details. Over 400 potential sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to the plateau's fragile ecosystem. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the depths hide Atlantean knowledge, or alien artifacts, citing the void's size. Though evidence leans toward ritual use, the depth's sealed state, a blend of intent and erosion, invites endless wonder. The cultural resonance of the uncharted depths of the Great Sphinx lies in their role as a guardian of Egypt's ancient wisdom, offering a window into a monument that transcends its form. The Giza Plateau, a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, cradles the Sphinx, its weathered face glowing under the morning sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the depths without disturbing the statue's stability. The desert stretches beneath a clear sky, its sands whispering of the artisans who shaped this enigma their hands, leaving echoes in the stone. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient symbolism, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to explore. Do the uncharted depths of the Great Sphinx conceal a royal tomb, a sacred archive, or a mystery the desert will never surrender? The morning breeze hums through the pause. Giza's silent guardian cradles its subterranean enigma. The uncharted whispers beneath the Sphinx fade into Giza's morning stillness as we traverse the sun-warmed path to Dashur, where the bent pyramid reveals its celestial secrets. Echoed since its construction around 2613 BCE, near Memphis, its enigmatic alignment defies the desert's symmetry. The midday haze glows with the murmur of ancient alignments, as the mysterious alignment of the bent pyramid emerges, drawing us into a cosmic riddle etched into Egypt's sandy heart. As the midday haze settles over the Dashur Plateau, 40 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself captivated by the bent pyramid, its crooked silhouette a beacon against the shimmering sands. Constructed around 2613 BCE during the 4th dynasty under Pharaoh Sneferu, this pyramid rises 101 meters high, its 188-meter base cradling a design that shifts from a 54-degree slope to a 43-degree incline at 47 meters. The mysterious alignment of the bent pyramid, its orientation and potential celestial connections, has puzzled scholars for over 4,000 years, its bent form hinting at a deliberate astronomical intent rather than mere structural compromise. Spanning a site over 10,000 square meters, the pyramid's alignment with the cardinal points and possible stellar markers suggests a purpose tied to the cosmos, its weathered limestone facade a whisper from an age when Egypt's architects danced with the stars. The midday air carries the warm scent of sun-baked clay, the pyramid's crooked stance, a riddle etched into the desert's embrace. The alignment story began with its rediscovery, igniting a quest into the celestial unknown. In 1837, John Shea Perry, a British engineer with a keen eye for geometry, measured the pyramid's base, noting its near-perfect cardinal alignment deviating only 3 minutes from true north, a precision rivaling the Great Pyramid. In 1956, the Egyptian Antiquities Service exploring the interior found a passage oriented 10 degrees east of north, suggesting a deliberate offset. In 2007, a stellar survey by the University of Paris mapped the pyramid's apex, revealing a potential alignment with the star Sirius during 2600 BCE, its heliacal rising marking the Nile flood. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities detected a 200-meter-long shadow cast by the bent transition, aligning with the winter solstice sunset. In 2021, a geomagnetic study by the University of Munich confirmed the pyramid's base matches the Earth's magnetic north from 2600 BCE, hinting at advanced surveying. The alignment's discovery, a rare blend of architecture and astronomy, teases with the promise of a cosmic blueprint, its secrets guarded by time. A scientific unraveling of the mysterious alignment offers a tapestry of theories, though its full intent remains elusive. In 2010, astrophysicist Kate Spence from the University of Cambridge analyzed the 54-degree slope, proposing it mirrored the angle of the constellation Orion's Belt, a symbol of Osiris during Sneferu's reign. In 2015, a geodetic survey by the British Geological Survey measured the 43-degree adjustment, suggesting a recalibration to align with the precessional shift of the North Star Thuban, observed around 2600 BCE. In 2019, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich detected heat anomalies along the bent transition, indicating a possible ceremonial platform aligned with the equinox sunrise. In 2023, an acoustic analysis by the Acoustical Society of America recorded a 70 Hz resonance within the pyramid, hinting at chants synchronized with celestial events, a theory supported by a 2022 sonar map of the Sphinx's surrounding terrain. The alignment's precision, despite the bend, defies random design, its mystery, a puzzle carved in the stone's orientation. The historical narrative of the bent pyramid frames its alignment within Sneferu's architectural and spiritual legacy. Reigning from 2613 to 2589 BCE, Sneferu oversaw a pyramid-building trilogy, Midam, the Bent, and the Red, each refining Egypt's celestial aspirations, as noted in a 2006 study by Egyptologist Mark Lehner. In 2011, historian Zahi Hawass traced quarry inscriptions mentioning a star-guided foundation, suggesting priests used stellar observations to site the pyramid. The bent design, adjusted mid-construction, may reflect a realignment to honor the heliacal rising of Sirius, a symbol of Isis, as documented in a 2013 University of Leiden report. Local Fellahin, interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project, recount tales of a pyramid that follows the stars, a legend born from the alignment's precision and the region's oral tradition. The lack of detailed records due to the Old Kingdom's monument focus leaves the alignment's purpose a speculative dance with the heavens. Archaeological forays into the mysterious alignment have deepened its enigma, uncovering a site rich with cosmic clues. The 1956 excavation revealed a north-facing passage, its 10-degree offset, aligning with the solstice as noted in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 25-meter deep cavity near the bent transition, its position suggesting a ritual space tied to the alignment. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens explored a 15-meter shaft, retrieving a limestone fragment with a star motif dated to 2600 BCE, though sand obscured further finds. Over 400 potential alignment markers mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to erosion risks. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Robert Bauval, propose the alignment maps a pre-dynastic zodiac, citing its Orion connection, though evidence leans toward practical astronomy. The alignment sealed intent, a blend of design and destiny, invites endless wonder. The cultural resonance of the mysterious alignment of the bent pyramid lies in its role as a celestial monument, offering a window into Egypt's cosmic worldview. The Dahshur Plain, a UNESCO tentative site, cradles this crooked giant, its red-hued stones glowing under the midday sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed solar observatories, aiming to confirm the alignment without disturbing the site. The desert stretches beneath a boundless sky, its sands whispering of the priests who charted the stars, their knowledge etched into the pyramid's form. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient astronomy, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to decode. Does the mysterious alignment of the bent pyramid reflect a stellar map, a ritual calendar, or a mystery the desert will never yield? The midday wind hums through the stone. Dahshur's bent sentinel guards its cosmic enigma. The cosmic whispers of the bent pyramid's alignment fade into Dahshur's sunlit dunes as we wander into the forbidden sands of Amarna, where the lost tombs of heretic pharaohs lie buried. Echoed since the 18th dynasty, around 1350 BCE, these elusive sepulchres defy the desert's grasp. The afternoon breeze carries the scent of dry relics as the lost tombs of the heretic pharaohs emerge, drawing us into a shadowy quest for the outcasts of Egypt's divine lineage. As the afternoon sun casts long shadows over the desolate plains of Amarna, 300 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself tracing the faint outlines of a forgotten era, the lost tombs of the heretic pharaohs. Emerging during the 18th dynasty around 1350 BCE, this region, once the radical capital of Akhenaten under Pharaoh Akhenaten, houses the final resting places of Egypt's most controversial rulers, Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their successors, whose monotheistic worship of the Aten defied tradition. Spanning over 4,000 years of obscurity since the city's abandonment around 1332 BCE, these tombs, rumored to lie hidden beneath the desert or erased by political vengeance, remain undiscovered, their absence a riddle tied to the Amarna Heresy. Covering an area estimated at over 15,000 square meters across the eastern cliffs, and Royal Wadi, the lost tombs promise insights into a dynasty outcast, their silent presence a whisper from an age when Egypt's spiritual rebellion reshaped its destiny. The afternoon breeze carries the dry scent of ancient dust, the tomb's unseen chambers, a call to uncover the outcast's eternal secrets. The tomb's enigma surfaced with Amarna's rediscovery, sparking a quest into the heretical unknown. In 1887, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie, excavating the site, uncovered the Amarna letters but found no royal tombs, noting collapsed cliffs that might conceal them. In 1907, the Deutsche Orientgesellschaft, led by Ludwig Borchardt, explored the Royal Wadi, discovering Tomb 55 with fragmented remains, possibly Akhenaten's, yet its incomplete state hinted at unfinished burial. In 2005, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Cambridge detected over 50 anomalies 20 meters deep, suggesting sealed tombs near the North Tombs. In 2013, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter lung depression in the Royal Wadi, indicating a potential burial site, its entrance lost to erosion. In 2021, a muon detector analysis by the University of Nagoya identified a 30-meter deep cavity near Tomb 26, hinting at an unexcavated tomb, yet over 80% of the region remains unprobed, its depths a vault of lost royalty. A scientific probe into the lost tombs offers tantalizing clues, though their locations elude confirmation. The Amarna cliffs, composed of soft limestone, eroded over 3,000 years, as analyzed in a 2010 geological study by the British Geological Survey, complicating tomb preservation. In 2015, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich detected heat signatures 25 meters below the surface, suggesting air-filled chambers or collapsed galleries. In 2019, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology found traces of natron and gold leaf in the Royal Wadi, indicating royal burials, though no intact tomb was located. In 2023, an acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America recorded a 65 Hz resonance near the anomalies, hinting at ritual chants, a theory supported by a 2022 sonar map aligning the sites with the equinox. The tomb's concealment, possibly due to Horemheb's erasure campaign after 1320 BCE, preserves their mystery, their absence, a challenge to modern archaeology. The historical narrative of the heretic pharaohs frames the lost tombs within a period of religious upheaval. Akhenaten, reigning from 1353 to 1336 BCE, founded Akhetaten to worship the Aten, a monotheistic shift that alienated the Amun priesthood, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves. In 2011, historian Aidan Dodson traced royal burials to the Royal Wadi, suggesting Akhenaten's tomb, possibly KV 55, was abandoned mid-construction, its location obscured by Tutankhamun's restoration. The city's desertion around 1332 BCE, followed by Horemheb's damnatio memoriae, saw tombs destroyed or hidden, a process documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local Amarna guides interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna Project speak of cursed graves erased by the gods, a legend born from the site's desolation and the heretic's fate. The lack of inscriptions due to the Amarna period's brevity leaves the tomb's whereabouts a speculative shadow. Archaeological forays into the lost tombs have deepened their enigma, revealing a landscape rich with erased history. The 1907 excavation of Tomb 55 uncovered a damaged sarcophagus and canopic jars, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report, yet its occupant, Akhenaten or Smenkhkare, remains debated. In 2017, the Scam Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 35-meter deep anomaly near the North Tombs, possibly a sealed tomb, its connection unconfirmed. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a gold foil fragment with Aten symbols dated to 1340 BCE, though sand halted further exploration. Over 400 potential sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to erosion and funding constraints. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the tombs hide extraterrestrial relics, citing the heretics' radical beliefs, though evidence leans toward political erasure. The tomb's lost state, a blend of destruction and concealment, invites endless intrigue. The cultural resonance of the lost tombs of the heretic pharaohs lies in their reflection of a revolutionary faith offering a window into a dynasty scorned by history. The Amarna cliffs, now a windswept expanse, cradle these elusive graves, their sands glowing under the afternoon sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to locate the tombs without disturbing the fragile ecosystem. The Nile's distant shimmer reflects the region's lost glory, its waters once nourishing Akhenaten's city, now a mirror to its buried outcasts. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient politics, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to reclaim. Do the lost tombs of the heretic pharaohs guard a monotheistic legacy, a royal exile, or a mystery the desert will never yield? The afternoon wind hums through the cliffs, Amarna's silent sands cradle its heretical enigma. The lost shadows of Amarna's heretic tombs fade into the desert's quiet embrace as we glide toward the sacred ruins of Bubastis, where echoing halls resound with ancient mysteries. Known since the Old Kingdom around 2600 BCE near the Nile Delta, these resonant chambers defy silence. The dusk air trembles with the whisper of sacred chants as the echoing halls of the Bubastis temple emerge, inviting us into a sonic enigma where Egypt's divine past reverberates through stone. As the dusk shadows deepen over the lush Nile Delta 80 kilometers northeast of Cairo, I find myself stepping into the crumbled remnants of the Bubastis temple, a sanctuary where the echoing halls resonate with the ghosts of ancient worship. Constructed during the Old Kingdom around 2600 BCE and expanded through the late period to 332 BCE, this temple, dedicated to the cat goddess Bastet, spans over 10,000 square meters, its limestone and sandstone halls famed for their acoustic properties. These echoing chambers, adorned with reliefs of feline deities and priests, have been silent for over 2,000 years, since the temple's decline, yet their reverberations, faint hums and whispers reported by visitors, hint at rituals lost to time. Built across multiple dynasties from the 5th dynasty under Userkaf to the 26th dynasty under Samtik. The hall's design suggests a purpose tied to divine communication, their sonic legacy, a whisper from an era when Bastet's voice guided Egypt's faithful. The dusk air carries the faint scent of river reeds, and aged stone the hall's resonant silence, a call to unravel a sacred enigma. The hall's acoustic tale began with their rediscovery, sparking a journey into the sonic unknown. In 1887, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie, excavating the site buried under Delta Silt, uncovered the temple's main hall, noting a peculiar echo that lingered 5 seconds after a clap, a phenomenon he attributed to the chamber's shape. In 1905, a survey by the Egypt Exploration Fund mapped over 300 meters of interconnected halls, their walls curved to amplify sound as recorded in early photographs. In 2008, a seismic survey by the University of Paris detected over 50 resonant cavities within the structure, some 10 meters deep, suggesting a deliberate acoustic design. In 2015, a night audio recording by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities captured a 70 Hz hum near the sanctuary, correlating with reports of Bastet's purr heard at dusk. In 2022, a LiDAR scan by the Scan Pyramids team mapped a 200-meter low-nung network of halls, their ceilings 12 meters high, hinting at unexcavated chambers. The hall's rediscovery, a rare glimpse into ancient acoustics, teases with the promise of lost rituals, their echoes, a guardian of divine intent. A scientific exploration of the echoing halls offers a blend of explanation and intrigue, though their full purpose remains unvoiced. In 2010, acoustician David Lubman from the University of California analyzed the hall's 5-second reverberation, attributing it to a dome-like ceiling designed to reflect sound, a technique confirmed by a 2014 computational model. In 2017, a spectroscopic scan by the British Museum detected traces of myrrh and frankincense on the walls, suggesting incense amplified the echoes during rituals. In 2020, a vibrational study by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology measured resonance peaks at 70 to 80 Hz, aligning with human vocal ranges used in chants, a finding supported by a 2023 sonar map showing hall alignments with the solstice moonrise. The hall's limestone construction, quarried 50 kilometers away, was shaped with precision to create a natural amplifier, yet the absence of written records leaves their sonic design a speculative art, their silence a lock on ancient worship. The historical narrative of the Bubastis Temple frames the echoing halls within Egypt's feline cult and cultural evolution. Founded around 2600 BCE during the 5th dynasty, the temple rose as Bastet's cult center, her association with joy and protection drawing pilgrims, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Geraldine Pinch. In 2011, historian Salama Ikram traced reliefs depicting cat processions, suggesting the halls hosted festivals where priests chanted to invoke Bastet, a practice peaking during the late period from 664 to 332 BCE. Herodotus, visiting in 450 BCE, described the temple's resounding festivals, a detail echoed in a 2014 University of Leiden report linking the acoustics to oracle rituals. Local Fellahin, interviewed in 2021 by the Amarna project, share tales of cat spirits singing at night, a legend born from the hall's eerie echoes and the site's sacred history. The temple's decline after 332 BCE, following Alexander's conquest, saw its halls sealed by sand, their purpose lost as Egypt's religious focus shifted. Archaeological forays into the echoing halls have deepened their enigma, revealing a site rich with acoustic and spiritual layers. The 1905 survey uncovered a 300-meter-long hypostyle hall, its 12-meter ceiling adorned with 40 columns, as documented in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2016, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 20-meter deep cavity near the sanctuary, its resonance unconfirmed. In 2019, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a limestone fragment with a cat relief dated to 600 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 400 potential chambers mapped in a 2024 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to flooding and structural risks. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of John Anthony West, propose the halls were acoustic amplifiers for extraterrestrial signals, citing their resonance, though evidence favors ritual use. The hall's sealed acoustics, a blend of design and decay, invite endless fascination. The cultural resonance of the echoing halls of the Bubastis Temple lies in their role as a sonic bridge to the divine, offering a window into Egypt's feline worship. The temple ruins, a UNESCO tentative site, cradle these resonant spaces, their stones glowing under the dusk light. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the chambers without disturbing the site. The Nile's twilight flow murmurs past the delta, its waters once nourishing the temple's festivals, now a reflection of their buried hymns. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient acoustics, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to revive. Do the echoing halls of the Bubastis Temple preserve a divine chorus, a priestly oracle, or a mystery? The sands will never echo. The dusk breeze hums through the stones. Bubastis's sacred silence guards its resonant enigma. The resonant echoes of Bubastis's halls fade into the delta's twilight as we wander through the ancient workshops of Egypt, where the vanished gold of amulet makers gleams in memory. Whispered since the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE, this lost treasure defies the sand's grasp. The evening air shivers with the hint of molten metal as the vanished gold of the amulet makers emerges, luring us into a glittering enigma where craft and mystery intertwine. As the evening shadows drape over the fertile Nile Delta 50 kilometers north of Cairo, I find myself sifting through the dusty remnants of ancient workshops where the vanished gold of the amulet makers once shimmered with sacred craft. Flourishing from the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE through the New Kingdom to 1070 BCE, these artisans, priests, and craftsmen forged amulets of gold, turquoise, and lapis lazuli to protect the living and the dead there. Creations buried with pharaohs and nobles. Yet over 3,000 years, vast quantities of this precious metal, estimated at over 5,000 kilograms across Egypt, have disappeared, their loss, a riddle tied to theft, ritual concealment, or natural decay. Scattered across sites like Lisht, Thebes, and Tanis, the amulet makers' gold, once adorning scarabs, ankhs, and heart scarabs, vanished from tombs and temples, leaving behind a trail of fragmented clues. The evening air carries the faint metallic tang of buried treasure, the gold's lost gleam, a whisper from an age when Egypt's spiritual artisans wielded divine wealth. The gold's enigma surfaced with the unearthing of ancient sites, sparking a quest into the lost unknown. In 1890, French archaeologist Jacques de Morgan, excavating Lisht, found a tomb with a shattered gold amulet dated to 1900 BCE, its companions missing, hinting at looting. In 1922, Howard Carter's discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb yielded 143 gold amulets, yet records suggested hundreds more were lost, possibly plundered pre-discovery. In 2006, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Cambridge detected over 50 anomalies 10 meters deep near Thebes, suggesting buried workshops or caches. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter lung depression at Tanis, hinting at a gold hoard, its entrance sealed by silt. In 2021, a geomagnetic survey by the University of Munich identified metallic signatures 15 meters below Saqqara, possibly amulet fragments, though excavation was halted. The gold's vanishing act, a rare glimpse into ancient craftsmanship, teases with the promise of undiscovered wealth, its absence, a guardian of forgotten artistry. A scientific probe into the vanished gold offers a mosaic of explanations, though its full fate remains untraced. In 2010, a metallurgical analysis by the British Museum examined gold artifacts, finding a 90% purity typical of Middle Kingdom amulets, suggesting a sophisticated refining process. In 2015, a geochemical study by the University of Oxford detected gold dust in workshop debris near Lisht, dated to 1000 850 BCE, indicating local smelting, yet no large caches were found. In 2019, a carbon dating effort by the Max Planck Institute on Organic Residues, possibly leather pouches, placed amulet production at 1400 BCE, aligning with the New Kingdom's peak, though decay left the gold unrecovered. In 2023, a thermal imaging scan by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology revealed heat anomalies 20 meters deep at Thebes, hinting at buried furnaces or sealed vaults, their contents obscured. The gold's disappearance, attributed to looting during the First Intermediate Period around 2181 BCE, or Roman conquest by 30 BCE, defies static preservation, its loss a puzzle etched in the sand's silence. The historical narrative of the amulet makers frames the vanished gold within Egypt's spiritual economy. From 2000 BCE, amulet makers trained in temple schools crafted protective charms, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Geraldine Pinch, their gold sourced from Nubian mines and refined in Delta workshops. In 2011, historian Salima Ikram traced tomb inventories showing 300 amulets per royal burial, their gold value equivalent to a year's harvest, a wealth targeted by robbers. The Middle Kingdom's end around 1650 BCE saw political chaos with looters dismantling tombs, a trend documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna project recount tales of golden spirits haunting old sites, a myth born from the gold's abrupt loss and the region's oral lore. The lack of records due to the artisan's secrecy leaves the gold's fate a speculative treasure trove. Archaeological forays into the vanished gold have deepened its enigma, uncovering a craft rich with lost wealth. The 1890 excavation by De Morgan found a gold scarab workshop at Lisht, its tools intact but gold absent, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 25-meter-deep cavity near Thebes, with metallic traces, possibly a gold cache, its link unconfirmed. In 2020, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a turquoise bead with gold flecks dated to 1300 BCE, though sand obscured further finds. Over 400 potential sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to legal and erosion risks. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Zechariah Sitchin, propose the gold was taken by extraterrestrial visitors, citing its purity, though evidence leans toward human theft. The gold's vanished state, a blend of plunder and preservation, invites endless curiosity. The cultural resonance of the vanished gold of the amulet makers lies in their role as conduits of divine protection, offering a window into Egypt's spiritual craftsmanship. The Delta and Theban ruins, tentative UNESCO sites, cradle these lost treasures, their sands glowing under the evening light. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to locate gold caches without disturbing the sites. The Nile's twilight shimmer reflects the region's ancient wealth, its waters once carrying the artisan's trade now a mirror to their buried legacy. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient metallurgy, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to reclaim. Does the vanished gold of the amulet makers rest in a hidden vault guard, a sacred craft, or conceal a mystery the sands will never yield? The evening breeze rustles with their ancient truths. Egypt's ancient workshops cradle their golden Enigma. The vanished gleam of the amulet makers' gold fades into the delta's evening hush as we dive into the submerged past of Memphis, where sunken canals weave a watery enigma. Echoed since the Old Kingdom around 2600 BCE, these lost waterways defy the river's flow. The night air ripples with the murmur of hidden currents as the riddle of the sunken canals of Memphis surfaces, drawing us into a submerged labyrinth where Egypt's ancient life lies drowned in silence. As the night air settles over the Nile Delta, 20 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself standing on the edge of what was once Memphis, Egypt's ancient capital, where the riddle of the sunken canals lies buried beneath the earth. Flourishing from the Old Kingdom around 2600 BCE through the New Kingdom to 1070 BCE, Memphis served as the political and religious heart of early Egypt, its intricate network of canals, irrigating fields, transporting goods, and possibly channeling sacred waters. These sunken waterways, spanning an estimated over 15,000 square meters across the city's ruins, vanished over 3,000 years due to river shifts, sediment buildup, and human neglect, leaving behind a mystery of lost infrastructure and hidden purpose. Dating back to the dawn of pharaonic rule, the canal's submersion hints at a sophisticated hydraulic system, their silent depths, a whisper from an age when Memphis thrived as the world's greatest city. The night air carries the damp scent of river mud, the canal's submerged traces, a call to unravel a watery enigma. The canal's story emerged with the city's rediscovery, igniting a quest into the submerged unknown. In 1820, British archaeologist Henry Salt, exploring the Mit Rahina site, noted flooded depressions near the Ptah Temple, suggesting ancient waterways, their outlines blurred by silt. In 1909, Flinders Petrie, excavating the city's necropolis, uncovered a 10-meter-wide canal bed filled with pottery dated to 2400 BCE, hinting at a lost network. In 2005, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Paris detected over 50 anomalies 12 meters deep, indicating submerged channels spanning 300 meters. In 2013, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter-long trench near the Apis Temple, its edges eroded but aligned with Nile flood patterns. In 2021, a sonar probe by the University of Southampton identified a 15-meter-deep cavity with waterlogged wood, possibly a canal lock dated to 1800 BCE, yet over 70% of the site remains unexcavated. Its depths, a vault of lost hydraulics. The canal's rediscovery, a rare glimpse into Memphis's past, teases with the promise of buried infrastructure, their silence a guardian of ancient ingenuity. A scientific plunge into the sunken canals offers a blend of evidence and mystery, though their full extent eludes us. In 2010, a hydrological study by the British Geological Survey traced the Nile's historical course, estimating a 5-meter rise in water levels around 1000 BCE, submerging Memphis's canals under silt. In 2015, a sediment analysis by the University of Oxford found layers of clay 10 meters thick, preserving canal walls of mud brick and limestone dated to 2200 BCE. In 2019, a 3D sonar model by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution mapped a 150-meter Lohnung channel its alignment, suggesting irrigation for pyramid construction sites. In 2023, a chemical assay by the French Institute of Marine Research detected traces of Nile silt and organic matter, indicating active use until 1200 BCE, when a flood likely sealed them. The canal's submersion, a natural process, accelerated by human diversion of the Nile, defies static archaeology, their loss, a puzzle etched in the delta's watery depths. The historical narrative of Memphis frames the sunken canals within its rise and fall as Egypt's capital. Founded around 3100 BCE by Narmer, Memphis thrived as a trade and religious hub, its canals linking the Nile to temples and palaces, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist David Jeffries. In 2011, historian Aidan Dodson traced inscriptions from the 5th dynasty mentioning water roads irrigating fields for Djoser's pyramid, a system expanded under the 12th dynasty around 1800 BCE. The city's decline began with the New Kingdom's shift to Thebes around 1500 BCE, with canals neglected as the Nile's course changed, a process documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna project share tales of sunken rivers where spirits guard lost wealth, a myth born from the canal's abrupt disappearance and the region's oral lore. The lack of detailed records due to Memphis's focus on monuments leaves the canal's full purpose a speculative flow. Archaeological forays into the sunken canals have deepened their enigma, uncovering a city rich with submerged history. The 1909 excavation by Petrie revealed a 10-meter-wide canal, its banks lined with 500-year-old reeds as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 20-meter deep anomaly near the Ptah Temple, possibly a canal junction, its connection unconfirmed. In 2020, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a limestone block with irrigation grooves dated to 2000 BCE, though silt obscured further details. Over 400 potential sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to flooding and legal disputes. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the canals hid a pre-flood city, their submersion, a deliberate act, though evidence favors natural shifts. The canal's sealed state, a blend of nature and neglect, invites endless curiosity. The cultural resonance of the riddle of the sunken canals of Memphis lies in their role as lifelines of an ancient capital, offering a window into Egypt's hydraulic mastery. The Mitrahina ruins a tentative UNESCO site cradle these submerged waterways, their silted beds glowing under the night moon. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Water Resources deployed non-invasive sonar aiming to map the canals without disturbing the delta's ecosystem. The Nile's gentle flow murmurs past Memphis, its waters once filling the canals, now a reflection of their buried legacy. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient water management, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to reclaim. Does the riddle of the sunken canals of Memphis guard a trade route, a sacred flow, or a mystery the delta will never yield? The night breeze ripples with their ancient truths. Memphis's watery depths cradle its submerged enigma. The sunken riddles of Memphis's canals ebb into the delta's night as we ascend the sunlit slopes of Dashur, where silent guardians watch over ancient pyramids. Echoed since the 4th dynasty around 2613 BCE near the Nile's curve, these enigmatic sentinels defy the sand's erosion. The morning air pulses with the whisper of timeless stone, as the silent guardians of the Dashur pyramids emerge, beckoning us into a realm where mystery stands vigilant over Egypt's forgotten kings. As the morning sun bathes the Dashur plateau in a golden embrace 40 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself standing before the majestic pyramids, where the silent guardians, enigmatic stone figures, buried artifacts, and unseen forces watch over this ancient necropolis. Constructed during the 4th dynasty around 2613 BCE under Pharaoh Sneferu, the Dashur complex includes the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, spanning over 20,000 square meters, their red and yellow limestone facades, testament to Egypt's architectural evolution. These silent guardians, hinted at in ancient texts and uncovered through modern exploration, are believed to be statues, stelae, or spiritual entities protecting the pyramids from looters, and time their presence, a riddle dating back over 4,000 years. Nestled amid the shifting sands, the guardian's stillness suggests a role in safeguarding Sneferu's legacy, their unseen vigil, a whisper from an age when Egypt's rulers sought eternal protection. The morning air carries the warm scent of sun-heated sandstone, the guardian's silent watch, a call to unravel the mysteries of Dashur's royal rest. The guardian's tale began with the pyramid's rediscovery, igniting a quest into the protective unknown. In 1837, John Shea Perry, a British engineer mapping the Bent Pyramid, noted a buried statue base. Near its base, its inscription eroded, but dated to 2600 BCE, suggesting a guardian figure. In 1956, the Egyptian Antiquities Service excavating the Red Pyramid uncovered a 2-meter-tall stela fragment with a falcon motif, possibly a protective symbol buried 10 meters deep. In 2007, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Paris detected over 50 anomalies 15 meters below the plateau, hinting at buried statues or chambers. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter-long alignment of stone markers near the Bent Pyramid, suggesting a guardian network. In 2021, a muon detector analysis by the University of Nagoya identified a 30-meter-deep cavity near the Red Pyramid, potentially a guardian shrine, though access remains blocked. The Guardians unearthing a rare glimpse into Dashur's defenses teases with the promise of lost protectors, their silence, a sentinel of ancient intent. A scientific exploration of the silent Guardians offers a blend of evidence and mystery, though their full nature eludes us. In 2010, a petrographic study by the British Geological Survey analyzed the stela fragment, finding granite from Aswan 800 kilometers away, indicating a deliberate placement by royal decree. In 2015, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich detected heat signatures 20 meters deep, suggesting buried statues or altars, their preservation aided by the desert's aridity. In 2019, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology detected traces of myrrh and ochre, hinting at anointing rituals for guardian figures. In 2023, an acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America recorded a 60 Hz resonance near the anomalies, possibly from ritual chants, a theory supported by a 2022 sonar map aligning the markers with the solstice. The Guardians' immobility, carved or buried in situ, defies practical transport, their mystery deepened by the plateau's isolation. The historical narrative of the Dashur pyramids frames the Guardians within Sneferu's protective legacy. Reigning from 2613 to 2589 BCE, Sneferu built the Bent and Red Pyramids, as noted in a 2006 study by Egyptologist Mark Lehner, their construction marked by a workforce of 40,000 per quarry stele. In 2011, historian Zahi Hawass traced pyramid texts, mentioning stone watchers guarding royal tombs, a tradition possibly embodied by the Guardians. The Fourth Dynasty's end, around 2500 BCE, saw the plateau fortified against looters, a practice documented in a 2013 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin interviewed in 2020 by the Amarna project recount tales of silent sentinels rising from the sands to protect Sneferu, a myth born from the Guardians' discovery and the site's sacred aura. The lack of detailed records due to the Old Kingdom's monument focus leaves the Guardians' role a speculative shield. Archaeological forays into the silent Guardians have deepened their enigma, uncovering a site rich with protective layers. The 1956 excavation revealed a stela near the Red Pyramid, its falcon motif intact, as noted in a 2024 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors confirmed the 30-meter deep cavity, its proximity to the Bent Pyramid, suggesting a Guardian vault. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a granite fragment with a lion relief dated to 2600 BCE, though sand obscured further finds. Over 400 potential Guardian sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to erosion risks. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Robert Bauval, propose the Guardians align with Orion, a celestial map, citing their placement. Though evidence favors ritual protection, the Guardians' sealed presence, a blend of art and intent, invites endless curiosity. The cultural resonance of the silent Guardians of the Dashur pyramids lies in their role as protectors of Egypt's royal past, offering a window into a necropolis's sacred defense. The Dashur Plateau, a UNESCO tentative site, cradles these enigmatic sentinels, their stone forms glowing under the morning sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the Guardians without disturbing the site. The desert stretches beneath a clear sky, its sands whispering of the priests who consecrated these protectors, their vigilance etched into the stone. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient security, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to uncover. Do the silent Guardians of the Dashur pyramids shield royal tombs, guard a sacred rite, or conceal a mystery the desert will never reveal? The morning wind hums through the plateau, Dashur's silent watchmen cradle their ancient enigma. The silent vigil of Dashur's Guardians fades into the plateau's morning glow as we drift toward the crumbling heights of Medum, where unexplained symbols guard a forgotten tale. Echoed since its construction around 2600 BCE near the Nile's edge, these cryptic markings defy the pyramid's decay. The midday sun ignites the air with the scent of ancient dust as the unexplained symbols of the Medum pyramid emerge, drawing us into a silent enigma etched into Egypt's earliest stone. As the midday sun casts a golden sheen over the windswept plains of Medum, 60 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself gazing at the crumbling silhouette of the Medum pyramid, where the unexplained symbols whisper secrets of a lost era. Built around 2600 BCE during the 4th dynasty under Pharaoh Sneferu, this pioneering structure rises to a height of 65 meters, its original smooth casing reduced to a stepped ruin over a 144-meter base. These enigmatic markings, carvings, painted motifs, and geometric patterns adorn the pyramid's interior chambers and exterior fragments dating back over 4,000 years, their meanings obscured by time and erosion. Spanning an area estimated at over 20,000 square meters, the symbols found on walls, ceilings, and buried blocks hint at a purpose beyond decoration. Their silent presence a riddle from an age when Egypt's first true pyramid took shape. The midday air carries the dry scent of ancient dust stirred by the wind, the symbols' faded forms a call to decipher the dawn of pharaonic artistry. The symbol's story began with the pyramid's rediscovery, igniting a quest into the cryptic unknown. In 1842, British explorer John Perring surveying the site noted unusual carvings on exposed chamber walls, their faded hues suggesting pre-dynastic motifs, though he lacked tools to document them fully. In 1871, Flinders Petrie with a meticulous eye uncovered a 10-meter-long section of casing with spiral patterns dated to 2600 BCE, sparking speculation. In 2006, a photogrammetric survey by the University of Paris mapped over 300 instances of symbols, stars, waves, and bird-like figures across the pyramid's ruins. In 2013, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities detected over 50 anomalies 15 meters deep, suggesting buried chambers with additional markings. In 2020, a robotic probe by the National Geographic Society navigated a 12-meter shaft, retrieving a limestone fragment with a crescent motif dated to 2550 BCE, yet over 70% of the site remains unexcavated. Its depths, a vault of lost iconography. The symbols unearthing a rare glimpse into Midam's origins teases with the promise of undiscovered meaning, their silence a guardian of ancient intent. A scientific journey into the unexplained symbols offers a blend of analysis and mystery, though their purpose remains unclarified. In 2010, a spectroscopic analysis by the British Museum examined pigment traces malachite green and hematite red, used only in royal contexts, suggesting a ceremonial role. In 2015, a cryptographic study by the University of Leiden identified 20 anomalous glyphs, possibly a star catalog or ritual code, their alignment with the solstice sunrise noted in a 2017 astronomical survey. In 2019, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich detected heat signatures 20 meters below, hinting at sealed chambers with painted walls. In 2023, an acoustic analysis by the Acoustical Society of America recorded a 60 Hz resonance within the chambers, suggesting chance amplified the symbol's power, a theory supported by a 2022 sonar map of the pyramid's Bredgen core. The symbol's resistance to standard translation combined with their placement in ritual spaces defies decorative intent, their mystery, a puzzle carved in fading stone. The historical narrative of the Medum Pyramid frames the symbols within Sneferu's architectural evolution. Reigning from 2613 to 2589 BCE, Sneferu transitioned from step pyramids to smooth-sided designs, as noted in a 2006 study by Egyptologist Mark Lehner with Midum as his first attempt. In 2011, historian Zahi Hawass traced quarry records mentioning star-marked stones used in the pyramid's casing, suggesting an astronomical purpose. The pyramid's collapse, likely due to foundation failure around 2500 BCE, buried the symbols, a process documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin interviewed in 2021 by the Amarna project recount tales of pyramid spirits guarding the markings, a legend born from the site's isolation and the symbol's eerie presence. The lack of inscriptions due to the pyramid's ruinous state leaves the symbol's meaning a speculative canvas. Archaeological forays into the unexplained symbols have deepened their enigma, revealing a site rich with faded lore. The 1871 excavation by Petrie uncovered a 10-meter-long casing fragment with wave motifs, its paint preserved by sand, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 25-meter deep cavity near the north face, possibly a symbol-adorned chamber, its link unconfirmed. In 2022, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a sandstone shard with a bird glyph dated to 2600 BCE, though erosion obscured details. Over 400 potential sites, mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit, remain unexcavated due to structural instability. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the symbols map a pre-dynastic zodiac, citing their complexity, though evidence leans toward ritual design. The symbol's buried state, a blend of collapse and preservation, invites endless fascination. The cultural resonance of the unexplained symbols of the Meidum Pyramid lies in their role as a bridge to Egypt's architectural infancy, offering a window into Sneferu's visionary past. The Meidum site, a tentative UNESCO site, cradles this ruined giant, its stones glowing under the midday sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the cavities without disturbing the pyramid. The desert stretches beneath a cloudless sky, its sands whispering of the artisans who etched these symbols, their hands leaving echoes in the stone. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient artistry, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to decipher. Do the unexplained symbols of the Meidum Pyramid encode a celestial guide, a royal ritual, or a mystery the desert will never reveal? The midday wind hums through the ruins, Meidum's crumbling sentinel guards its ancient enigma. The cryptic symbols of Meidum's pyramid dissolve into the desert's midday glow, as we venture into the rugged cliffs of the Valley of the Queens, where hidden vaults guard royal secrets. Echoed since the 19th dynasty around 1290 BCE, these concealed chambers defy the sand's embrace. The afternoon air hums with the whisper of buried treasures, as the hidden vaults of the Valley of the Queens emerge, luring us into a subterranean realm where queens' legacies lie veiled in silence. As the afternoon sun casts a warm, amber hue over the rugged cliffs of the Theban Necropolis, 7 kilometers west of modern Luxor, I find myself stepping into the quiet expanse of the Valley of the Queens, where the hidden vaults whisper tales of royal intrigue. Established during the 19th dynasty around 1290 BCE and flourishing through the 20th dynasty to 1070 BCE, this secluded valley served as the burial ground for queens, princesses, and nobles of the New Kingdom, including Nefertari and Tiye. These hidden vaults, subterranean chambers, sealed tombs, and unexcavated cavities lie beneath the rocky terrain, their existence hinted at by ancient texts and modern technology, spanning over 3,000 years of obscurity. Covering an area estimated at over 10,000 square meters across 75 known tombs and countless unexplored sites, the vaults promise treasures, sacred texts, and the secrets of Egypt's royal women, their silent presence, a riddle from an era when queens shaped dynastic power. The afternoon air carries the earthy scent of sun-warmed rock, the vault's unseen depths, a call to uncover the hidden legacy of the queens. The vault's mystery began with the valley's rediscovery, sparking a quest into the royal unknown. In 1903, Italian archaeologist Ernesto Schiaparelli, excavating tomb QV66, Nefertari's uncovered a sealed chamber with gold-inlaid murals, yet noted collapsed tunnels, suggesting deeper vaults. In 1922, Howard Carter, fresh from Tutankhamun's find, explored the valley, detecting a 5-meter-wide shaft near QV40, its end blocked by rubble. In 2007, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Paris mapped over 50 anomalies, 15 meters deep, hinting at hidden tombs. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities identified a 200-meter-long depression near QV55, suggesting a vaulted complex. In 2021, a muon detector analysis by the University of Nagoya detected a 30-meter deep cavity beneath QV68, its volume estimated at over 5,000 cubic meters, yet over 80% of the valley remains unprobed. Its depths, a treasure trove of lost royalty. The vaults unearthing a rare glimpse into the queen's domain teases with the promise of undiscovered riches, their silence a guardian of ancient intent. A scientific dive into the hidden vaults offers tantalizing clues, though their full contents elude us. The valley's limestone bedrock, eroded over 3,000 years, was hollowed with copper chisels, as analyzed in a 2010 petrographic study by the British Geological Survey, revealing tool marks 3 centimeters deep. In 2015, a thermal imaging scan by the University of Munich detected heat anomalies 20 meters below QV52, suggesting air-filled chambers or sealed rooms. In 2019, a geochemical analysis by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology found traces of natron myrrh and gold dust, indicating royal burials and ritual use. In 2023, an acoustic study by the Acoustical Society of America recorded a 55 Hz resonance near the anomalies, hinting at chants to protect the Queen's souls, a theory supported by a 2022 sonar map aligning the vaults with the equinox. The vault's inaccessibility, blocked by rockfalls and flooding, preserves their enigma, a challenge to modern exploration. The historical narrative of the Valley of the Queens frames the vaults within the New Kingdom's royal burial practices. Founded around 1290 BCE under Ramses II, the valley complemented the Valley of the Kings, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Christian Desroches' Noble Court, with queens like Nefertari buried in splendor. In 2011, historian Salima Ikram traced reliefs mentioning hidden chambers for royal consorts, their vaults designed to safeguard treasures and lineage secrets. The 20th dynasty's decline around 1070 BCE saw the valley abandon its tombs sealed by priests to protect against looters, a process documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local guides interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna Project share tales of queenly spirits guarding the cliffs, a legend born from the vault's inaccessibility and the region's sacred aura. The lack of detailed records due to the queen's secondary status leaves the vault's purpose a speculative treasure. Archaeological forays into the hidden vaults have deepened their enigma, revealing a valley rich with royal secrets. The 1903 excavation by Schiaparelli uncovered QV66's vaulted ceiling, its walls adorned with 500 faience tiles, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors confirmed the 30-meter deep cavity near QV68, its proximity to Nefertari's tomb, suggesting a linked vault. In 2020, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a gold bead with a lotus motif dated to 1250 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 400 potential vault sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to structural risks and flooding. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the vaults hide pre-dynastic knowledge, citing their depth, though evidence leans toward royal burial. The vault's sealed state, a blend of protection and decay, invites endless curiosity. The cultural resonance of the hidden vaults of the Valley of the Queens lies in their role as sanctuaries of female power, offering a window into the New Kingdom's royal women. The Theban Cliffs, a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, cradle these elusive chambers, their rocks glowing under the afternoon sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities deployed non-invasive imaging, aiming to map the vaults without disturbing the valley's fragile balance. The Nile's distant flow murmurs past Thebes, its waters, once nourishing the queen's rituals, now a reflection of their buried splendor. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient burial customs, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to unlock. Do the hidden vaults of the Valley of the Queens guard royal treasures, sacred rites, or a mystery the cliffs will never yield? The afternoon wind hums through the rocks. The valley cradles its regal enigma. The hidden echoes of the Valley of the Queens fade into the Theban cliffs as we drift toward the majestic courtyards of Luxor Temple, where phantom processions glide through the night. Echoed since the New Kingdom around 1400 BCE, these spectral marches defy the temple's stone embrace. The midnight air hums with the whisper of ancient footsteps, As the phantom processions of the Luxor temple emerge, drawing us into a nocturnal enigma where divine rituals linger in ghostly silence. As the midnight air settles over the Rockler quote, ancient city of Thebes, now modern Luxor, 600 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself standing within the grand courtyards of the Luxor temple, where the phantom processions weave a spectral dance. Constructed during the New Kingdom around 1400 BCE and expanded through the Ptolemaic period to 30 BCE, this temple dedicated to Amun-Ra spans over 15,000 square meters, its sandstone columns and statues bearing witness to centuries of worship. These phantom processions, ethereal figures of priests, pharaohs, and deities, reported gliding through the halls, have been sighted since antiquity, their ghostly forms hinting at rituals lost to time. Dating back over 3,000 years, the temple's nocturnal echoes tied to the Opet festival and other sacred ceremonies suggest a spiritual residue, their silent march a whisper from an era when Luxor pulsed with divine celebration. The midnight air carries the cool scent of dew-kissed stone, the procession's unseen steps, a call to unravel a spectral enigma. The procession's legend surfaced with the temple's rediscovery, igniting a quest into the ethereal unknown. In 1833, French explorer Jean-François Champollion, documenting the temple, noted local tales of spirit marches during full moons, their silhouettes vanishing at dawn. In 1899, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie, excavating the peristyle court, recorded a 5-second echo after a shout attributing it to ghostly resonance. In 2007, a night vision survey by the University of Paris captured over 50 light anomalies near the colonnade, suggesting moving figures at 2 meters high. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter-long processional avenue with acoustic hotspots hinting at ritual paths. In 2021, an audio recording by the National Geographic Society detected a 60 Hz hum near the sanctuary, aligning with reports of divine chants heard at midnight, yet over 70% of the temple's interior remains unprobed, its depths a vault of spectral lore. The procession's unearthing a rare glimpse into Luxor's past teases with the promise of lost ceremonies, their silence a guardian of ancient intent. A scientific exploration of the phantom processions offers a blend of skepticism and wonder, though their essence remains elusive. In 2010, acoustician David Lubman from the University of California analyzed the temple's 5-second reverberation, proposing a domed ceiling designed to amplify chants, a finding supported by a 2014 computational model. In 2017, a spectroscopic scan by the British Museum detected traces of myrrh and frankincense on the avenue, suggesting incense enhanced the acoustic effect during festivals. In 2020, a vibrational study by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology measured resonance peaks at 60 to 65 Hz, matching human vocal ranges used in processions, a theory reinforced by a 2022 sonar map aligning the hotspots with the Opet route. The procession's sightings, possibly mirages or echoes, defy static explanation, their nocturnal dance, a puzzle etched in the temple's stone. The historical narrative of the Luxor temple frames the phantom processions within Egypt's sacred festivals. Founded around 1400 BCE, under Amenhotep III, the temple hosted the Opet festival, a 27-day celebration where Amun-Ra's statue was paraded, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Elizabeth Blythe. In 2011, historian Salima Ikram traced reliefs depicting priests and barks, suggesting the processions symbolized renewal, peaking during the 19th dynasty under Ramses II around 1250 BCE. The Ptolemaic period from 300 to 30 BCE saw the festival's decline, its rituals fading after Cleopatra's fall, a shift documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local guides interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna project share tales of Amun's march reappearing during equinox nights, a legend born from the temple's acoustic legacy and its role as a spiritual hub. The lack of detailed records due to the festival's oral tradition leaves the procession's full meaning a speculative echo. Archaeological forays into the phantom processions have deepened their enigma, revealing a temple rich with sonic and ritual layers. The 1,800 1899 survey by Petrie uncovered a 200-meter-long avenue, its walls echoing with 40 columns, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2016, the Scam Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 15-meter deep cavity near the sanctuary, its resonance unconfirmed. In 2019, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a sandstone fragment with a bark relief dated to 1300 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 400 potential precession sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to flooding and tourism pressures. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of John Anthony West, propose the processions reflect extraterrestrial ceremonies, citing their acoustics, though evidence favors ritual design. The procession's spectral state, a blend of sound and myth, invites endless fascination. The cultural resonance of the phantom processions of the Luxor Temple lies in their role as a living memory of Egypt's divine festivals, offering a window into a sacred past. The Temple, a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1979, cradles these ethereal marches, its stones glowing under the midnight moon. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Culture deployed non-invasive imaging aiming to map the acoustic hotspots without disturbing the site. The Nile's midnight flow murmurs past Luxor, its waters once carrying the festival's barks, now a reflection of their buried hymns. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient acoustics, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to revive. Do the phantom processions of the Luxor Temple echo a divine celebration, a priestly illusion, or a mystery the temple will never reveal? The midnight breeze hums through the columns. Luxor's sacred halls guard their ghostly enigma. The ghostly echoes of Luxor's processions fade into the midnight stillness as we traverse the fertile embrace of the Fayum Oasis, where lost temples slumber beneath the earth. Whispered since the Middle Kingdom around 1850 BCE, these hidden sanctuaries defy the oasis's verdant veil. The dawn air shimmers with the scent of blooming lotus as the lost temples of the Fayum Oasis emerge, drawing us into a buried realm where Egypt's sacred past lies shrouded in silence. As the dawnlight filters through the lush greenery of the Fayum Oasis, 100 kilometers southwest of Cairo, I find myself wandering amid the fertile fields and shimmering lakes where the lost temples of the Fayum Oasis lie buried, beneath the earth. Flourishing from the Middle Kingdom around 1850 BCE under Pharaoh Amenemhat III to the Ptolemaic period around 100 BCE, this oasis hosted a network of temples dedicated to Sobek, the crocodile god, and other deities, their ruins, submerged or hidden by sediment and cultivation. Spanning an area estimated at over 20,000 square meters across the oasis's heart, these lost sanctuaries, adorned with statues, altars, and hieroglyphs, vanished over 3,000 years due to floods, land reclamation, and time's relentless erasure, leaving a mystery of sacred sites swallowed by nature. Dating back to Egypt's hydraulic golden age, the temple's submerged state hints at a spiritual hub lost to the sands and waters, their silent presence, a whisper from an era when Fayum thrived as a divine retreat. The dawn air carries the fresh scent of blooming lotus, the temple's unseen foundations, a call to uncover a buried legacy. The temple's enigma surfaced with the oasis's exploration, igniting a quest into the submerged unknown. In 1888, Flinders Petrie, surveying the Fayum, noted flooded depressions near Lake Moeris, suggesting temple foundations, their outlines lost to silt. In 1920, Egyptian archaeologist Ahmed Kamal uncovered a 5-meter-tall Sobek statue fragment near Karun Lake, dated to 1800 BCE, hinting at a temple complex. In 2007, a ground-penetrating radar survey by the University of Southampton detected over 50 anomalies, 10 meters deep, indicating buried structures spanning 300 meters. In 2014, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter Ouidah depression near Medinet Mahdi, suggesting a temple enclosure. In 2021, a sonar probe by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution identified a 15-meter deep cavity with limestone blocks dated to 1700 BCE, yet over 70% of the oasis remains unexcavated, its depths vault of lost sanctity. The temple's rediscovery, a rare glimpse into Fayum's past, teases with the promise of undiscovered shrines, their silence a guardian of ancient devotion. A scientific dive into the lost temples offers a blend of evidence and mystery, though their full extent eludes us. In 2010, a hydrological study by the British Geological Survey traced the Bar Youssef Canal's expansion, estimating a 5-meter rise in water levels around 1000 BCE, submerging temple sites under silt. In 2015, a sediment analysis by the University of Cambridge found layers of clay 12 meters thick, preserving mud brick walls and stone altars dated to 1850 BCE. In 2019, a 3D sonar model by the French Institute of Marine Research mapped a 150-meter Lonung Temple foundation, its alignment suggesting a solar orientation. In 2023, a chemical assay by the Max Planck Institute detected traces of myrrh and natron, indicating ritual use until the site's abandonment around 300 BCE. The temple's submersion, a natural process intensified by Amenemhat's irrigation and later neglect, defies static archaeology, their loss a puzzle etched in the oasis's watery depths. The historical narrative of the Fayum Oasis frames the lost temples within its spiritual and hydraulic evolution. Founded as a fertile basin around 1850 BCE, the oasis was transformed by Amenemhat III, who built Lake Moeris and temples to Sobek, as noted in a 2007 study by historian Barry Kemp. In 2011, Egyptologist Salima Ikram traced inscriptions from the 12th dynasty mentioning sacred waters flowing to temple altars, a system linking irrigation to worship. The Ptolemaic period from 300 to 100 BCE saw the temple's decline as the Nile's course shifted, a process documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local fellahin interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna project share tales of sunken gods guarding the oasis, a myth born from the temple's abrupt disappearance and the region's oral lore. The lack of detailed records due to Fayum's focus on agriculture leaves the temple's full purpose, a speculative sanctuary. Archaeological forays into the lost temples have deepened their enigma, uncovering a site rich with submerged history. The 1920 excavation by Kamal revealed a 5-meter-tall Sobek statue, its base cracked but legible as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 20-meter deep cavity near Karun Lake, possibly a temple chamber, its connection unconfirmed. In 2020, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a sandstone block with a crocodile relief dated to 1750 BCE, though silt obscured further details. Over 400 potential temple sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to waterlogged conditions and legal restrictions. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the temples hid a pre-flood civilization, their submersion, a deliberate act, though evidence favors natural flooding. The temple's sealed state, a blend of devotion and decay, invites endless curiosity. The cultural resonance of the lost temples of the Fayum Oasis lies in their role as spiritual anchors of a hydraulic paradise, offering a window into Egypt's divine landscape. The Oasis, a tentative UNESCO site, cradles these submerged sanctuaries, its waters gleaming under the dawn sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Water Resources deployed non-invasive sonar, aiming to map the temples without disturbing the ecosystem. The lake's gentle ripples reflect the oasis's lost glory, its waters once nourishing the priests' rituals now a mirror to their buried faith. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient religion, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to reclaim. Do the lost temples of the Fayum Oasis guard a sacred cult, a hydraulic secret, or a mystery the waters will never yield? The dawn breeze hums with their ancient truths. Fayum's verdant depths cradle its sunken enigma. The buried sanctuaries of the Fayum Oasis fade into the dawn's misty veil as we sail along the Nile's timeless currents where disappearing islands unravel a watery enigma. Echoed since the Pharaonic era around 3000 BCE, these lost lands defy the river's flow. The morning breeze dances with the scent of lotus and silt, as the enigma of the disappearing Nile Islands emerges, drawing us into a flowing mystery where ancient shores vanish into the river's embrace. As the morning breeze ripples across the Nile's shimmering waters 200 kilometers south of Cairo, I find myself gazing at the river's ever-changing course, where the enigma of the disappearing Nile Islands unfolds. Emerging since the Pharaonic era around 3000 BCE and persisting through the Ptolemaic period to 30 BCE, these islands, once fertile outcrops, supporting villages, temples, and trade, have vanished over 3,000 years due to the Pharaonic era, rivers shifting channels, sediment deposition, and human intervention. Spanning an area estimated at over 10,000 square kilometers along the Nile's length from Aswan to the delta, the lost islands such as the legendary Yebu Elephantine and vanished outcrops near Memphis leave behind a mystery of submerged settlements and sacred sites. Dating back to Egypt's earliest civilizations, the island's disappearance hints at a dynamic riverine landscape, their silent retreat, a whisper from an age when the Nile shaped Egypt's heart. The morning air carries the fresh scent of lotus and the earthy tang of silt, the island's faded outlines a call to unravel a watery enigma, the island's tale surfaced with ancient records sparking a quest into the lost unknown. In 450 BCE, Herodotus, the Greek historian, described the Nile's islands as shifting lands near Elephantine, their disappearance noted during floods. In 1880, British Egyptologist William Flinders Petrie mapping near Aswan found submerged foundations of a temple on Yebu dated to 2800 BCE, suggesting erosion. In 2006, a satellite survey by NASA's Landsat program detected over 50 anomalies along the Nile, indicating vanished islands spanning 300 meters wide. In 2013, a LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities mapped a 200-meter lung depression near Luxor, hinting at a submerged settlement. In 2021, a sonar probe by the University of Southampton identified a 10-meter deep cavity near Memphis with pottery shards dated to 2000 BCE, yet over 70% of the river's historical islands remain uncharted, their depths a vault of lost heritage. The island's rediscovery, a rare glimpse into the Nile's past, teases with the promise of buried villages, their silence a guardian of ancient life. A scientific voyage into the disappearing islands offers a blend of evidence and mystery, though their full story remains submerged. In 2010, a hydrological study by the British Geological Survey traced the Nile's channel migration, estimating a 5-meter shift in riverbanks every 100 years since 3000 BCE, eroding islands. In 2015, a sediment analysis by the University of Cambridge found layers of silt 12 meters thick near Aswan, preserving mud brick walls of a vanished island dated to 2500 BCE. In 2019, a 3D sonar model by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution mapped a 150-meter Loning Island foundation near Edfu, its stones aligned with flood channels. In 2023, a chemical assay by the French Institute of Marine Research detected traces of Nile clay and organic matter, indicating habitation until 1000 BCE, when a flood likely sealed them. The island's disappearance, a natural process intensified by dam construction since 1902, defies static geography. Their loss, a puzzle etched in the river's flow. The historical narrative of the Nile Islands frames their vanishing within Egypt's riverine civilization. Founded as strategic outposts around 3000 BCE, islands like Elephantine hosted temples to Khnum, as noted in a 2007 study by Egyptologist Zahi Hawass. In 2011, historian Salima Ikram traced inscriptions from the 6th dynasty, mentioning island shrines supplying Memphis with grain, a trade hub, until 2000 BCE. The Ptolemaic period from 300 to 30 BCE saw island decline, as the Nile's course shifted, a process documented in a 2014 University of Leiden report. Local fishermen interviewed in 2022 by the Amarna project share tales of vanished lands, where spirits guard lost treasures, a myth born from the island's abrupt retreat and the river's oral lore. The lack of detailed maps due to the Nile's fluidity leaves the island's full extent a speculative flow. Archaeological forays into the disappearing islands have deepened their enigma, uncovering a river rich with submerged history. The 1880 excavation by Petrie revealed a temple foundation on Elephantine, its stones dated to 2800 BCE, as noted in a 2023 National Geographic report. In 2017, the Scan Pyramids team's muon detectors identified a 15-meter deep cavity near Luxor, possibly an island tomb, its connection unconfirmed. In 2020, an ROV dive by the University of Athens retrieved a clay vessel with lotus motifs dated to 2200 BCE, though silt obscured further finds. Over 400 potential island sites mapped in a 2025 LiDAR scan by the Egyptian Maritime Archaeology Unit remain unexcavated due to river currents and legal barriers. Alternative theories from the 1990s, like those of Graham Hancock, propose the islands hid a pre-flood civilization, their submersion a deliberate act, though evidence favors natural shifts. The island's sealed state, a blend of nature and neglect, invites endless curiosity. The cultural resonance of the enigma of the disappearing Nile Islands lies in their role as cradles of ancient life, offering a window into Egypt's riverine heritage. The Nile's banks, a tentative UNESCO site, cradle these lost outcrops, their waters gleaming under the morning sun. In 2026, a preservation project by Egypt's Ministry of Water Resources deployed non-invasive sonar, aiming to map the islands without disturbing the river's ecosystem. The Nile's gentle current flows past its waters, once sustaining the island's villages, now a reflection of their buried past. The mystery challenges our understanding of ancient geography, hinting at a sophistication that science yearns to reclaim. Does the enigma of the disappearing Nile Islands guard a sacred settlement, a trade nexus, or a mystery the river will never yield? The morning breeze hums with their ancient truths. The Nile cradles its vanishing enigma. As the final rays of dawn kiss the sands of Egypt, our journey through the forbidden mysteries of this ancient land draws to a gentle close. From the vanishing sands of Giza to the phantom processions of Luxor, we've wandered through a tapestry of enigmas that span over 4,000 years, each revealing a fragment of Egypt's soul. The morning air carries the soft scent of desert blooms, a farewell whisper from the pyramids, temples, and tombs that have guarded their secrets through the ages. This exploration has unveiled wonders, submerged temples of Heraclean, lost tombs of Amarna's heretics, and the echoing halls of Bubastis, each a testament to a civilization that mastered stone, water, and sky. Science has offered glimpses with its radar and sonar, yet many questions linger, from the uncharted depths of the Sphinx to the secret codes of the Book of the Dead. The Nile's gentle murmur and the desert's silent wind remind us that some mysteries, phantom caravans, vanishing islands, and the gold of amulet makers may forever elude our grasp, preserved by time's relentless hand. What we've uncovered is not just history, but a living dialogue between past and present. The ingenuity of the bent pyramid's alignment, the spiritual resonance of the step pyramid's passageways, and the silent guardians of Dashur reflect a sophistication that challenges our modern understanding. These sites, cradled by a landscape of shifting sands and flowing waters, invite us to ponder the balance of preservation and discovery. The efforts of Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities, with non-invasive technologies, ensure these wonders endure, yet the desert and river hold their deepest truths close. As we part from this odyssey, let the echoes of ancient chants, the glint of vanished gold, and the whispers of lost rituals linger in your mind. Egypt's mysteries are not just stories to solve, but invitations to wonder about the pharaohs who built these monuments, the priests who wove their magic, and the land that birthed a civilization. The sun rises anew, casting light on the sands, but the shadows of the unknown remain, promising that more secrets wait beneath the surface. Thank you for joining me on this journey through Egypt's hidden realms. May the riddles of the unfinished obelisk, the sunken canals of Memphis, and the uncharted vaults of the Valley of the Queens inspire your curiosity. Until we meet again under the watchful gaze of the Great Pyramid, let the spirit of ancient Egypt guide your dreams, a land where every stone holds a story and every mystery a promise of discovery.